So hello everyone, in this video we're going to talk about how to prepare an interior for lighting setup. Now you don't have to worry, we'll be coming back to this topic in the upcoming videos. And today I'm just going to give you some general tips, and without further ado, let's get started. So when working in Corona or V-Ray, we can use preset render settings. Now this is how it's done. You go ahead and press F10 on your keyboard to open render setup window, and then in the preset field, click load preset. I've prepared 4 presets in total. For Corona, we have a file with fast settings for preview or lighting setup, and setting for the final render. The same for V-Ray, fast settings and final settings. Now you can change these presets to meet your needs, but using ready-made presets you can save a lot of time setting up your render. Okay, for color selection, I'm going to use Corona Color Picker, and it looks like this. It's a bit different from the standard tool you might be used to. It's so that you know why my color picker looks slightly different from yours. You can enable this color picker if you want. To do this, you need to have Corona installed on your computer. And next you go to Customize and to Preferences, and then you go to the General tab and find Color Selector. Select Corona Improved Picker and click OK. Now I'm not sure if it will be enabled right away. You might need to restart 3ds Max. Okay, now let's focus on our scene. So as you can see, we have an entire apartment here with different rooms and spaces. But usually we create an individual scene for each room or space on the condition that there are no openings between them. Here, for example, there's an open door between the living room and the dining area. In this case, we can close the door and work with each scene individually. Or if we have the door open, it will be one single scene. Now, I hope that makes sense. That's pretty much self-explanatory. If an interior has an opening, like a doorway, through which you can see another interior, they make a single scene. So to avoid cases like this, it's best to create separate scenes for each interior, because it strongly affects 3D optimization and render speed and your performance as a whole. Now it's best to work with each scene separately. It's faster and easier to work this way, especially when you make adjustments and corrections. So the files attached to this video lesson contain the entire apartment as a single scene. It's called main scene, as well as a separate scenes for each interior, including a bedroom, a dining area, and a living room. There's a hallway, bathroom, and kitchen. Each interior has its individual scene. That's very convenient. Now let's talk about optimization. And let's switch to camera view and take a look at the living room. When creating a scene, you should split it into layers. One layer for furniture and one layer for decorations and small elements. Also one layer for the 3D model of the room, and so on. Now some visualizers hide cameras in a separate layer. Now I don't do that personally, but when it comes to decorations, they must all be added in a separate layer. That's because small objects like vases, figurines, flowers, and things like that, all of this slows down the render big time, especially at the preparation stage and initial lighting setup stage. So the rule of thumb is this. If an object won't affect the lighting in any way, and I mean won't be casting big shadows, you can go ahead and hide it in the decorations layer. Here, for example, we have vases and boxes and objects like that, and when we unhide these objects before the final render, they won't affect the lighting in any way. Take a look at this fluffy rug. It's made of a huge number of details, and it will be slowing down our render. That's why we need to hide it before setting up lighting. So once you've filled your interior with larger pieces of furniture, you can go ahead and set up lighting. There are some exceptions though. Here, for example, we have a large plant, and we should keep it because its leaves will be casting shadows and creating a light and shadow pattern. And this means that you need to make an individual decision for each individual object. I also hid moldings in this layer. If you have a classic interior, small things like this increase render time dramatically. So it's best to hide them in a separate layer. They won't affect the lighting in our scene in any major way. So just make sure to keep that in mind. Alright, and so now let's focus on the curtains. Should we keep them or should we hide them? Well, it's best to hide them in the decorations layer or in a separate layer even. Before setting up lighting, we need to empty the room. And only then, once the lighting has been set up, we can then unhide curtains and things like that. We'll have a whole video dedicated to curtains, but for now, just pretend they're not there. So we'll talk about it later. All right. So we have curtains in our scene. We need to hide them in a layer and then set up beautiful lighting. And then we can bring back the curtains and do lighting correction. Because it's not uncommon that beginning visualizers leave curtains, and the curtains are blocking the light from the window. And visualizers then wonder why they can't set up proper lighting. So before setting up lighting, make sure nothing is stopping the exterior light from getting inside the interior. Now let's say a few words about window glass. If we're using clay material in the override mode, and we'll talk about that in the next video, well, that stops the light from getting inside. And this can be very confusing. So this is what you should do. If you have small sized windows, there probably won't be any reflections in the glass. Most likely. This means that you don't need the glass at all. So you can simply remove the window glass because it doesn't affect the render in any way. You can even tell if the windows are glazed or not. To see if the windows in your interior are glazed, you need to do the following. So click Default Shading and switch to Clay mode. See? This geometry here, which means the windows are glazed. Remember that window glass with clay material applied to it may be blocking the light. In this case, we need to use the exclude option. And I'll show it to you how it's done further on in the course. And so finally, I'd like to talk about poly count. Now, poly count shows the number of polygons in the scene. So if I press 7 and see the total number of polygons that our scene has, it often happens that some high poly object is making the scene too heavy. It becomes especially apparent during lighting setup. So make sure to keep the number of polygons at a reasonable level. All right. And one more thing. So suppose you want to find a high poly object that's slowing down your render. This is how you do it. You simply select by name, And you see there's a column called faces. And if you don't have it by default, you need to add it. So to add it, you do a right mouse click and choose replace column and select faces. Next, you need to sort the objects by the number of polygons. So you click the column and sort the objects in increasing or decreasing order. At the bottom of the list, you'll find that very same rug with a huge number of polygons. There it is. So we go to object properties and see that it has 2.5 million polygons. If you can hide a high poly object before a lighting setup, or you don't want to do that, try doing the following. You need to change its display mode to display as box. Go to object properties and put a check against display as box. But the thing is, it won't make your life easier when you're setting up lighting. That's why it's best to hide objects like this. All right. Okay, so that's it for today's video, folks. At the end of the course, I'm going to give you specific tips on how to optimize your scene and get things done faster and easier. All right, let's talk about cameras. What cameras should you use? And this course doesn't cover composition and camera view setup, but I still would like to give you a few tips on this matter. So feel free to use any camera that you feel comfortable using, basically. There's a standard camera, standard physical camera. There is V-Ray camera. And there's Corona camera, and all of them have the same settings. There's no such rule that says you must use Corona camera when working in Corona or use V-Ray camera when working in V-Ray. They all have identical settings, basically. So let's take a look at Corona camera, and let's switch to camera selection mode first. And here you can set exposure and field of view. So basically, field of view is the width of the scene as perceived by the camera. The zoom factor regulates focal length. ISO shows how strongly the camera responds to light. F-stop as aperture. So all of these settings define the brightness of your scene. And you can change exposure either via frame buffer and Corona V-Ray or via camera settings. The choice is yours. If you have a complex interior, and I mean if you have multiple spaces, some lighter and some darker, like this corridor here, then you should be using several cameras. You need to set up each individually, and they must have different exposures. But if you have just only one enclosed space, it doesn't really matter which camera you're using. As for me, I tend to stick with the standard camera that has no settings at all. So you can apply the camera correction modifier, but that's it. With V-Ray, it's all the same. Here we have film gate, it's the angle of view. There's aperture settings like for the Corona camera, ISO, f number, and shutter speed. Now there's nothing more to it. The rest of the settings are identical for all cameras, although sometimes they can be found in different tabs and selections. But that's okay. Also, there's depth of field, there's motion blur and white balance, and these are identical to the general settings in the frame buffer that we're gonna see in the upcoming videos. So what other settings do all these cameras share? First, there's automatic vertical tilt. If your camera is tilted and you need to adjust the vertical to make them parallel, you simply check this box, automatic vertical tilt. and the verticals will become parallel. Corona has the same setting. See? We'll go to the tilt and shift tab and check automatic vertical tilt. And if we move the camera further away, we need to use a setting called clipping. We need to crop everything in front of the camera that we don't need so that we can render the entire interior and not just the wall. All of these cameras also have clipping settings. For Corona camera, it's environment and clipping tab. And we check the enable box and enter the near and far values. Like so. So the near indicates at what distance from the camera the clipping starts, and far indicates where it ends. If we talk about V-Ray camera, it's pretty much the same. We scroll down, we find the environment and clipping tab and check clipping option. Say we need to clip the scene by 2 meters. So we enter 200 here, and we've got this cutting plane. Let's make it smaller. And next we enter the value for far environment range. It needs to go beyond the interior so that we don't cut off anything important. For the standard target camera, it works the same way. It has clipping settings, and we check clip manually box. Near clip is 100 centimeters, and far clip should go beyond the interior. The standard physical camera works the same way, so it doesn't matter which camera you use, basically. All right. Now, here's one more thing. Once you've found the right view for your camera, you should fix it in place. When shifting around objects in the scene, you might accidentally shift the camera. To avoid that, you need to do the following. Simply click Select Camera, and it's best to select that with the target. So we switch to camera selection mode and select our camera together with the target. And then you simply go to the hierarchy tab and click the link info button and check all the boxes. And this way you won't have to worry about accidentally shifting the camera. All right. Now let's switch to the camera view and try to shift it. See, we can't do that because the camera is locked in place, and it will save you a lot of trouble. Today we're going to see how to use clay material when setting up lighting in V-Ray. I have an identical video for Corona. It's the same thing, so you can check that out if you want. Alright, now let's see how to do the same thing in V-Ray. So to set up correct interior lighting without being distracted by reflections, materials, and other stuff, you need to use clay material. Now, if lighting looks good with clay material, it will look even better with other materials once you've assigned them. All right, now, so here is our living room. And I've deleted glass and curtains. There are only window frames left. So let's do some preparation work for starters. We'll select V-Ray 6 as our current renderer. And next, we'll create a V-Ray light and put it outside the scene. It's a dome light. So why are we using this type of light? Because we want to achieve a simple white light coming through the windows. In Corona, we would turn on the environment option, but in V-Ray, we'll create a dome light to speed up our render. Now select current camera. I'm using a standard physical camera. It doesn't matter much which camera you use. Make sure to check out my video on cameras, by the way. Okay, next let's open the render setup window. And before starting interactive, let's assign clay material to all objects and surfaces. So how do we usually do that? Well, usually you go to Material Editor, pick a clay material, and assign it to all objects. But that's not the best way to do it. Both in V-Ray and in Corona, we have a special override option, and you should be using that instead. So we go to Render Setup. V-Ray has a whole bunch of settings. Don't be scared though. Then we go to V-Ray, go to Global Switches, and check the box against MTL Override Settings. And then we click No Matte and look for V-Ray MTL. So select it with a double click, and then make sure the physical camera that we're using for our render is active. So we can lock the current viewport like this. And then we go to Frame Buffer and click Show Last VFB. There we go. And then we click this little teapot icon to start interactive render. There it goes. The scene is too bright, as you can see right away. It's overexposed, which means that we need to adjust our camera. So we click Select Camera, and each camera, except for the most standard one, has an exposure setting. Target EV stands at -5, and we'll bring that to 0. See, the brightness has gone down. Let's increase it to 5 though. Now, how do you know when you got a proper exposure? Well, that's very easy. We just need to compare the brightness against the material preview. So in order to do that, you open Material Editor and Render Setup. Remember how we added the V-Ray MTL here. So we just drag it to Material Editor and copy it as instance. Okay, and here's our material. We'll do a right mouse click on the material and select Open Preview Window. And this is our preview ball. The brightness in our scene must match that of the ball. It's pretty easy, right? So let's increase target AV to 6. Actually, let's bring it down to 4. Okay, good. Now the brightness is okay. See these highlighted areas on the window? Well, we can easily get rid of them during post-editing. You might need to revisit my video on Frame Buffer and Corona to freshen up your memory, but here we simply here we add a new exposure layer and reduce the highlight burn parameter. See, the highlights have gone away, and we can also adjust exposure and contrast if we want. So, and that's the result we need to achieve when setting up basic lighting. In all of our videos on lighting setup, we will only be using clay material. And here's one more thing regarding glass. Here in this scene, we have no glass in the windows. But if you have glass windows in your scene, you can exclude glass in render settings. You can do that both in V-Ray and Corona. You click MTL Override Settings and select the things we want to exclude from Override command. Select Refraction and Reflection, all right? Or we can do that in a different way. We can click Exclude, find glass in the list of objects, and add it here. And that's it. In this case, we don't have to do that because there's no glass in this particular scene. So always keep that in mind. Before we move on, let's say a few words about albedo, because it's a very important topic. Albedo strongly affects render speed. And albedo is the reflecting power of a surface, you could say. Now, it shows the ability of a surface to reflect light. So, the brighter the surface, the better it reflects light. So, why albedo is so important to us? Well, that's because graphic engines take albedo into consideration. I'm not going to bore you with albedo values for different materials. Now, some students take this kind of information too seriously and start to overcomplicate things, trying to achieve precise albedo values. Well, there's absolutely no need to do that. So what you should do is you should keep in mind that there's such parameter as albedo, and that it shows how light a certain material is. So for example, an A4 paper sheet has the albedo of around 0.8. Now you shouldn't make your materials too light. You shouldn't make them too white, because otherwise the graphic engine will take forever rendering your scene. You'll have to deal with artifacts, highlights, points, and things like that. The graphic engine will take too long getting rid of all of that noise. So don't underestimate the importance of albedo. This applies not only to materials, but also to textures. So suppose you have a white texture. It can be white pages of a magazine lying on a table. In that case, you would need to decrease its albedo. So let's see a practical example in Corona Render. So here we have a clay material here. The current color value is at 186. And if we increase it by 100% to 255, the render will become too bright, too highlighted. And this isn't the way it should be. You should always decrease the albedo. So what color value should you choose? For a white material, the optimal color value should be around 200, 220 tops. Or you can change the albedo value here. The whitest material should have the albedo of no more than 0.8. So the higher values are a no-go. So suppose you assign a texture to your material and now you want to adjust its albedo. So this is how you do it. You go to base layer settings and decrease level value. Suppose you have a white texture and its albedo is at 1. See, this scene is too white. We reduce the level value to 0.7. And the albedo has improved. See? That's pretty much it about albedo. So you can check the albedo value using a special render element. We haven't covered render elements yet, but I'll tell you anyway. So in a tab called Render Elements, you can click Add button and find See Shading Albedo and click OK. And then we restart our render, and here in the drop-down list, you're going to get a new albedo element. I already had it added. So then I simply click albedo element, and if the image is gray, then the albedo is fine. So let's create a material with an incorrect albedo value. So suppose a beginning visualizer set it up wrong, and we assign this material to the table. So we have the override option enabled, so we need to exclude the table from the override option. So we click the plus icon here and add the table to exclude list. See? Now it's turned red. So if albedo of a material is set up incorrectly, this render element will be highlighted. So we'll switch to beauty pass element, and the table doesn't look good either. So we've talked about override materials in one of the previous videos, and you can revisit it if you need to refresh your memory. But to get the albedo right, your override material should have the level value at 1 and the color value at around 180. If an object has an incorrect albedo, it will start showing points, artifacts, and stuff like that. And if the table had a light source on it, it would look even worse. So make sure to always set up albedo properly. Alright, now let's see how albedo works in V-Ray. Now it may seem to you that this parameter is more relevant for Corona users, but that's not true. V-Ray users also need to pay attention to albedo and avoid making their materials too bright. So let's go ahead and make an experiment. Let's replace the current override material with a white material. See? There are artifacts. And this is what makes the scene look bleached. So if you're using V-Ray, make sure to pay close attention to albedo as well. So as far as I know, there's no way to check the current albedo value in V-Ray. But if you happen to know how to do that, please let me know. If you have an override material, a wall material for example, its albedo shouldn't exceed 255. So you should go for a lower value. If your override material is white, once again it can be a wall material, its albedo shouldn't exceed 0.7 or 0.8 as a general rule. Okay, so that's all for today. See you in the next video. Alright, the next tool in our disposal is Corona Sky. And Corona Sky is a map, and it's a map that illuminates the interior with scattered light from the windows. Both in Corona and V-Ray, sky is the main light source in the interior. The rest of the light typically comes from accent lights. Sky is the key source of light. In today's video, we're gonna see the most basic sun-sky model for interior lighting. We'll go through the Corona Sky parameters and we'll create the sun-sky light model. So let's get started. So I have Corona selected as the current renderer. I'm gonna assign the clay material first real quick. Enable MTL override, click none, and select Corona physical MTL. Then preserve and check preserve glass materials because we have windows in our scene and we want a light to get through them inside our interior. You can go back to my video on clay material if you need to refresh your memory. But we have a parameter called scene environment. And this is the fill light, the scattered light coming from the window. Corona will be taking all light-related information from these 3ds Max settings. So press 8 on the keyboard to open Environment and Effects window, and here you should have, you need to add a map to the None slot, or you can select Single Map and add a map here. You can use any of these two methods. I'm not going to change anything for now. Now we'll just create a sun that will be shining inside the interior. So we'll go to Corona Lights and select Corona Sun. We'll direct the sunlight inside the interior so that it illuminates the wall opposite to the camera. Now if you remember well the theoretical part that we've covered earlier, you should know that to be able to correctly identify the shapes of objects, we need to see their parts that are lit, shadowed parts and parts lying in penumbra shadow. So that's why it's best when a light source is at around 90 degrees to the camera. Our camera is here, so we direct the sunlight onto the opposite wall at around 45 degrees. Okay, and let's start our interactive render. There we go. And now we can set up our sun. Its intensity is at 0, and that's why we don't see it. So let's increase the intensity to 1. Now we'll go to Performance tab and disable Fast Preview Denoise to be able to see small details. And so now we can proceed to setting up the fill light. But let's turn off the sun for now. We'll simply uncheck this on box and this makes the scene go dark again. So now let's create Corona Sky. And Corona Sky is a map, as I've said earlier. So to do that, we need to open Material Editor window and then go to Corona Sky and drag the sky map to Material Editor. And again, we press A to open the environment and effects window. And next we drag and drop Corona Sky to this slot as instance. Make sure to copy it as instance so that when we change the sky parameters in Material Editor, they change in the environment settings as well. Alternatively, you can enable a single map and link Corona Sky to this slot. So feel free to use either method. See which one you like best. Now, let's switch back to 3ds Max settings. And let's take a look at interactive render. And we can already see the light coming from Corona Sky. Now let's set up exposure. Now, remember what I told about the dynamic range in the beginning of this course. The light outside the interior is white, and that's absolutely normal because the environment should always be much brighter than the interior, because the environment is our key source of light. If we keep decreasing the exposure, then we're going to see the blue sky at a certain point. But in that case, the interior will turn dark. So make sure to keep that in mind, especially when setting up the background. We'll talk about it later. And for now, let's see the Corona Sky settings. But first we need to tie in the sky and the sun. So once we do this, the position of the sun will be affecting the sky map. We can select the automatic mode, but it doesn't always work. See, there's a message that says no suitable sun found. Now, I don't know why it says so exactly, but we can switch to the manual mode and click none and select our current sun. And nothing has changed. That's because our sun is turned off. See? And now when we turn it back on, the light now has become totally different. Now we have bright daylight. But we want to achieve a more neutral, more natural lighting, like in our references. You can see here the light has a clear direction. There are shadows, but at the same time, there's hardly any direct sunlight. So this is basically the most commonly used lighting scheme, and we're going to stick to it and we're going to try to imitate it. So our task is to tie in the sky, which is our fill light, and the sun in a way that the skylight is affected by the position of the sun itself. So at the same time, we need to make the sunlight less bright. This is how we achieve that. See, now that I lower the sun, everything changes. The light from the sky has changed. It's more yellow now. The sunlight has turned more orange. Now let's turn off the sun just for now, and let's set its intensity to 0 instead. See what we get. By raising the sun, we get a colder light. It's more like daylight now. And by lowering it down, we get an evening light. See, this is natural. So let's put it around 45 degrees and direct it onto this wall. This wall right here. So we see that now our sky and our sun mutually affect one another. I mean, the sun affects the sky. And now let's try to set up a realistic lighting by adjusting some parameters. So first of all, we need to raise the exposure because our interior is rather dark. So let's increase it to 2. The light has a cold shade. Let's take a look at the parameters. First comes sky model. Here we have a relatively new model, PRG Clear Sky. V-Ray has it 2, if I'm not mistaken. It's the most realistic daylight model. There are other models as well. You may like them better. There's Pretham, for example. It has a colder light. There's Hosek. Its light is closer to the cyan color. Anyway, all of these models are more or less the same, so you can pick the model you like best. As for me, I'll go for PRG. There's also a Rava Fake. We'll talk about it in a dedicated video, and we're going to use it to set up a beautiful light. Okay, so we pick PRG. Next we have intensity. We can set it to 0.1, and then the skylight will be very dim. Or we can increase it to 10 or 5, and the light will turn very bright. But of course we can adjust the brightness of the light by changing its intensity, although I prefer to stick with the default value and change it only if that's necessary. To set up brightness of your image, you need to adjust exposure. You do this either in the frame buffer or in the camera settings. That is, if the camera allows you to set up exposure. Then we have turbidity. Now, that's a cold blue shade of the sky. And the higher turbidity value, the more particles there are in the sky. The light is more scattered, and therefore it looks less cold. So let's set turbidity to 10. And we've got a neutral, an almost black and white light, like in the references. Next, we have fake horizon blur. So by changing this setting, we can adjust blurriness, softness of our image. And if we set it to 0, we get a harsh sort of light. It's pretty rare though. For a softer light that shines in different directions, we'll go for 2 or 3. For improved model of PRG sky, there's a parameter called altitude. Its default value is at 0, which means 0 meters above sea level. And as you probably have guessed already, the altitude affects the shade of light. But it does it only slightly, so I wouldn't spend too much time adjusting this parameter. So next we have a volume effect. We'll skip it for now. Here in this section we tied in the sun and the sky. So the next parameter we should pay attention to is ground. Now remember what we learned in one of the past lessons. The light outside is re-reflected from the ground. It gets inside through the windows and it illuminates the ceiling. To illuminate the ceiling more intensely, we increase the ground color value. See? And now we see that the ceiling is getting more light. Now, let's take a look at the opposite situation. If the ceiling is too highlighted, we reduce ground color value. Also, there's an option called affected by sky. Now, pay attention to it because it affects the brightness of the ground color. You can check this box or you can leave it blank. The choice is yours, basically. And, well, I think that's pretty much it. Clouds parameters are more for exterior renders when we create clouds in the background. So we don't need these parameters for interior visualization. And finally, Rava Fake model. We'll cover it in one of our upcoming videos. Okay, so this is the image that we've got. If you see that your sky has a wrong shade or shades, you can do the following. You'll find a map called Corona Color Correct. And what you do is you drag it to Material Editor. And then you link the sky map to Color Correct. Also, you install Color Correct in the environment map slot as instance. And this is how you make your sky colorless. So let's go ahead and create a stronger shade to make the effect more visible. Something like this. Now, suppose you're okay with the direction of shadows, how soft they are, and so on, but you don't really like the color. So this is how you fix that. You link the sky map to color correct, and then you go to color correct settings and set saturation to -1. So that makes the map become black and white, and you get a neutral light. If you want your sky to keep a slight shade, you can set saturation to -0.5. And in that case, a trace of the shade will remain. Alright, so summing up, to create basic daylight when the sun is shining through the windows, but not too bright, you can use the sun sky model. So you basically tie in the sun and the sky, and you direct the sunlight onto the wall opposite to the camera, between the windows. Let's try to imitate lighting in these references. Okay, so we put the sun, and now let's go ahead and reduce the exposure to 1. Now, remember the previous sample with override material that we saw in one of the previous lessons. So we need to achieve the same color brightness as in the sample. So I remember its brightness from the memory, so now let's just imitate this light and shadow pattern. But first, we need to make our sun bright. The intensity is currently at 0, and we're gonna increase it little by little, and we'll start with 0.1 value. Here we already have light and shadows, and let's increase intensity to 1 to make the pattern more visible. And we'll direct the light onto the lamp and the sideboard there. Now let's try to find an interesting pattern. Alright, something like that. The sun is now shining too bright. We decrease its intensity to 0.1. And the sunspots are too orange though. There's no such thing in the reference, as you can see. So let's change the color mode to direct input, for example. The current color is white. Also, let's increase the size of our sun to 32. As a result, we get a soft, blurry, scattered sunlight that looks like the light from the sky. Now, you may think there is no direct sunlight in the scene, but there actually is. By directing the sun where we want it to be, we can create the light shadow pattern that we need. So let's go ahead and experiment a little more, trying to create a better pattern. Alright, so we've achieved contrasting daylight. It's neutral and it's not too bright. It's kind of in the sweet spot. We can increase contrast a little bit, and this is how we set up basic daylight. Today's topic is background. We've already talked about it in our theoretical part of this course. But now let's see how to set up a correct background in Karana and in V-Ray. Plus, we'll cover the most frequent mistakes made by visualizers during background setup. And so the first part of this lesson will apply to both Corona and V-Ray. As for the practical part, well, it differs slightly, although the general rules for background setup are identical for both Corona and V-Ray. Okay, so let's get started without further ado. Look closely at these references. In each of these images, the background is very much highlighted. As I've said earlier, exterior background, or the environment, is the main light source that illuminates an interior. So most of the time, the background will be very bright and highlighted. Look at these images. The background is very white and bright. So you should always keep that in mind. There can be exceptions, even though the background can be a little bit darker. So for example, the windows are on the shaded sides of the house, or if there are objects that come too close to the window. It can be a facade or of a building, or it could be a group of trees. In those cases, the background can be a little darker. But anyway, as a general rule, you should stick with the reference. You should find a photo of an interior that looks like yours, and you should just try to copy it. So this is a good way to play it safe and avoid many mistakes. Okay, now let's break down the most common mistakes that visualizers tend to make when setting up background in their interiors. Mistake number one has to do with a distorted perspective. It can happen among other reasons because the photo was taken with had a wide angle lens, or when the photographer was slightly tilting downwards, causing the camera to look from the top down. So this is when vertical lines start to diverge as they go upwards, like in this photo. So this is a wrong perspective. The perspective lines in your interior and in your background must coincide, or at least there shouldn't be any strong divergence between them. If your interior has objects with vertical lines and you add a background image with an incorrect perspective, you'll see that the lines of the buildings outside are not parallel to one another. It's a super frequent mistake that I'm seeing all the time, so make sure you avoid it. So the solution here would be to replace the background and find a new image with vertical lines that don't diverge from one another, like in this example. Now, the next mistake on our list is an incorrect horizon line. We're going to see that during the practical part, but in short, the horizon line in the camera, the horizon line in your background, and all perspective lines must meet in one point on the horizon. If you follow this rule, you'll never end up with a distorted perspective. It's not uncommon that the background is put too high or too low, causing the perspective to look broken or distorted, and as a result you get a sensation that there's something wrong with the render. So the next mistake is a low resolution of a background image. And you can easily avoid that by picking high resolution images. Otherwise, your background will be packed with pixels and artifacts. So finding an image with the right resolution is not always easy, but you should definitely make an effort. So choose a background with at least 3,000 or 4,000 pixels on the long side. If you manage to find an image with an even higher resolution, good. So another recurring mistake is an oversaturated background. That's when your photo is too contrasting, like this image, for example. See? It has some very dark areas. In that case, you'll end up with a dark spot in your background, and you won't be able to correct that in any way. So the only thing you can do at this point is to shift the background so that these dark areas don't end up in your render. Otherwise, it will spoil your entire project. So I recommend you that you replace a background of that kind with a better one. So if we're talking about HDRI map with a high dynamic range, its pixels contain halftones, and in that case we'll be able to correct the brightness of such a map. But photos usually don't have a high dynamic range, so the only solution here is to find a new background. And here also we have black facades and very dark areas. And if you think you can correct this image by increasing its brightness, you're wrong. But you can try doing that in Photoshop yourself, that's for sure. Alright, and so the final mistake I'd like to draw your attention to is mismatched lighting. So, suppose you have a background with a bright sunny lighting. The sun is shining from the right side, and your interior has scattered overcast lighting. So, as a result, you end up with a mismatched lighting. So, and another reason why lighting may look mismatched is when the background has too bright, too saturated colors. In that case, I recommend you decrease saturation of your map, of your texture. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right. Now let's proceed to the practical part of our lesson. So today we're gonna set up background in Corona, and here is the same living room scene that we've used before. We have a neutral scattered light here. And the first thing we need to do is to find a proper texture, the right map for our future background. Like this one, for example. The one thing I don't like about this texture is that it has dark areas. So I'm looking for a more neutral kind of background. This image is pretty bright. It has green trees, blue sky, things like that. We can correct its brightness by desaturating the texture. Now you may come across another problem though, when a wide panoramic background is missing a part at the front or a part of the sky. In that case, you'll need the latest version of Photoshop, which has a very useful AI tool actually. And this tool can add missing parts to an image. So this neural network is called Adobe Firefly. It can generate missing parts of your background image. So we'll take a look at how it works later. For now, let's focus at what we have here. So I'll go back to 3D Max, and we need to create a plane outside the window. So there are two ways to do that. The first one is to simply create a plane, and the second one is to create a cylinder or a semi-cylinder. So when to create which? If you know exactly how many cameras you have in your interior and where they are put, it's better to create a plane. But if, however, you don't know how many cameras you'll end up having, if you're constantly looking for a better view, then it makes more sense to use a cylinder-shaped background. All right? Now here's another important thing. The background must always be perpendicular to the camera. So let's create a plane, and it's going to be a standard plane. We'll put it outside the window. Now pay attention how the light changed instantly. Well, that's because we have the sun in our scene, and the plane is blocking out the sunlight. So we need to exclude the plane from the light. And that's why right after you create a plane, you need to disable its shadows. To do that, you go to Object Properties of the plane, and you go ahead and disable Cast Shadows. Let's disable Receive Shadows as well, just in case. Alright. See? Now the light is back to normal. So next, we need to set the size of our plane. Let's find out the resolution of the background image. So our panoramic image is 5,398 by 1,723. And you can memorize these parameters or note them down. We're going to use them for our plane. So the width is 5398 and the length is 1723. And so this is our background. You can scale it down if you want. The main thing here is that we have the right width to length ratio. Okay? So next we need to set up the material. So we press M on the keyboard to open Material Editor. And we create a Corona Light MTL. And then we find our background texture and drag and drop it to 3ds Max. And what we do next is we link the texture to the color slot. And then assign the material to the plane. In the viewport window, we see that the background has turned white. So to achieve the correct background display, we need to pick black as the emission color. Now that doesn't affect anything in the scene, except that now we can see a proper background in the viewport. So here in the camera view, for example, we switch to the default shading mode, and now we can put the background in the camera view. So we click select camera, and whether you're using a physical camera or a Corona camera or a V-Ray camera for that matter, so each of them has an option that's called horizon line. So what you should do is you should enable this option. And now if I press F3, we can see a black line, and it's that horizon line. So that's going to help us put the background. So the horizon line in the camera and horizon line in the background image must coincide, like I said. So here in the horizon line is partly blocked by the mountains. So we'll have to use our imagination to figure out where the horizon line might lie. Now don't worry if you miss a few pixels, that's okay. If the lines don't coincide perfectly, that's fine. At least make sure they lie very close to one another. So let's move the background a bit further away. This is how we can adjust the perspective and the background. All right. Now let's go back to the problem that I've mentioned earlier. So what do we do if there's a part of the background that's missing? So suppose the background is at the right distance from the window, but here at the top we have a gap. See? But luckily, Photoshop has a special artificial intelligence model that can generate missing parts of an image, whether it's the top, the bottom, right or left. So let's move the background a bit closer. And suppose we don't have any missing parts here. V-Ray Sky is the main source of light in the interior. So let's find out how it works. Now, to set up neutral basic light, you're gonna need both V-Ray Sun and V-Ray Sky. And it all works just like in Corona, but there are some minor differences, however. So let's see. Now I have V-Ray selected as current renderer, and the first thing we need to do is to create a V-Ray dome. So for that, we'll click Create, we'll go to Lights, V-Ray Light, and then we put it somewhere outside our scene. Next, we'll go to V-Ray Light Settings. Multiplier is currently at 1, so we're going to stick with this value for now. The on box is checked, as you can see, and we make sure it's a spherical dome, and the alpha option is disabled. So next we switch to our camera by clicking Select Camera. Now we can start interactive render, and in the V-Ray tab we click Show Last VFB. Then we click this teapot icon and start the render. So this is the light that we currently have. We need to make sure there are no other lights in the scene. So to do that, we select V-Ray Dome and uncheck on box. See, we don't have any other lights in the scene. Before lighting setup, you need to make sure there are no other lights in your interior. It's very important. All right, so we turn on V-Ray Dome back on, and now we need to adjust exposure in the camera settings. We're using physical camera. You can use V-Ray camera, it doesn't matter. So we click select camera. In the exposure tab, there's parameter called target. It's currently at 4, we'll make it 3. Actually, let's try 6. This is our current default light. Here in the frame buffer, we have exposure that's already set up. You can delete it. We're gonna set it up. We're gonna set up everything from scratch. To correctly set up lighting using V-Ray Sun and V-Ray Sky, we need to add V-Ray Sun to our scene, first of all. So we'll go to Lights and choose V-Ray Sun, and then simply direct the sun through the windows. There's a prompt message asking if we want to add V-Ray Sky environment map, so we click no. We're going to do it manually. Okay, so we put the sun in a way that it shines through the windows. And we see that our sun is shining very bright, very intensely. So let's set its intensity to 0 for now. Or even better, let's disable it altogether. All right, so why is it that we add the sun in the first place? Well, we need to create a beam of directional light coming inside the interior. Thing is, the sun heavily affects the sky. The part of the sky where the sun is always looks brighter. So let's see what it means. So we open Material Editor window, select V-Ray Sky Map, and then simply drag V-Ray Sky to Material Editor. Then enable it by putting a check against Specify Sun node. And then goes the sunlight setting. So go ahead and click the Known button and then click our sun. Now we need to link V-Ray Sky to V-Ray Dome. If, instead of using V-Ray Dome, we install V-Ray Sky as an environment map, the rendering process would take forever because of all that noise. That's why I should always be using V-Ray Dome. V-Ray Dome is a semisphere, you could say. It's the light surrounding our scene. So we can add it as a texture map by clicking this No Map button. We take V-Ray Dome and drag it to the No Map slot as instance. Make sure to make it instance so that when you change sky parameters in Material Editor, they change in the dome settings as well. See, the light has changed completely. That's because we now have V-Ray Sky. So now we need to adjust the exposure and the camera settings. We're raising it. Let's make it 10. Let's make it 10 for now. Now take a look over here. When we change the position of our sun, the light changes as well. And if we lower the sun, the light turns warmer, orangey kind of. If we raise it higher, it grows colder. So it's all just like in real life. When the sun is in the zenith position, its light is colder, it's harsher, it's clearer. And if we lower it down, we get sunset lighting. And this is how we can create a very specific light shadow pattern. Now, let's position our sun at around 45 degrees to the ground, directed inside the interior and onto the wall. Now, pay attention to the fact that we don't have direct sunlight here. What we need is a soft, neutral light with soft shadows. Something like in this image. It has contrasting light with directional shadows. And let's try to imitate that. But first, we'll take a look at the V-Ray sky settings. So we open Material Editor. And here we're already tied in the sky and the sun. And so next we have a parameter called turbidity. Its default value is at 2.5, and we can make it 10 to achieve a more neutral light. Turbidity is the degree to which light is scattered when coming through the clouds, through the atmosphere. So the lower the turbidity value, the colder the light. Right now our scene is too white, so we need to do some post-correction. Plus we have strong highlights on the window frames. So we add the exposure settings and lower highlight burn. At the same time we increase the contrast a little bit, and this is what we've got as a result. Let's put turbidity to 20 or 30. Doesn't affect the light too much. Ozone also affects the shade of light, but not in any major way. So you can probably skip it altogether. Alright, next we have intensity multiplier. We can decrease it to 0.5, for example, and this makes the image become less bright. If we raise it to 2, the fill light becomes brighter. But I recommend sticking with the default value. If you need to change the exposure, you should do that in the camera settings, or here in the exposure settings. So you can either increase or decrease the exposure depending on the effect that you want to achieve. So make sure to use the preview sample ball as a reference. So next we need to pick a sky model. Here we have PRG, just like in Corona. There's also HOSEC, but as you can see, we need to adjust the brightness for it. Overcast model imitates overcast lighting. Clear model has some pretty crazy colors. And finally, there's Pretham. We have it in Corona as well. This model is affected by the position of the sun, if I'm not mistaken. See? When we lower it down, we get a bluish shade, and then we raise it up, and it turns orange. So I recommend using PRG model. It has the most natural light. Next goes ground albedo. We use it to increase or reduce highlights on the ceiling. And as I've said in the theoretical part of this course, it's the light that reflects from the ground and illuminates the ceiling. And if we make it wider, the ceiling will become more brightly illuminated. Now the opposite situation. If the ceiling has highlights, we can make the light dark, almost black. So let's go back to the default color. All right, next we have the parameter called horizon offset. We can raise it or lower. We can lower the horizon, but it will be barely affecting the light. So to achieve a neutral color, like in this image here, we can do the following. We can link the sky to the to color correction map. And just like we did in Corona, we click General, we'll go to Color Correction and drag the map to Material Editor, and then we'll link V-Ray Sky to Color Correction. And at the same time, we need to link Color Correction to V-Ray Dome. Here, we drag Color Correction to this map slot as instance. And next we go to the color correction settings and decrease saturation. And this is what gives us a more neutral, more subtle kind of light. So now we can raise our sun and direct it here onto the wall. just like in our reference. Now, what should you do if you want to make the floor or the walls in your scene look brighter? Now, take a look at our current image. As you can see, the contrast is alright. Shadows have a direction, everything looks okay. Except for the floor, maybe. Now, what about the floor? Our floor is not as bright as in the reference, so let's enable the sun. The scene is too highlighted, so we reduce intensity to 0.1. It makes the sun less bright. But its shade is something between yellow and orange, so let's select override as our color mode. Filter color is white, and then we change size multiplier to 32 to get blurry sunlight. We can direct the beam of sunlight through the windows, illuminating the areas that we want. The floor, for example. So we've achieved neutral kind of light. So keep in mind that sun in both V-Ray and Corona is just a source of light. It's not like the star that illuminates our planet in real life. We can resize it, we can change its color, direction of the light, and sometimes visualizers create several suns shining through different windows to illuminate certain parts of the interior. We'll dive deeper into that when we're going to be talking about fake lights. So to set a basic daylight, we tied in V-Ray sun and V-Ray sky, and this is the light that we have set up. It's all very simple. You need to create V-Ray dome and V-Ray sky, V-Ray dome either through the color correction map or directly, and then adjust it from there. Now here's another thing. You can first find the right light shadow pattern and only then enable the fill light. And I've talked about that in the Corona video. So this is how we do that in V-Ray. We turn off V-Ray dome. The only light source left is V-Ray sun. And then we direct the beam of sunlight inside the interior, trying to find an interesting light shadow pattern to create beautiful shadows. And you can also adjust brightness if necessary, like this for example. You can use the reference. Here the sun is shining at around 45 degrees, but we can't use the same angle in our scene because here we have the sofa and the table almost in the center of the room. So it's best if we direct the sun onto the sideboard. It's rendering pretty fast, as you can see, because V-Ray is only rendering the lighting. This way we can find the right light shadow pattern pretty fast. And then once we found it, we turn V-Ray dome back on. All light sources in our scene have a white neutral color. And our scene looks very much like the reference. To achieve a colder or warmer shade of light, you can do post-correction in the layers. And we do that by adjusting curves or the white balance. And this is how you achieve a warmer or a colder shade, basically. Also, in the exposure settings, you can adjust contrast, you can adjust exposure, and the highlight burn parameter. Adjust it to taste until you get the perfect result, and that's it. Alright, so that's all for this lesson. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, let's try to set up lighting in Corona in practice. To do this, I've picked this reference, and we'll try to create the same lighting in our scene, just like in this image. So we have this dining area as the main room, and we're going to use Rawa Fake because it's the most flexible lighting setup method. I don't think this tutorial is going to be too long. Also, I'd like to use this scene to work with fakes. So if you want to learn more about fakes and understand how to customize and enhance the image, you can go to the tutorial section right after this lesson. So let's get started. I'll start by opening up the render settings and checking MTL override checkbox. I won't dwell on some of the actions since we've already talked about them previously. If you happen to forget something, please go back to the previous videos and check them out. So for now, I'll just tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll click Corona Physical MTL, and then I'm gonna select Single Map, 3ds Max settings, doesn't really matter. Personally, I'm used to working with Single Map. Then I click None, select Corona Sky in the Corona section, and open up Material Editor and drag and drop this base material in there. I mean this orb that we have in Override. And then I drag and drop Corona Sky. In the method box, select Instance, choose Raw Fake mode in the Corona Sky model, and set it to black. Affected by Sky checkbox is unchecked for now. Next I need to set the direction of light. To do this, I'll go to the light source section, select Corona, and then I select Corona Sun and point it inside the room. I think it's best to choose the lighting source direction at an angle relative to the camera. In this scene, the camera is in this corner and it's pointing at the opposite corner. So I need to keep some kind of angle between the two. If we put the light like this, the sun will literally shine in our eyes and we won't have good shadows and all the objects will look flat. Not so much overexposed, but rather they'll be darkened and that will look bad. So that's more of a lighting theory thing. But anyways, it would be better to direct lighting to the opposite wall, to the opposite corner, so that the light channels either through the center of the window or through its upper edge. Like maybe here. We'll talk about chiaroscuro a bit later. Target can be directed into the center of the room and into the corner. The sun is just a vector, so it doesn't really matter. We'll adjust all of this a little later anyway. So I've put the sun, and now I need to find the sun's light and shadow pattern without actually working with the sky yet. Now, as I've said before, you can approach this in two ways. You can do the sun positioning first and then find the light and shade pattern, or you can set up the sky, make a good image, and then create a pattern with the sun. It's up to you. I'm going to do the light and shade pattern first. So I'll go to Corona Viewport. In the render setup window, I make sure that the right view is fixed. So Corona camera is here. And now I'll click the Start Interactive button and everything should go black. That's right, render has gone black and now we can see anything. Okay, so we've got some light mix here. I think I'm gonna remove all of this for now and I'll remove all the render elements. Now let's reset the render. If you've done everything right, the color should be black. And we should start there, because if you have any additional light sources you may have accidentally added with the models, it's easy to spot it at this point and then not waste a lot of time looking for all sorts of bugs like noise, overexposure, and things like that. Okay, let's move on. We have some windows on the scene with material setup. So now I'm gonna click Scene tab, click Preserve button, and simply check the Preserve Glass Material checkbox. So as you can see, the light is now coming through the glass. That's good. Next we go to Performance section, uncheck Fast Preview Denoise so that we don't have this blurring effect. And now the sunlight is right inside the interior. We can leave the brightness as it is for now. It's not really a big deal right now. And now I'm gonna work a little bit with the sun to create a light and shadow pattern. In this case, we can see that there's a table, chairs in the foreground, and they block out the lighting. So I can adjust the light like I normally do so that the sun comes right through to the room. In this case, it will look ugly. You see all the light falls on the table, and there's hardly any lighting on the floor. And it doesn't look good. So a good idea here is to put the sun behind the table to get a nice sun pattern on the wall. So let's try to do that. And you can try placing it lower at a certain angle, or you can try bringing the lighting closer. And I think we should do exactly that, because in this case, they're nice shadows from the chairs. The only thing I'd like to fix is the sunlight thing. Right now it looks very bright and sharp. So I'm going to lower and soften it up a bit. Let's set intensity value to 0.1. And now we're going to increase the size value. Let's make it 8, for example. You can see now that the shadows are softer, and that looks cool. You can increase or decrease it as you please, depending on what effect you want. You can adjust, you can just create a mild, subtle sunlight, and then you have an overcast neutral lighting. In this case, it already looks good, so I'll leave it that way for now. I'm going to turn it off, and we're going to move on to setting up the sky. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to go to Material Editor, and here is the sky. And the first thing I want to do is work with Zenith Light, which is the topmost lighting, to get the blue hue on the floor. So I click on Zenith Color. I use Corona Color Picker tool because it has a pretty handy temperature scale, so I can set up sky according to temperature and make it look brighter. We'll get a pretty dark picture, so you can just increase exposure value for now. I'm going to set it to 3. You can see it's a little bit brighter now. Next we need to work with the light on the ceiling. I'm going to go to ground color, and I'm going to choose neutral gray. And this is the light we've got. And we can compare it to the light on the reference. There's no such beam here because the direction of the light is mostly coming from the sun. In this case, I want to make the sun brighter so that it looks a bit fresher, kind of. Because as I said, the table on our scene blocks everything, so it's unlikely that we be able to copy this picture perfectly. But it will be a great point of reference for some shades or highlights. So now let's decrease value for a ground color a little bit. We might have a problem with this corner here in the future because it's quite dark here, but we'll fix that with fakes. And I think we need to increase saturation of Zenith Color a little bit more. And by the way, you can also use 2 suns, but I'll talk about that a bit later. Okay, so we're done with the ceiling and the floor, and now we need to make the light come right through the interior horizon color. So we can put either gray or purple white. That depends on the structure of the room. If the room is kind of elongated and deep, then we need to put a higher value so that more light comes through the window. So let's do it like this, for example. Now both the top and the middle of the horizon slightly interrupt the zenith, making it a little less blue. And next we're going to move on to the background. It's already here. It's already set. So I'll just add it to the object excluded column and MTL override by clicking on this plus button here. It's already set up and there's some amount of brightness, so that's fine. And now let's go ahead and turn on the sun by checking this checkbox. And now we have a backlight and the whole scene is overexposed. It becomes very warm. To fix this, we can turn on direct input. When that's active, the color of the sun doesn't change. We can also lower the intensity value to 0.5. Here we go. Basically, this now looks like the reference. The only difference is that the floor in our scene is not sunlit because of the table here. But the settings and the sunlight are pretty much similar. We can also double the size of the sun to make the picture even more similar to what we have in the reference. But in that case, the shadows from the furniture are missing. So I'll put a value of 12, and that's basically enough to keep the soft shadows. Basically, that's it. That's the quickest lighting setup. And so now, getting a little bit ahead of myself, I want to say that this result is far from perfect. There are a number of problems here. Let me show you some of them. If I uncheck MTL override, we have dark areas, dark spots, because there are dark materials in the scene and the image becomes noticeably contrasty, kind of. You can see there's a pretty dark corner there. It looks kind of messy, and we're gonna need to fix that. The plan is also kind of dark because it's made of dark material and it's facing the window, which makes it overly shaded. And of course the table legs, they look like some kind of black square. It's not very nice. We'll have to fix that. For example, the way photographers fix it is that they make a bunch of images by highlighting different areas. We're going to work with that too, and we're going to customize the fakes in our own time. And that's it for today. We'll see you in the next lesson. So let's talk about lighting setup in V-Ray. Today we're going to set up neutral daylight, something like this. The only thing is that the chandelier on our scene will not work, but nevertheless we'll try to achieve the same effect. And we're going to try to do it as quickly as possible. I already have the scene prepared and the background set. I have V-Ray light override active. I've excluded the glass. So it looks like we can start. So it's the same scene, the same living room that I was working on in Corona. Now let's switch to top view. You see I've got camera view blocked. And now, first of all, let's create light sources. We're going to choose V-Ray light, and I'm going to put it somewhere outside of the scene. Then select dome type. And one more thing about V-Ray dome. In the current versions of V-Ray 6, there are no portals. So the best way is to use V-Ray dome. In that case, you definitely need to enable adaptive dome mode. Then it'll work roughly the same way as portals. So I've got V-Ray dome set up. Next, I'm gonna put V-Ray sky on its map. Select it under V-Ray sky, drag and drop, and connect it on the light source. In the map slot, and then select instance. Then we need to check specify sun node box, because we're gonna control the slide source with the sun. And next, to add the sun itself, I'm gonna click V-Ray sun. And we need to point it inside the interior so that there's an angle between the camera and the sun. In this case, notification pops up saying, would you like to automatically add V-Ray sky environment map? It's pretty much useless at the moment, so we'll decline. And now I'm gonna set up the sun in a way that it's at an angle. Obviously I needed to get through the window, the center of the window, or the top slope. I pointed either to the center of the room or to the far corner. So let's point the target to the far corner. And now we have to kind of coordinate the sun and the sky. So I can turn off the sun for now. To do that, I uncheck enabled. And now the only light source we have on the scene is V-Ray dome. So you see we have some lighting on the ceiling and the floor. Well, now let's work with the sky then. So first of all, we need to set the sunlight. We'll click none button and set the sun. This is necessary for the sun vector pointing inside the interior to work correctly. Don't forget to link the sun to the sky if it's on the environment or in the V-Ray dome. Next, we need to set up sky model. And I'm gonna use PRG clear sky mode. You can see on the reference lighting is warm, so we'll compensate for that by using turbidity parameter. Let's set it to a higher value. We'll make it 10. And as you can see, now the cold shade is gone. And now we need to keep in mind that we'll need to work with the materials as well. And they are quite warm. There's parquet on the floor and the rug, that's quite warm shade. The reference also has a similar rug and wood flooring in a warm shade. And this means that this blue shade can be compensated for. So let's leave it like this for now. Now we need to tweak the exposure of our image. We can do that in two ways. We can change it in the V-Ray camera. And I'm going to click on select camera button. And now in exposure value mode, we can set it to 8, 9, 10, or 6, depending on what reference we have and what we want to get. Although in this case, we have overexposed areas, as you can see. The light is fine here, and as you can see, it's overexposed in this area. And we haven't turned on the sun yet. So we can compensate for this by using exposure parameter and frame buffer. Click here, and we can see that highlight burn value is now at its maximum. So I'm just going to minimize it so that all of these overexposed areas disappear. And now the scene looks pretty decent. If you don't like the cold shade on the floor and you want to make it as neutral as possible, you can use the color correction map. So we select color correction from the list of maps, drag it over here, and connect it to V-Ray Sky. Now let's turn down saturation value, and don't forget that we need to insert color correct into the light source, into the V-Ray dome. Just drag it again and select instance. And now we have neutral lighting. A subtle coolness is still here, and that's good. Okay? So next we need to direct the sunbeam just like here. We need to direct it to the wall. So I turn on the sun by checking the enable checkbox. We get a square like this, but it's overexposed, as you can see. So we need to reduce the intensity value, and we're gonna set it to 0.1. We can also select some part of the image separately, so we don't have to change the whole scene. Let's set it to 0.05. And now, as you can see, it looks much better. Let's go ahead and blur it. We'll set the size multiplier value to 12. And I think we can even reduce it further. Let's make it 8. And now we can adjust this light beam. For example, let's direct it deeper into the room. We'll set the sun a little lower. Now, if it's too red, we can change the color mode to override. And here, in override, we can set the value we want. So let's go like this. Now, sometimes the light from the sky is normal, but you want to direct the sunbeam in a different way. And in that case, we can use two suns. And of course, from a physical standpoint of view, this is, well, it's not quite right. But since we're artists, not scientists, we can do that. In that case, I can turn the sun off. Like, it creates a direction to the room. And for the light beam, I can just copy it. Let me show you here. Like this. It's now activated, and also I'm gonna increase the intensity value to show you how it works. See? There's sunlight on the floor now, I can direct it like this, for example, or I can direct it deeper into the room. So I regulate the sun pattern with another sun, basically. So I don't have to work with the sky and the fill light. The only thing that changes is the sun's beam. In some cases it's possible, but it's a fake. So if we need to achieve some specific result, like the reference, well, why not? In that case, we can do it. Basically, with this method, we can get any kind of daylight in V-Ray. So there you have it. That's all for this lesson. We'll see you in the next one. So let's start with HDRI. Basically, HDRI is spherical panoramas. These are high dynamic range images. That's what it is. So normally, these are high resolution landscape photography, like this one, with really high dynamic range, which is the depth of data contained in a pixel. So let's see how it works. Now, each and every pixel in the image contains much more data than a normal image. Let's take a closer look at this. I got two identical images, two panoramas, except one of them is 32-bit HDRI, and that means that 32 bits the data is encoded in one pixel in one single point. And I also have the same image, but this one is 8-bit, which means that 8 bits of data are encoded in one pixel. Now let's look at the 8-bit image first. It's basically a regular JPEG photo. All 8-bit pictures look like this. And if I increase exposure for this image in Photoshop or 3D Max, you'll see that it's now overexposed. And there's almost no data in the shadow areas of the image anymore. It just gets quite sparse. So let's do this again. There's not enough data in those areas. It's just gotten overexposed. And as you can see, there's not that much color. But what if we reduce the exposure and make this image darker? Well, in that case, the whole image simply blackens out completely. And now, let's see how this works for a 32-bit image. Here I'm also working with the exposure, I'm reducing it, but the sun data in the image is still there. There's some pretty deep shadows and a great range in the bright areas, like the part with the sun encoded in this image. So what does this mean? Well, that means that we can use this picture to light a 3D scene, and then we'll have both the sun and the shadows, and even some intermediate shadows, shadow areas. But still, you may be wondering, what should you use when rendering? So is it HDRI or the usual sun and sky technique? Well, 3D artists generally still have an ongoing debate on this one. Some think that using sun and sky technique is much faster and more convenient, but others say that it's too complicated and it's better to use HDRI to get a better picture. And what I want to say about that is that, well, both methods have pros and cons. As to HDRI pros, first of all, using it, you can simulate different states of the sky. The environment, the weather, or the light. So the lighting is more natural, more realistic. And I mean, we can find a nice HDRI, use it to light a scene, and the lighting will get well detailed and good looking overall. But you'll have to pay for that with long render times and some noise. So if you have a lot of work to do and you need to set up lighting quickly, then I would recommend you use sun and sky method. However, if the matter of render time is not so crucial to you and you want to create something beautiful for your portfolio and are willing to spend some time on it, you can use HDRI. But of course, HDRI has a small downside, so we can't edit it enough. So if it's too bright, for example, we can't change the sun's altitude position. We can rotate it horizontally, but we can't change the position, or we won't change it significantly. So this method also has limits. All right, so now it's time to get practical and see how to set the lighting in V-Ray and Corona. Now let's talk about setting up light with Corona Render using HDRI. Everything's quite simple here. I want to show you how to do it on your own or how you can do it using a script. So here we have our usual living room scene. We have gray on override. The camera exposure is set to match the background, and I recommend making it this way so that you have something of a reference point for setting up the exposure. So we set the background first and then set lighting. All the settings are default for now except for override and object excluded. All the other settings we're leaving at default. So we're going to be using 3ds Max settings for the lighting. So you need to press 8 on your keyboard, and now we're going to put the HDRI map in here. We're going to open Material Editor and create a new view. And now we need to drag and drop some HDRI map here from our map library. Let's take this one, for example. So notice that this is an HDRI map here, and these here are JPEG files, which are previews. So this means that you can pick a map from the preview and then drag the HDRI file into the scene. Now I mention this because some people sometimes use JPEG instead of HDRI due to the rush. But the thing is, JPEG has not enough dynamic range and simply can't be used if you want to put decent lighting in your scene. So we take an HDRI file. I'll take the random one, this one for example, and I'm just dragging it into the material editor. And of course you can use Corona bitmap, but a basic bitmap will do just the same. So drag and drop it into the environment, select instance, and then tick this use map checkbox. And now we have some lighting done. So far it's very dark and dim. Since I'm not gonna change the camera's exposure, it's already set to match the background. So we're gonna change the brightness of our HDRI map itself. Here we have output amount parameter, and we can use it to change the amount of brightness. We can change it to 20 or 30, depending on what kind of light you want to set. And now we see that we have some shading and shadows on the picture. And now we can rotate our image using the offset parameter. And so let's set it to 0.4, for example. And now we can see that a little bit of sun coming through the windows. So this works exactly the same way with Corona bitmap. Let me just show you this. I'll take Corona bitmap and I'll open up the HDRI folder, and I'm going to select a map. Now here we keep everything by default and click OK. And we also put this map on the environment right here and select instance. Here we're going to need to adjust the brightness using output amount. I'll make it 30. In the environment mapping section, the default mode is spherical, so we don't need to change anything here. The only thing is that if we talk about Corona bitmap, there's also rotation parameter, and we can change it by some degrees. So let's say 90 or 180 degrees to rotate the bitmap. And now we can see that it's already illuminating interior from the inside. This is a manual method and it's not very user friendly, but we can use a script. So to put lights with HDRI in just a few clicks. So basically we can run this script, and it's called Mozo Quick Environment. and I'll leave a link to it in the tutorial. So the script is paid for, but it's not expensive, and it's definitely worth every cent. So I recommend you definitely use it. So what does it allow you to do? Well, it's a library of HDRI maps that you can create automatically. And what makes it special is that you specify the path to the folder with your HDRI maps. You click Add Library button, and the script finds the HDRI map there and creates previews for them. And in the end, you have a pretty handy library, and you don't need to drag and drop anything else. So all you need to do is click one button, and your map is loaded into the environment while completing color correction. So all further adjustments are made in the script itself. For example, we can change rotation value to 180, and now we can see that there's a sunlight in the room. You can also adjust exposure. For example, you can set it to 20, and that makes your image look brighter. And if you need to make lighting more kind of decorative, more vivid, then you need to adjust gamma. And you'll need to lower it in that case. So the lower the value, the more contrast the image will be. So as a result, the sun is bright, and now you can put it in the exact position you need. But I think the absolute coolest thing about the script is the find align sun function. It allows the script to find the position of the sun on the HDRI map and automatically place Corona sun according to it. So now we can rotate it and see the sun's position in relation to the scene. So we can channel it through windows in this way, just by working with rotation. And for example, if you don't want to change the gamma, but you still want to add sunlight, you just need to use Corona sun and check the on, and there it is. Next, you just need to customize it however you want. So let's make it like this, for example. And so now our scene has additional Corona sun as well, automatically put by the HDRI map. That's really cool. So this script also works with V-Ray Sun Sky. So you can use it for that. But since HDRI goes through color correction, you can also turn down the extra blue if you don't like it. To do this, you simply open up Material Editor, and you take the color correction from the environment section, drag it into the editor, and select Instance Method. And now we can just decrease saturation value and get a more neutral, calm lighting. What's more is that you can change HDRI very quickly. All you have to do is click this HDRI, and now you have a library open. And here you can select any HDRI. Simply double click on it, and you can see that lighting has completely changed. But I guess in this case the sun should be turned off. So basically that's it. Now you know how to change the mood of the picture, the weather, and so on. And literally just one click, which is really, really cool. So I recommend you buy the script and use it to work with HDRI. All right, let's talk about HDRI light setup. Here we have our usual living room scene, and this time it's a little bit preset. Here we have a physical camera, a background, and a gray override. But you already know all of that, and now we're just gonna try the simplest way to set up lighting using HDRI. And by the way, here I have a camera with a background exposure already set up. And you can do this as well. So first you need to set the background, set brightness value, which is already set here by default, and then set the exposure to match the background. Let's do it like this. It's fine if the background is overexposed because, like I said before, We need to have the background a little bit overexposed. And now we have to set up the light. So if you're using V-Ray, you should do it this way. Open up Object Type section, click V-Ray Light, and then select Dome Type and put it somewhere outside the scene. And now we have some kind of lighting because it's already there by default. Next, you need to make sure that the spherical, the full dome, and adaptive dome boxes are both checked. In that case, the light will literally be adaptive and it will work like portals. And this is really important because in V-Ray 6, for instance, there are no portals. And in order to render the scene quickly, we definitely need the adaptive mode to be enabled. All right, and so then we open up Material Editor and you just press M on the keyboard and make sure you have 3D Max window open, because if you only have a frame buffer window open, pressing the M button will just mirror your scene. So then you open the folder with HDRI images and drag and drop an HDRI file. Also know that there are JPEG previews here as well. Sometimes due to rush, people tend to make mistakes and select these JPEG previews instead of actual HDRI files. And then they can't figure out why they can't set up decent lighting. So that's because you can't use JPEG files to set up lighting. Like I said before, JPEG file contains 8 bits of information and this dynamic range is just not enough to set a good light. So you should always check that file you choose. So here we go. We just drag and drop HDR file into Material Editor. And some of you may be wondering why I'm not using V-Ray bitmap. Of course, you can also use it if you like it better, but in that case you'll need to load some HDRI file from here. Basically, both methods work the same way. The only difference is that the settings differ visually a little bit. So I'll be using the default bitmap since I'm just doing an overview for now. Later on, we'll be using a special script to set up light. So I'll use a standard bitmap and connect it to the light source. Select V-Ray Dome and drag it into the map window. Select Instance in the method window. And next we'll need to customize this HDRI. So first of all, there's not enough brightness right now, and the scene looks pretty dark. So we scroll a little bit through the Material Editor settings to the output section, and here the output amount setting is set to 1. Now some HDRIs can be very bright, overexposed, and some of them can be darker. So you may need to adjust this parameter to make things look good. So that depends on your library. So now let's set the value to 20. So we've got some lighting now, but it's still a little bit bluish so far. This map is not positioned correctly. And to make it look good, we need to check one more setting. So we scroll up the setting, and now we can see the texture and environment boxes. We check the environment box, select spherical environment type, because this map is spherical, and this makes lighting look more natural. There are shades and shadows in the scene, and everything looks much better now. Alright, and so now we need to rotate the map because it needs to filter through the windows properly. Since this HDRI has a sun, we can channel the sunlight through the windows. And to do this, we can change the offset parameter by the U coordinate, which means we just rotate the map. And you can see the light changing in the interactive. As you can see now, the sunlight's coming through the windows. And the whole scene looks pretty good indeed. All we have to do now is to edit exposure and highlight burn parameters. But the thing is that now our image has become a little bit bluish. So what do we do if we want a neutral lighting? Well, it works exactly the same way as for the sky. And that means that we should go to General, select Color Correction, and let it work with our HDRI map. Then we connect color correction to the map box right here. And we check the instance box, and then we just decrease saturation value. So make it let's make it half of it. And this is the result. Now I want to show you more flexible HDRI settings because I don't want to dwell on bitmap for too long, since everything is pretty easy here. Here we can customize the map by simply rotating it using the U coordinate of the offset parameter. We can set a value for the output amount, and that's pretty much it. But we can also use one cool script to do this. It's called Mozo Quick Environment. This script is paid for, but trust me, it's worth every cent. I always use it when I work with HDRI maps. So let's see how it works. Now I'm just going to delete all of this and run the script. It's installed exactly the same way as all the other scripts. So just drag and drop the script file into 3ds Max. And then you click Customize, select Customize User Interface, then Toolbars, and then you select the Mozo section and drag and drop the script onto the toolbar. And there you go. The script is up and running. And why is it so good? Well, when you run the script, it automatically creates V-Ray dome in your scene. And it also creates a sun. And as you can see, these are already created by default. Also, if you click this HDRI, the script will open up a menu for you to work with on your HDRI map library. And you can add library, specify the path to the maps folder, and the script will automatically create the previews. And that's it. You won't have to search for the maps yourself. And this is very handy when some of your libraries don't have previews at all. So doing it yourself is very time consuming. So this script allows you to quickly organize your HDRI map library. And of course you'll have to wait a while for the preview to load, but the next time it will be done automatically. I can open my HDRI map libraries and find the map I need in literally one click, just like that. So let's pick some sort of tricky evening map. So we double click on the map we want, and it will automatically load it into V-Ray Dome. And so now we can rotate this map using rotation parameter. We can set it up like this. And we can also make it brighter if we want to. To do that, we simply choose exposure parameter and set it to 10, for example. And if you don't like the sunlight sharpness, you can choose something else. It's up to you. And basically it all works very interactively. Now we're just going to find the source of sunlight and put it in this position. And now we can see that the sun is coming through the windows. But it's dim, it's not bright enough. We can decrease gamma, for example, by 0.8. And in this case, the map will be more decorative and the sunlight will get brighter. But there's more. I'd like to show you one cool parameter still. It's called Find Align Sun. And it allows the script to automatically find the brightest areas, the brightest pixels on the HDRI map, and put the V-Ray sun according to them. And so now the sun is well put, it's right here, and now all I need to do is rotate it using rotation parameter. Let's do it this way and direct it through the windows. And now I have the automatic sun and I can turn it on. But if the lighting isn't enough for you, you can check the enable box. And now you have V-Ray sun. You can also customize it to your liking. Add brightness to your render if the sun on the HDRI map is not enough for you. And that's it. It's very easy. And so one more thing. the script performs all these actions with HDRI map using color correction. And this means that it can be edited as well. So let's select V-Ray Dome, drag color correction into material editor, and now we can decrease saturation value. And that's it. If the colors seem too bright and overexposed to you, you can just decrease saturation value, and that's it. All of this works automatically. So as you can see, you can literally set up lighting using HDRI in literally 2 clicks. So I recommend you use this script if you're used to setting up lights using HDRI maps. Okay, so I thought I'd do a sort of introductory video before we get to work with fake interiors. So let's talk about when we should use them and when we shouldn't. And so the first and foremost thing we should consider is natural window lighting. This is the most important thing in any scene. When you work with a 3D scene, you need to set up lighting first, and you need to make sure that you get some natural lighting from the window, from the sky, and the sun. And in case you have something that doesn't work at all, if you have some problems that make your scene look bad, you can use fakes. So I mean, extra lighting, collage, override, and stuff like that. So unless you really need to, you shouldn't use fakes. So there are some online schools that base their lighting setup courses solely on fakes, and well, what can you say? That's not cool at all. So if you need to change something in your scene, or make some kind of edits, or go back to a previous version of the scene, it's going to be very difficult. So I recommend that you only use fakes when you want to get something specific, like very specific. So let's talk about when it is right and even useful to use fakes. So first of all, you can do it when the room next to your scene is dark and you need to illuminate it. So that is, you can add additional lighting coming from that dark area. And secondly, you can use fakes when you need to emphasize the shape of an object, like when an object is flat or exposed on all sides equally and its shape is just not visible. In this case, you can put a fake lighting. Create the shading you want to emphasize the shape of an object. So in that case, object looks good only if you tweak them with fake lighting. So third, you can use fakes when you need to sharpen the lighting. For example, when there are shadows in your scene, but they are rather blurred. In that case, you can add a fake lighting source that will make new shadows. But you should only do this when you just can't do it the normal way. Like when there's not enough lighting from the window. Then you add an additional lighting source that will make some lighting on the floor or on the ceiling or on other objects. So you can also amplify the light from the window. Although in most cases, using classic lighting setup with no fakes is enough. So in these tutorials, I will show you how to use a fake lighting to set up a pretty good scene very quickly. You can also use fakes when your image lacks contrast. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Anyway, I wish you good luck in mastering the fake interior. But remember that you should use it only in special cases. So how do you improve the image if there's not enough lighting in the scene? Sometimes you may find that some places may be overexposed and other places may be heavily shadowed. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to enhance an image by adding localized lighting. So we talk about fake lighting here. In this case, we have some very dark spots. This plant right here literally looks black. I mean, if you make this image more contrasting, it's going to be visible. So next we have those table legs. And I know that this material is supposed to be dark, black even. But in this image, it looks very contrasting, like a black spot. So that needs to be fixed as well. Also, there's not enough lighting and volume in this area as well. So that is, all the chairs are almost devoid of shadows and any lighting. So everything looks rather flat despite the window light. And so this happens because there is a big clutter of objects in this scene and there is not enough lighting for all of this. So let's fix that. I switch back to gray material mode. I check the MTL override box so that'll make the work go a little bit faster. There we go. And so now we need to set up some fake lighting to fix our little problems. So the first thing I would do is tackle this plant right here. Although I think switching into gray material mode was unnecessary because we don't really see the real deal that way. So I'm just gonna turn it off. And now we have almost no margin for error. Now it's time to improve this image. And I've got some overexposure on the windows, so the first thing I'll try to do is fix that with curves using frame buffer. Let's lighten up the shadow areas a little bit with the curves. But as you can see, now we're getting this kind of ugly white spot. So you can fix that a little bit later. And the highlights, well, I think we can turn them down a little bit. That's it. That should be enough. So the next thing we need to do is to set up the fake lighting. But before we do that, a few words about fakes. Now, we should use fakes when we've already exhausted all other methods and we can't set up lighting using more fair means, you could say. So some people see no limits when using fakes and use them even when it's inappropriate. So first, we need to set our main window lighting, which will be the main lighting layout. And only when we get a decent image, we can fix some minor details or emphasize something using fake lighting. So let's get started. First, we're gonna highlight the plants. We'll go to top view and create a basic Corona light. Let's put it like this. Here it's Corona, then we select Corona light and then rectangle. You can either use rectangle or disc form, whichever you like most. And I'm gonna put it right here. And then I'm gonna check target box and point it at the plant. Let's see what it looks like in the front view now. As you can see, it's gone underground. Let's put it like this. Now I think we're gonna need to light it from the front, from this side. So by default, this light source is very bright. Its value is about 50, I think. So I'm gonna set intensity value to 1 for now. Although it's blocking the whole view here. So we need to turn off all the options here. And I'm gonna uncheck visible directly. As for other options, well, I'll turn off everything except reflection. So why am I keeping reflection? Well, that's because the plant has highlights and reflections on its leaves. So it should be a good idea to add additional glare. If these reflections are too annoying, if they spoil the picture, I can turn them off with a click of a button. So we've highlighted this area, but now we've got the door and the floor highlighted as well. And there's some line over here. So we can work separately with the object we need. So I'm going to highlight the plant and copy its name. Basically, we don't even need to copy it. We can just do this. We can highlight the light source and add the object to excluded. And the object excluded parameter, we click this plus button and add it to the list. So now it's excluded from the render. That is, it remains dark in this location, but everything else is illuminated. And now we need to invert this. We click the object excluded button and then click include. So we're now illuminating only this object. And now we can set intensity value to 0.5. So we need to set the light source brightness so that we get a decent result. Also, if our lighting is sharp enough, we can increase the size of this light source. So basically, we can do whatever we want to do to get a decent result. So basically, what you don't want to do is you don't want to get too much exposure, because then the picture will be too flat, it's going to be too bright and unnatural. But I think it looks fine now. So let's try setting intensity value to 1. Here we go. Let's check the box here and compare it. As you can see, it's all dark again. And if we check the light on, check box again, and the plant has good lighting and it looks normal. So at this point we were forced to use fake lighting. All right, and so now let's work with the table leg. And again, I'm just gonna copy this light source. I'm pressing Shift, dragging it over here, and then I select copy. I'm gonna point target at the table leg, but there's a little thing here. The table is made of reflective material, some kind of metal or something. So we can adjust the glare a little bit more. As you can remember, the visible and reflections parameter should be checked. But since the object is excluded here, I need to do the following. So I remove the plant, and then what I do is I add the table leg, and then click OK, and the plus button. See? Now it's much better. And now I can do this. I just move the light source. I can put it closer so that I get a nice gradient glare, a reflection. I can also put it a little bit to the left so that the glare is on this side. Like that. The only thing is that it looks a little bit too bright. We can reduce intensity value to 0.3. And that should do it. Looks much better now. Okay, and so now the last thing is highlighting this area. Although I don't think that's the last thing we should fix, because we still have a dark corner right here. So let's create some more fake lighting. Again, I'm gonna select rectangle and Corona Light, and then target. This is where I'm gonna turn all the lights off for now, because I need to see how this fake lighting looks through window opening. So I'm turning off sun for now. Switching to 3ds Max settings mode, environment tab. And I think we should switch to override for now. Everything is now in black and white. You see now how heavily highlighted the plan is. The effect of the fake lighting is quite noticeable. So now I'm exposing it so that it's illuminating this area right here, and also the floor as well. The only thing is I need this lighting to be smoother, and to do that I just need to increase its size, and I'm gonna set it to 200 by 200, for example. In that case, intensity value would have to be turned down to 0.2. So we're getting some glare and some light, and now we can go back to the color image. And so now you might think that there's not enough lighting here, but there's actually glare and light shading on the legs, so that makes it look okay. I think that's enough. But if you think that's not enough, you can adjust this a little bit. I mean, we made this area more sort of protruding, more exciting. And So the last thing is this corner. Came out so dark that it looks dirty. So we need to light it up as well. I'm going to select Corona Light again, and then I'm going to select the disc shape. Let's put it here. I'm pointing the target at the corner. So we need to light this point from the bottom to the top. It's a little bit brighter here, but we still have other objects that are illuminated. This is even more noticeable if you increase intensity. So this is why here we need to include the ceiling. And I'm going to leave the walls as they are. They're pretty dark. Let's just select ceiling and the moldings. And we add them to the included list. Don't forget to check include box. And now only these objects are illuminated. Everything looks much better. The key here is not to overdo it. So let's set the intensity value to 0.3, for example, so that we don't have such a noticeable transition and overexposure. So now we have some nice looking lighting. There's some smooth shadowing left, but I think that looks okay. But if you don't have enough light in some corners or not enough volume or shadows, you can add an extra light source. Adjust its size to get sharp and smooth shadows and the brightness, and you can do it separately for all the objects that you want to be illuminated. So let's say you have set up lighting in V-Ray and you're happy with it. But then it happens so that you see there are some areas that lack lighting. Some materials are very dark or not lit enough because of the size of and depth of the room, but you still want to light them up. And so in that case, we can use fake lighting. But first of all, I want to say that you will first need to put the window lighting, that is the main kind of light, with the window being the primary source of light. And so only if that's not enough, you should use fake light. You should not make the fake lighting the main one, even if the window light is not enough. So I hope this is clear, because this is very important. And so let's see in practice how we can use fake light to improve the scene. So here we have a plant, and it's quite dark. It's got dark leaves, and it looks like it could use some additional lighting. So we need to make it a little bit brighter. And of course you can do this in Photoshop, but it's better to use 3D Max to make lighting work as it should. So moreover, you see the furniture looks insufficiently expressive. It seems to lack volume because the light coming from the window is put in that direction. Although in this scene, the doors are open, there's not much light in the next room. And I would like to emphasize the volume so that these chairs in this area as a whole would not be shaded so much and would not seem so flat. There's a problem here too. You see, this part of the table is very dark. There are no lights on it, and it looks like a black spot. So also there's a problem here, like this dark corner. The light just doesn't get in there. So we'll need to fix all that. And we'll start our work with the fake. Let's start with this plant, and I'm gonna do everything exactly the same way I did in Corona. In fact, it's very similar. So first we'll create V-Ray light source. We'll choose the plane type and place it somewhere in the room. And now we'll switch to top view and place it so that it's pointing at the plant. We can use target to make it easier to point it at the plant. Here we go. Now let's see what it looks like from the front view. As you can see, now we have light source here, but it's blocking the view. So we need to adjust it a little bit. Let's check the box for invisible. But then we're getting some backlighting. In the past videos, I've talked about how photographers hide this in their work. They highlight different areas and then switch together multiple images in Photoshop. So we can do this right away in 3D Max. And it's going to be much neater, much easier, and faster. So you see, now we have extra lighting. We have the door and the wall and the curtains, all of this illuminated. And this doesn't look at all the way we wanted it to look. So we need to exclude everything except the plant. Let's use the exclude settings. We need to find out the name of this group of objects. I'm just going to copy this. And next we go into the light source setting, click exclude, find this group by name in the list of objects, and then add it to the exclusion list and check include box. So now only the plant will be illuminated. We can also select the area we need. And now we'll work with intensity. So basically, the value we have now will be enough. But let me set it to 3, just for fun. And you can see that the area is now overexposed. So let's change the value to 1 or 0.5. This will be enough to lighten the leaves so that they don't look too dark. Moreover, we also have Affect Specular option. If we just want to add some highlights, we can disable diffuse option and keep specular, and then we'll have highlights on the material without any extra lighting. Again, this is fake method, but we can take advantage of it. We can also adjust directionality parameter and change the brightness and color if we need to. So let's say we set directional value to 0.3, and then the light will be brighter and harsher. In this case, we don't need that. So we're done with the plant. Now let's work on the lighting in this area. And I'm going to do the same here. I'm just going to copy the light source, and I'm going to hold Shift and drag it over here. Select copy. Since I'm going to change its settings, set target on the table leg. I think I'm going to rotate this light source by 90 degrees. So it's at the bottom. And I'm going to point the target parallel to the floor. Here we go. And now we just need to do a little bit of work with this area over here. In this case, we have some exclusions. I need to eliminate the plant. And first we need to know that we need to know what this object is named. So I'm just gonna call it randomly, just so I can easily find it in the list. And then I'm just going to select the light source, include it, find the object I want to select, check include, and click OK. And as you can see, that the area is now illuminated. But in order to make this effect more exciting, we can do a little bit of work with this light source. We can resize it. We can make it narrower, for example, like this. See, I can make it narrower and move it closer so that the gradient of the reflections and the highlighting is more noticeable. I can also make the gradient from this corner downwards more visible. And this way, this object will look more voluminous. There we go. Next, we'll need to work with the next room's lighting. In this case, I'm going to turn off the main light source for now. I'm just going to turn off the sun. It will be better if we control lighting of this area with an independent light source. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create the V-Ray light again. And it's going to be rectangular this time. Next, I'm just going to select the plane type. And you may or may not use target, so whatever you feel more comfortable with. I'm just gonna set it in the doorway, and you can see that when the light, when it lights up from here, from the door, there is some lighting and shadows on the chair legs. See? We can also work with directionality. We can make its value higher. Just for the sake of experiment, we could put it to 0.5. And as you can see, the light is harsher now and brighter. But keep in mind that this light should not overlap with the light from the window. So it should be less bright than the light that comes from the window. Otherwise, all of this will look disharmonious. And this light will interrupt the main light and our scene will look flat. So I'll just set it to 0.3. And now we have highlights, we have some shadows, and basically that's enough. Now we just turn on the main light, and now we can harmonize them with each other. All in all, everything looks fine. We've got lighting right here, and it's not interrupting the light from the window. Let's turn on the sun now. And so the last thing we have left here is to fix this dark corner. We're just going to do the same thing here. We'll create a V-Ray light, and it's going to be in the shape of a disc. Why? Well, I just feel like it. I feel like that's going to be the best way to work with this fake. And now let's just put it in a way that it points into the corner. In this case, it's easier to use target and point it into the corner of the room. See, there it is. It looks like a scoop. And now we just need to adjust it a little bit. So first of all, we're just gonna check the invisible box, and now it's gone. To remove these sharp borders, we need to reduce a multiplier value. I'll set it to 0.5. And now we need to select the molding and the ceiling and check include. And so finally, I'm just gonna give it a name. All right, and so finally we can move on to the molding. Let's not make it that much orange in this spot. I'm gonna type it, I'm gonna type in a name, and then I'm gonna click include again and search for it and add it to the list. And so now we have the right lighting. The only thing we need to do is to make sure that we don't have that harsh color transition and the spots. In this case, it's fine. We can reduce brightness a little bit so that there's not a lot of overexposure here. So the multiplier value is 0.2, for example, and that's pretty much it. So if we don't have enough light in certain areas, we can always illuminate some separate parts using fake lighting. The main thing is that you have to understand what you do and why you're doing it. So you don't want to make fake lighting your main source of light. But if you're too lazy, you can use it as your main layout. But we'll talk about that in the next video. See you then. All right, now let's talk about white interiors in Karana. I've created this scene specifically for this video. It's a bleached interior with materials that are too light. As you can see, the image lacks contrast. It looks too white. It's too highlighted. There's a big window that makes the overall situation a lot worse. And so I've created a big window on purpose, actually. It's letting in too much light. So as a result, the shadows are too soft and the shape of objects is hard to read. So how do we correct this? We're dealing with an extreme situation here. So what we have is a white material with the value of 230, and that means that it's very white. You're very unlikely to come across an interior like this in real life, but let's suppose that you have. So I just wanted to show you how we can improve this image and make it look normal. Now, first of all, we need to decrease the exposure to a point when our image becomes more legible and easy to perceive. So let's make it minus 1.4, and that makes it look pretty good already. We have shadows still, but sometimes that doesn't help. So let's try to adjust the curves instead. So select curves, and let's just lower this part right here to make shadows more pronounced. As you can see, the contrast has improved, and suppose that didn't help either. All right, well, let's assume that this bright sunlight coming in and that it's killing the contrast altogether. To imitate that, we'll increase the brightness of our sun. The color of the sun is white, and we increase its intensity to 0.5. The light is now very bright. Now let's move our sun even higher. And now it's shining onto the floor, creating a highlighted area. So our task is to make the shadows on the floor sharper and the shape of objects clearer. So we need to use a fake material for that. We'll create Corona Light MTL with the value of 230 and assign it to the floor. This is what our floor looks like now. It reflects the light. It makes the entire scene look highlighted. So in this instance, what we can do is we can use Corona Ray Switch, and we can link Corona Light MTL to the direct override slot. And then we assign Corona Ray Switch to the floor. Now, in order to make the material look good with reflections and refractions, we also link Corona Light MTL to Refract Override and Reflect Override. For this GI slot, we're gonna use a standard clay material, Corona Physical MTL. Corona Light MTL can have glossiness, reflections, things like that. We'll add a clear coat layer, and then we'll just adjust roughness, bump, and so on. This can be marble, it could be white wood, you name it. Alright, so we'll link the clay material to the GI slot, and it will make the light reflected from the floor less intense. So in theory, we could even make this material black, but we're not going to go this far. A dark gray shade will be just fine. So reflection from the floor has become less intense. It's become less pronounced. So this is why now we have clear shadows, shaded elements, and so on. So this is how we use a fake material to create shadows. We reduce the reflectivity of light, turn it down so that it doesn't scatter so much all over the interior. And we can do the same with walls. If we're dealing with highlighted walls and highlighted ceiling, it makes sense to assign the same material to them. Alright? And then you just need to link a clay material of a darker shade to the global illumination slot. And that's going to render faster than regular lighting setup, by the way. Right, so here's another method I'd like to show you. It's more sort of old school, and it dates back to the times when we didn't have the override option. What we used to do back in the day, we just create a box, a black box. So let's go ahead and do that. So suppose we don't like the fact that the light reflects from this wall and it creates a highlight. So to fix that, we'll create a box. And let's move it closer. See? The scene has turned green. That's because the light reflects from the box. And the box is green. That's global illumination. We assign a black material to the box. Here it is. Assign it to the box. See? The shadows are now too dark. And that doesn't look very good. That's another extreme situation. But anyway, feel free to use this method. Like photographers, for example, use black screens to get rid of re-reflected light that's too bright. And visualizers can use this trick as well. Right. And so to make this box invisible in the render, you should go to its object properties and disable visible to camera and visible to reflection/refraction. This way the box will be creating shadows without being seen by the camera, and it won't be reflected in other objects. Also, you can use this box to block an opening through which the light is coming in. Use it to block out the light coming from a window or from an adjacent room and stuff like that. Let's talk about white interiors in V-Ray. If you have highlighted interior with white ceiling, floor, white walls, and so on, this means your scene lacks contrast. Increasing contrast in the frame buffer window won't fix this problem. The light re-reflected from materials is too bright. It's too intense. There are no clear shadows, and of course, it's a rather unrealistic situation. So I've modeled it specifically for this video. The material has the value of around 230. And if you happen to end up with a scene like that, you can improve it by playing a trick on V-Ray. You'll have to use fake objects and fake materials. The first method I'm going to show you is old school. It involves using black box. Now, photographers, to get rid of intense reflections or excessive light, they use black screens to block out the light. So we can do the same thing. We can create a box, and we have a door through which the light comes in, and it is this light that's killing shadows in our interior. We know that. So let's create a box, and also let's assign black material to it. Then I'll create V-Ray MTL. And I'm going to set its diffuse color to black. And then I'm going to put the box so that it blocks the door opening and it doesn't let the light in. Now, don't forget to assign black material to your box. This is crucial. Also, as you can see, there's light re-reflected from the wall where our camera is, and we can block it with a black box as well. We just need to rotate it by 90 degrees and move it closer to the camera. Since we have camera clipping enabled, we don't see the box. In some cases, we can also go to Object Properties and disable Receive Shadows, visible to camera and visible to reflection and refraction. So we do this so that the box doesn't affect the object and materials in our scene. See, we already have a shadow here. Well, that's because we've blocked the light reflected from the window and from the wall. And we also eliminated the highlighted area on the bed. The box we created is too big, obviously, so we can resize it and place it in a specific spot to block the light that we don't need. Look at this table, for example. We don't need a box to correct its brightness, but we do need it to reduce highlights on the bed. See, the contrast here has increased, but once again, this method is rather old school. There's a more refined solution, and it involves using V-Ray override MTL. So we select V-Ray override MTL from the list. And we already have the floor material, although let's create it again. We'll select V-Ray MTL. And let's make it extremely wide with a value at 230. And next we'll link V-Ray MTL to the base material slot and assign V-Ray override MTL to the floor. Nothing has changed yet. So we click Show History and save the current render. And next, we add another V-Ray MTL and link it to the GI slot. So this V-Ray MTL must be gray or dark gray, and by adjusting its color, we can adjust the intensity of the re-reflected light. And if I make the material darker, the shadows will be more defined. See? We now have shadows here by the bed and by the wardrobe. So the objects are regaining their shape. See the difference between the two renders? Again, this kind of situation is a rather unrealistic one. It rarely happens at all that an interior is so bright that it can't be improved in any way. But if you don't have any other choice, you can go ahead and use these methods. If you have too much light re-reflected from the walls or the ceiling, you can either add additional planes to block out the light, or you can use V-Ray override MTL to create shadows. So go ahead and use this method, and I'll see you in the next lesson. What do you do if the lighting makes your scene too bright? So let's say you have objects in your scene made of brightly colored materials. For instance, here I have a wooden floor and the sunlight reflects off it and colors all the objects into orange shade. What's more, the red wall gives an overtone to the moldings and ceiling, leaving a kind of a pink shade here. So you see colors are being changed in our interior, and that's not what we want. What we want is to get rid of all these extra halftones, extra colors, and make other materials look purer. Like making the ceiling and walls look pure white or gray and not painted in those colors. So how do we do that? Well, to do it, we have to do a little bit of work with the materials using Ray Switch. So let's open up the material editor. Here I have the floor material on my scene, and we're going to begin with it. And by the way, note that I've placed the mirror at a slight incline relative to the floor. This will play to our advantage later on, and you'll see why. So the floor material is quite simple with wooden floor slats. And I intentionally increased saturation amount with color correction so that the over reflected lighting effect would be more noticeable. I'll save this image so that we can compare it to the result later. So what do we need to do? So for this we can use one really cool map. It's called Corona Ray Switch. There's also Ray Switch material that offers us to mix multiple materials. And not too long ago, a Ray Switch map was added. So let's find it in the Corona list. Here it is. And we need to add it in the middle between the Hello everyone. Let's say we have a lighting of this kind, and it's basically something that we're happy with. But sometimes it happens that we may get an effect called color bleeding. And this means that the lighting bounces off the surface and it hits objects next to it. As you can see, we have a red wall, which I purposely made that color, and we have an orange floor. And as you can see, that all the other objects get affected by those colors. The red wall gives a pink shade, and the floor colors the room orange. So that's quite visible, and sometimes that's okay, but sometimes we don't need that at all. And sometimes we just want to get a purer kind of color. So we need to minimize the effect and make the image not that orange. So how do we work around that problem? We're going to work with the material. There's a cool thing in V-Ray called Override MTL material. It's very similar to the one that you can find in Corona, Corona Ray Switch. So if you worked with Ray Switch in Corona, it's going to be quite similar here. So we drag and drop V-Ray Override MTL into the material editor, and now this is our floor material. So now I have to apply this V-Ray override right here to the floor. But first, let's save our scene so we can compare it to what we get in the end. Next, in the override, I take the floor material and I connect it to the base material box right here. So this is going to be our base material, and it's the one that we see in the render. So now we're going to select the floor and then override in the material editor, and we're going to set this material. So not much has changed so far, but now we're going to work with these parameters. And here we have the reflect material parameter. So for reflect material, we can choose some other material actually, like pure gray, for example. And now let's see how it works. We connect gray material right here to the reflect material box, and now on the reflections we can see that in the mirror the floor is gray and it's not wooden. So it's kind of a change of materials in the reflections and refractions. And if we had glass here, for example, like some glass sculpture or something, it would also reflect a different material, not wood. But in this case, we don't need that. We just go back to the floor material, and we're going to work with what we've already set up. Now, we'll connect it to the reflect material box and then to the refract. I didn't have to do that, but we'll do it either way just in case. So for the GI material box, we're going to choose something else. Something that is re-reflected. I mean, the light is reflected from the surface and it should be re-reflected with a different material. And we can just choose a V-Ray MTL material. Let's connect it to the GI material box. And now we can see that all the objects here have become neutral. Neutral, cold, because now only this gray material is included in the light re-reflection. But since it's not quite right and the picture loses a bit of its realism, it looks a bit strange. So we should take into account the shade in the diffuse box and choose something warmer so that it's still present in the image, but only a little bit. So let's switch to a warmer shade. Let's make it lighter, and we'll also reduce saturation value. And what's more, this thing gives us an additional feature. So now we can also adjust over reflection, like this. We can decrease the value amount, and then we have a less intense reflection of light from the floor. Basically, this is often used in bathroom scenes, and we'll also do this when we need to customize the material. Also, this can be used for completely white materials when you work with a white interior and everything gets kind of whitish the contrast is lost because of the light coming through the room and reflecting off the white walls and ceiling. And in that case, the contrast gets lost. So you can also use override. All you have to do is select gray material in the GI material box, and then the image will look good again. Basically, you can use settings like this. You can also use eyedropper tool to sample the floor color. Now let's reduce saturation and value amount. See, this is the color we've got. We can do the same thing with the red wall material. We'll take override again, connect the material to the base material box, and I'm going to select the wall and set up override for it. I'll set a copy of this material in the GI material box, just not as red. In the diffuse parameter, I'll set a pink color instead of bright red, and then I'll reduce saturation value. And that's it. So we can fix the light in our scene a little bit, get rid of extra over reflected colors. But what I do recommend is, I recommend to work with this carefully and not overdo it, because this way you can completely kill the realism of your scene. So you have to work extremely careful. Now I'm going to save this image and let's compare. Here's what it was here, and this is what it is now. You see? I think the perfect match would be something in between these two images. How do we add curtains in Corona? After we've set up the lights, we can add curtains as well. Now let's assume that we have a good lighting and everything's fine. Great even. And then we add curtains. And for some reason, it may turn out that there is less light. And most importantly, now we have a lot of noise on the scene. And even though the curtains give a nice pattern and generally look good, the noise still takes a long time to remove, and it can even get darker. So what do we do then? So the first thing to use in this situation is to select the curtain object itself. So we need to uncheck the cast shadows box in the object properties windows. But as you can see in this case, the curtain shadows are not so vivid, not so beautiful, although there is much more lighting here and the noise will disappear much faster. So if you have deadlines, you have no time to make minor edits, and your client does not care about some small flaws, then this option is fine. But if you want to work in good consciences, you should not turn off the cast shadow option. And so in this case, there is something you can do. Here, we will work with the material in override. And to do this, we will need to process the curtain material itself with Corona Ray Switch MTL. In the Corona section, we select Corona Ray Switch MTL. Let me save this one to the frame buffer storage. Next, in override, there are 3 boxes. These are global illumination, reflection, and refraction, and direct. So we connect the curtain material to all the graphs except global illumination. And that's it. And we'll leave global illumination as it is. In this case, the over-reflected light and environment lighting will pass through the curtains easily. Don't forget that the material should be set to the curtain object. In this case, the curtain permeably will be better and the noise can be removed a bit faster. So feel free to use this method. You can also connect Corona physical material to the global illumination box with opacity. So let's connect it right here to global illumination. And I think the image is going to get darker now. See? Everything is dark now. And that's because the global illumination doesn't go through the curtains. And now, in the opacity box, we add any black and white map, like output. We'll take output, connect it to the opacity color box, and adjust transparency amount with the output map. Let's reduce output amount to, let's say, 0.5. And as you can see, there's more lighting coming through. We can set value to 0, and then there will be black color. And in this case, all the lighting that's on global illumination will penetrate into the room, and there'll be less noise on the curtains. Also, there'll be some subtle shadows remaining. So I'm just going to save this result. And now you can see the difference, what it was and what it is now. What's more, this image will render much faster. So you can also use this method when you need to. Okay, let's talk about some specific cases and see how to work with net curtains. Now let's say we have set up a lighting without curtains and net curtains, and we have quite a lot of light in the room. Everything looks good, and we're happy with that. But when you add curtains and net curtains, the light changes completely. Well, there's still something we can do about the curtains. We can either draw them or just increase the exposure value. But as for the net curtains, well, they can completely cover the window, and that changes the light dramatically. So this is our scene, the same one that we're working with in our course. And there's also net curtains here, which is on a separate layer and are hidden for now. Let me save the current lighting and then unhide the net curtains. And let's see what we get. As you can see, there's much less light and much more noise in the room now. And this is because our light sources, which is the sun and the V-Ray dome that illuminates our scene, are now covered by these net curtains. And there is now only as much light coming through as the material of the net curtains allows. Because of this, the light scatters a bit through this object and the noise level increases significantly. Moreover, even though we have added net curtains, it looks kind of weird. We need to get a backlighting effect on the net curtains. So I think you know what I mean. Let's see how this material is set up. It's a regular V-Ray MTL. It has two graphs, diffuse with fall off and opacity also with fall off. In order to get the backlighting effect on the net curtains, we need to use V-Ray two-sided MTL. Now, of course, here we're dealing with material rather than light. But in this case, these things are strongly interconnected. So we create a V-Ray two-sided MTL, and now we need to connect our net curtains material to the front material box. Don't forget that this material needs to be set to the net curtains object, because otherwise everything will remain as it is. Nothing will change. So select the net curtains, click Assign Material to Selection button, and there you go. As you can see, it looks a lot better now. Let's save this image. As you can see, the noise remains, and there's not much we can do about it. Whether we like it or not, we have to use fakes at this point. So the first thing we can do is to exclude the net curtains from the V-Ray dome. In that case, we'll have almost none of that nice backlighting. So let's exclude the light source. Select the light source, click Exclude button, and select net curtains from the list. See, now we have this effect. In some cases, this will be enough. Sometimes this kind of sunlight is enough to visualize the room. Although sometimes when it's not enough, we have to use fake light sources. If you remember, we have V-Ray Sky on the light source. Let me move it into the material editor and I'll select the instance type. There we go. And so now we can attach sky to the environment. I'm going to press 8 and I'm going to drag it over here. But you have to be careful with this. This is an extra environment light that will light up the net curtains outside a little bit, but it will also add some noise. And so another way that can help you get rid of some extra noise is to simply exclude the net curtains from the shadows. And so to do this, you simply go to the object properties of the net curtains and uncheck the cast shadows box. This way we'll sacrifice the nice sunlight pattern. These nice stripes. But in some cases, due to the processing speed, we can worsen the picture a little bit. But in doing so, there's more light inside the room and less noise. We can also reduce the exposure a little bit because the light penetrates into the room well enough, but it doesn't look so good. In some cases, it's acceptable when net curtains are not so important. Therefore, here you choose what you prioritize. Also, we should not forget about fake lighting. For example, sometimes we need to illuminate the windows with fake lighting, and to do this we can create an additional corrective light source that will illuminate the net curtains only. So we go to Create tab, select Light Sources, click V-Ray, select V-Ray Light, and then Plane. Let's put it somewhere outside of the room in front view. You could make it with target, or you can just twist it around. Point it as you need. See this shadow coming from this light source. So it's gonna require some adjustment. Let's go to Modify. To get rid of this shadow, you'll need to check Invisible box. As you can see now, there's no shadow. We'll leave the cast shadow box as it is, and we can illuminate the net curtains with a separate light source. So we go to Exclude menu and this lighting setting, find net curtains, select it, and click Include. That way we can do this kind of backlighting. But now it's like they're lit up in their entirety, and that's not very nice either. So I would add the walls here as well. So the light penetration from here would be more accurate. It would just be right. So we now can adjust its size, we can adjust brightness, and we can adjust the backlighting of the net curtains, the diffusion and all of that. I would also like to mention that this is still fake lighting, and you should use it only when you don't have any other options and you just can't fix it any other way, or if there's too much noise in the scene. I wouldn't recommend you get too carried away with it. Only use it when necessary. Alright, so now you know how to set up beautiful knit curtains in V-Ray. Now I want to show you a really cool thing you can do with background and Corona. Sometimes the background reflections are, well, they're not strong enough. That is, we can change the material, but still we need to add a stronger reflection on the floor. Or, for example, you have net curtains, and yet the background is made with Corona light material, and some really odd artifacts occur in your scene. So this becomes especially noticeable if you're using gloss material with reflections. And I'd say most often these type of artifacts appear on the floor or on the walls, and unfortunately I wasn't able to actually simulate this type of situation because it usually happens by chance, quite randomly. So this is a pretty old bug that hasn't been fixed yet. Also, sometimes there are dark spots and stuff like that, so I'm just going to show you how to fix this bug and enhance the reflections on the floor or other reflective surfaces if need be. Okay, so I have Corona light material on my background. You already know this procedure from the video about setting up background behind the window, but now we're actually going to use Corona Ray Switch. And please notice that this is the Corona Ray Switch MTL material. It's not Corona Ray Switch map, it's a material. So I'm using it because this way we can work with other parameters like reflection, luminosity, and so on. So I take the Corona Ray Switch MTL and drag it into the material editor. I'll save this scene so I can compare it before and after. And then I connect the background material to the direct visible box. And then I'm just going to set this Corona Ray Switch material to the background. And see what happens now. Reflections are very sharp and bright, but there's no detail here. They're just white. They look like this because there's nothing connected to the other boxes, like reflect and refract. So here in the mirror, the reflection is also pure white because there is nothing here, and this color is taken from environment Corona. So I connect all of this to the refract box. You can leave global illumination box as it is because the background doesn't really affect anything. But for the reflect box, I'll take a copy of the light material, hold down Shift, and connect it to the reflect box. And as you can see, everything is back to the way it was. So now I can work with the intensity in this box. Let's set it to 5. And as you can see, now the reflections are much clearer. What's more, if we have texture in the background, it will also be included in the reflections. Here we have pretty bright background, so it's not that obvious, but in the mirror, you can see this reflection right away. Okay, and also a few more words about the bug with dark spots on the walls or on the floor. In this case, you can check emit light box because it would only affect the reflection box. And again, I'll set the intensity to 3 or even to 1 because since emit light is enabled, the brightness is quite strong as it is. See, here's the difference. We can lower the intensity value quite a bit in this case. Alright, so that's it. Now you can adjust reflections and background glare whichever way you want. So here's what it was before, and here's what it is now. Okay, let's talk about reflections, floor glare, mirror glare, and glass glare in V-Ray. Let's say we have a scene with a background, a floor, and a mirror. And so what we want is we want to enhance the reflections of the background without changing the materials or completely redesigning the scene. So what we can do, we can use the V-Ray override MTL that we already know. Let me add it to the material editor. And now I'm going to take this material that I have on environment on this cylinder around our scene, and I'm going to set it to base color box. And I'll set the MTL override to the cylinder right here. Nothing happened yet because we don't have anything set up. Let me save the scene so that I can compare it to what we get in the end. So, to enhance these reflections, we need to link the reflect graphic to this material, although a bigger one. So I take V-Ray Light MTL, hold down Shift, copy it, and then I set the value to 15, let's say. And then I connect it to the reflect material box. See, now the glare is enhanced. Let's save this one. See, here's the difference. The reflection in the mirror is changed as well. So this is a very simple method that you can use if you need to. However, if there are panes of glass in your scene, you need to keep one important thing in mind. If those panes of glass are considered an object in your scene and you have a glass material set for them, in that case, note that the refract parameter may not work correctly because material passes through the glass and changes its properties. So keep this in mind. Many people make this mistake and they don't know what to do about it. And in this case, I don't need to do it because I don't have any glass in my window openings. So there. Let's quickly break down a fast lighting setup for those who are too lazy or if you're in a hurry and you need a quick result. So we'll be imitating a dramatic contrasting lighting like in this reference. Let's get started right away. Here we have a living room scene. It has a clay material assigned as override material. The window glass is excluded from override, background also excluded. And so let's just create Corona light real quick. It's a rectangle type. I'm just gonna put it outside the window. Then I check targeted option, direct the light inside the interior, and I'm gonna make it about 45 degrees. Pick an angle that works for you. Now, for the size, let's make our light long and narrow. A narrow light gives a more contrasting light. Also, we go to the render settings and disable fast preview denoise. Just makes it better. So we already have some light in our scene. Now we need to set up brightness. Let's leave it as it is for now. And next we need to set up directionality. It's currently at 0. Let's make it 0.5. Now we have more light illuminating our interior. But we need to decrease the brightness a little bit. See? Now we've got light shining on the floor. And to make it colder, we can switch to kelvins. Set it to 7,000. That'll do, I think. Or we can switch back to direct input. So to achieve a more interesting light shadow pattern, we need to add a Corona sun. And so let's go back to default settings. And we'll direct the sun at an angle to the camera and onto the opposite wall. And so now our sun shines through the window and it reaches deep inside the interior. We can make it a bit blurrier. We'll set the size of our sun to 64. That's maximum value. Then change intensity to 0.1 or 0.2. And that's it. It only took us about a couple of minutes to set up lighting in this scene. If you need to adjust contrast, use Corona Sun. First, you need to disable all these options, then the size. If you make the sun smaller, the shadows will become sharper, but in that case, you'll have to increase brightness. You can also adjust directionality, but I wouldn't recommend going below 0.5. You can go for 0.3 or 0.4 to achieve a softer light. In this case, we need to dramatically increase brightness. Or we can raise exposure. Something like this. Also, we might need to decrease intensity to 0.1. Okay, that's it. It's done. In this short video, we're going to learn a super fast lighting setup scheme in V-Ray. It's an ideal method for those who don't want to spend time setting up V-Ray Sky. So it's a very quick way to set up lighting using fake lights. Let's take a look how it's done. Okay, so first we create a V-Ray light outside the interior. And so it's a plane, a simple plane, and we also enable the targeted option. And we go ahead and direct the light inside the interior. So what we do next, we put our plane at an angle. And in our case, we have a dark gray material set up as the override material in order to imitate a dark colored interior. So we already have some light coming from the window. So let's make it more, we can make it more artistic, more visually complex. So for example, we can give it a certain direction like this, or we can adjust it, adjust its hardness by changing its width and length. So first of all, let's make it narrow and kind of long. And now, seeing that we have two windows here, a long and narrow plane is just what we need. Okay, so we've got this hard light, and if we raise the light higher, we direct more light beneath the window. To direct more light inside the interior, we need to lower our V-Ray light like this. So we're beginning to have some shadows in our interior, as you can see. And to set up the shadows, we'll use a parameter called directionality. Let's increase it to 0.4. And now our interior is getting more light. We need to adjust its brightness. Let's move our light closer to the window. And then we'll increase its size to make its light softer. At the same time, we decrease brightness to 10. Actually, let's make it 5. So what we want is, we want a softer light. The light in the references is harder, but we'll achieve that effect with V-Ray Sun. So we'll have two light sources in our scene. In the top view, we'll create V-Ray Sun, directed onto the wall opposite to the camera. And now we simply need to adjust its intensity. But as you can see, there's no sunlight in our interior. Well, that's because our V-Ray light is visible. And what we'll do is we'll make it invisible. And now we can finally see the sunlight. And now we'll direct the beams inside the interior. So this is not the effect we wanted. We need a sun that's big, soft, and almost colorless. So we're gonna only adjust the brightness of the floor. We'll switch the sun to the override color mode. The filter color as white. Next, size multiplier 32 to achieve a blurry light. And then decrease intensity tenfold. Let's make it 0.1. And finally, we'll direct the light onto the floor. We'll raise it a little bit higher to make the shadows more pronounced. As you can see now, the floor is getting more light. We have a shadow from the table. I placed the table here on purpose, by the way. So that's a fast lighting setup schema in V-Ray. The cool thing about it is that it's rendering very fast. It doesn't look as smooth and beautiful as lighting achieved through Sun Sky System, but it's still a good to go method. Today we'll talk about how to use LightMix for lighting setup. This tool is used incorrectly pretty often, so let's see how to use this tool to set up lighting fast and easy. To enable LightMix, we first need to go to the Scene tab in Corona and click Set up LightMix. And make sure to stop your interactive render, otherwise the LightMix button will be inactive. Then click Set up LightMix. Here we can see various options for grouping, grouping layers, instance lights. All instance lights will be assigned to one group and the rest of the lights to other. Group lights, you should use this option when you have a bunch of point lights in your interior. It's easier to manage them as a group. Next, we have layers and individual lights. If you have many point lights in your interior, or many lights in general, you'll end up having too many layers, and that will slow down your process. Plus, multiple layers use plenty of RAM memory, so make sure to keep that in mind. Let's go for instanced lights. So we'll click Generate and start our interactive render. The render is about to restart. In the meanwhile, we'll go to the LightMix tab. It's active now. And here we can see all the lights that we have in our scene. There's a common mistake that visualizers often make at this point. So suppose a visualizer makes some changes to a light source. To imitate a situation, let's make the environment light brighter. Increase its brightness to 3 and decrease exposure. And then the visualizer starts interactive render. Why is it wrong? Because when you increase this multiplier in LightMix, you just make the pixels brighter, which decreases the overall quality of your render. It will take you forever to get rid of all this noise. So after setting up lights in LightMix, you need to export those settings to the scene. So you click the scene button and all LightMix settings get assigned to the lights in your scene. I'll talk about it later. Okay, what lights do we have? Let's disable all the lights. We have plenty of fake lights here. Rest is our background. You can see how light from the background is reflected in the objects. Next we have Corona Sun. And finally we have a bunch of Corona lights. This Corona light illuminates this corner. This one illuminates these furniture pieces, creating shadows and giving shape to objects. This light shines on the table leg. This one illuminates the plant. And finally we have the environment light. So what makes LightMix so great is that it allows us to focus on each light individually and see how bright it is. For example, we can tweak the sun settings. We've disabled all other lights, and now we can set up the sun until we find the best light shadow pattern. It would be faster, performance-wise, to create and set up the sun first, and then proceed to create other lights. But since we're working in LightMix, we simply disable the rest of the lights. Keep in mind that LightMix tends to lag. We can change the temperature of the sun. We can make it warmer or colder. Now let's set up Corona light that illuminates the corner. Let's turn it down a bit. Next, the light that shines on the furniture. Let's make it brighter and colder. Now keep in mind that we can't resize lights in Lightmix. And this means that we can make the light softer, for example. In this case, you'll have to set it up directly. Now let's make it a little bit colder. Next, the light that illuminates the table leg. It looks okay. The plant light, we can turn it down a bit. And finally, the environment light. Let's make it slightly dimmer. Then we enable our background light and make it dimmer as well. Okay, and so we're done with the settings. Now we can click the scene button. Now that we're happy with the result. Okay. The light mix settings get assigned to the lights in our scene. Here in light mix, everything except for the background goes back to default settings. And now we can delete light mix layers in order to free up our RAM. Once again, Lightmix uses plenty of memory. If you have a low performance computer with little RAM, you might start having problems with your final render. Your render will be crashing all the time, so it's better to get rid of Lightmix layers once we're done with the setup. So click stop, and we go to render elements, and keeping shift press, select all of our layers and click delete. And it's done. This is how you use Lightmix to set up lighting in a fast and hassle-free way. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick way to set up lighting using Lightmix. That's right, V-Ray now has the Lightmix tool, and it works the same way just like in Corona. First of all, we need to enable it, then open Render Setup and go to the Render Elements tab. Then hit Add and look for V-Ray Lightmix. Here it is. We can now start interactive render. And here in the list of layers, we now have Lightmix. So we click it and see all the lights that we have in our scene. We can group them by different criteria, just like in Corona. So here we have instanced lights, then we have grouped lights, and if you have multiple point lights that are identical to each other, it's easier to edit them as groups. So we sort them into groups and give a name to each group. For example, you can name one group bathroom lights, another one curtain rail lights, and so on. So we don't have many lights in our scene, so let's go for instanced lights. So be careful with individual lights, because if you pick this option, each light will get an individual render element, an individual layer. And all these layers are going to use plenty of RAM. Same is true for Corona, by the way. Keep that in mind. So we've selected instance lights, and let's disable all the lights and then focus on each of them one by one. Reset refers to self-illumination materials. Self-illumination is background light. We can adjust its brightness. Environment light is inactive because we are using V-Ray Dome. Here's our V-Ray Dome. We can adjust its brightness or change its color. So let's make it a bit colder. And so next come fake lights. That's the light that illuminates the plant, the light that illuminates the table, the one that comes from the room, and the light that illuminates the corner, and also the sun. So the best thing about Lightmix is that we can set up each light individually without turning off the rest of the lights. So we can do that with just one click. We can see its effects on the scene without having to render the entire image. So Lightmix allows us to set up each light fast and easy. So for example, we make the light from the room brighter while turning down the light from the window. So that wouldn't be quite correct, but suppose we need to do that, and for some reason or another. And suppose we like the result that we've got. But the thing is that we don't render the scene just yet. we increase the brightness of some of the lights during post correction, and if we do the render now, we'll end up with too much noise, which is something we don't want to happen. So we first need to export all of these settings to 3D Max, so in a way that they get assigned to the lights in our scene, and only then we can do the final render. So make sure to keep that in mind. So here we have a button named To Scene. We stop interactive render and click To Scene and then Yes. And our light mix settings are now rewritten over the current light settings. And it all works the same way in Corona. Here in Light Mix, the settings have been reset to default values. And now our scene uses new settings that we've set up in Light Mix. We don't need Light Mix anymore, so we can just delete that. We're gonna delete this render element. And by the way, all of our light layers are now displayed here on the list of render elements. We can save them to a separate folder and edit them in Photoshop later. Window angles is quite an issue, so I decided to make a special video about it. And the thing is that many 3D designers sometimes want to render a room from a window angle. And what's the problem with that, you may ask? Well, in that case, the light always gets really flat, and I don't recommend using such angles unless it's really necessary. But if your client asks you to do exactly that, there's something you can do. So here I have a scene, and you see that the image is absolutely flat. Why is that? Well, the main source of light is the window, and there should be no problem with that. However, the camera is set as if the light source is behind us. So the camera is facing away from the window, and since the main lighting is the window, the picture is flat. And so for this scene to have volume, the main light source should come from the side, from an angle of about 90 degrees to the camera. So what do we do in this case? I want to show you how to fix this problem using a light mix. Of course, it's not a perfect way to fix it, but at least it's something. So the first thing we can do is we can decrease the light intensity in the environment box. In this case, our image will have at least a little bit of volume. The next thing is fake lighting needs to be turned off. I'll leave only the rest parameter on for the reflection right here. Still not enough, but in this case I have one more room next to it and it's illuminated with fake lighting. Here it is. So we can increase the value a little bit here so that we don't have over lighting here. You see, now we have some volume on the chairs and some other furniture as well. What's more, in case you have curtains in your scene, you can just close them and reduce the environment amount. And that's what we do in real life. So we can just close the curtains. As for render, well, let's make the background here not so bright and intense. You see now the picture looks better already. And so the last thing we can fix here is the artificial light sources. These are chandeliers, lamps, and so on. And we can make them brighter to increase the volume of our scene. But again, it all depends on the positioning of that light source. If we take this window angle, well, it's just impossible to make it worse. So we can turn on the lamps and chandeliers. And now we'll make them brighter. And I'm gonna set it to a value of 10. If you set it to 20 or 30, you can see with the naked eye that it's too much lighting. So let's turn that down. In this case, we get a kind of mixed lighting, with the environment being darker, not too intense. And now we've got some volume in our scene as well. And we can even go further with that and customize fakes to be more like evening lighting. We can make the next room lighting kind of bluish, more evening looking. We can also make environment light cooler. So we can adjust the glass reflection a little bit as well to add a bit of an evening atmosphere to it. We'll make the light of these lamps warmer because we need to follow the rules of complementary light. We have to compensate for the cold lighting with something, which is a warm lighting. So let's make it a little bit brighter. So you see now we have mixed light, and it seems as if the light from the window is not so bright anymore, and the volume in the scene looks quite decent. Now let's compare before and after. We'll put all of this to 1. See? Here's what we had, and here's what we've got. I think it looks good, and the room doesn't look so flat anymore. Welcome to this additional lighting setup lesson for V-Ray. So here's our scene for today. It's one of our studio projects, and in this video we're gonna see a fast way to set up lighting using fake lights. So what makes this particular scene stand out? Well, it has windows on 2 adjacent perpendicular walls, and this means the light will be shining frontally into the camera as well as from the side. We'll have to keep that in mind during lighting setup. We're going to do more or less the same things that we did in the previous lessons on lighting setup. So basically it's going to be a recap video. Let's get started. I'll press F10 to open render setup window. As you can see, all settings have default values. The preview has a resolution of 2000 pixels on the long side. We go to V-Ray tab and put a check against MTL override. Then we check refraction, reflection, and opacity, and also self-illumination just in case. Press OK. Then we click No Matte and select V-Ray MTL. Okay, so we're done with basic render setup. Next, we need to make sure that our scene doesn't have lights that might create excessive noise and highlights. So then I'll press 8 on the keyboard to open Environment and Effects tab. We see that there is no map selected as environment map. Always pay attention to this. Always make sure that your scene doesn't have a light source that could generate highlights. Alright, so we can start interactive render. And then I simply click Start IPR. Outside the window, we have a plane with a background image. So make sure your windows have a glass material assigned to them, because otherwise you'll have to either hide or delete your window glasses so that they don't block out the light. Alright, now let's set up some basic lighting. And one more thing, make sure that your background is excluded from override. Our background has a self-illumination material assigned to it. So we currently have self-illumination materials excluded from override. And that's why the background hasn't been affected by the clay material. So it may not always work. Or you may forget to exclude self-illumination materials from override. That's why it's best to exclude the entire background from override. So click Exclude button and add our background to exclude list. Let's also add glass, just in case. And my advice is that you give them names to be able to easily tell which object is which in your scene. Click OK. Start to set up basic lighting. I lock the camera viewport so that the interactive render doesn't change when we switch between viewports. We go to the Create tab then and select V-Ray. Select V-Ray Light. It's a rectangle. Next we simply go to Settings and enable Targeted option. This will make it easier to direct it inside the interior. And next we do a right mouse click on the light and click Select Light Target. Direct our light to the center of the room. The light is shining frontally into the camera. And also pay attention to this. Your key light should be shining from the side. And it should do so at about 90 degrees to the camera. Otherwise, your image will look flat. That's for sure. And so that's why creating a bright light shining frontally into the camera isn't a good idea. So let's rotate our light by 90 degrees. And now we need to direct it inside the room. We'll switch to another viewport. Direct the light inside the interior at an angle, like this. And next we need to make our light bigger so that it generates a smooth fill light. Otherwise, shadows from objects won't be parallel to each other. And we don't want that. So increase the length of our light. Let's leave the width as it is. The more narrow the light, the sharper the shadows. We can see that the light is too bright. The scene is highlighted, so we just need to decrease the multiplier. Let's make it 5 and see what we've got. Looks pretty good. We can see shadows, and to make them more visible, we can adjust a parameter called directionality. And we can set it to 0.3, for example. And in this case, it's gonna let through more light, and it's gonna make it look rather harsh. So let's bring it back to 0. So say we want to achieve a regular scattered light. We don't want it to be too hard. So we have some highlighted areas on the furniture there. Also, the light is now visible outside. So we can fix that. So first we check invisible to make the light invisible. And then if your scene has glass objects, such as vases, dishware, and so on and so forth, the light may create a strong reflections and specular effects. And so to avoid that, it makes sense to disable effect reflections and effect specular. And if you end up lacking reflections and specular effects, you can turn them back on. Now let's fix these highlights. Let's just go to Layers, to Properties, and there's a parameter called Highlight Burn. You can add exposure layer and set it up right here. Now, as for me, I don't adjust exposure in the camera settings. I adjust it based on what I see in the viewport. That's why we just need to decrease highlight burn to get rid of highlights. Now, I wouldn't recommend going as low as 0, otherwise your image will be too dim, or it may be too dim. Alright, so set up the fill light. Now it shines from the side window. The contrast looks okay. Now let's illuminate this area here. There's light coming from different sides, but some areas of the room are still more lit than others. So let's fix that. I keep Shift pressed and copy the light and put it at 90 degrees to the original light. We direct it through the other window so that it shines frontally into the camera. And pay attention to this. Our background has a semi-cylindrical shape, and it might be blocking the light. So to avoid that, we need to exclude the background from light. Let's exclude the glass as well. I'm going to do it just in case. And now let's direct our light. Add it, press OK. Now, this light should be slightly dimmer than the first one, because otherwise it may interfere with the first one, and it's going to make the shadows look fainter. So we decrease its multiplier to 2, and that'll do, I think. Okay, we've added the fill light, and now we need to adjust its color. The environment light tends to have a cold shade, and we can either set the color directly or change it through temperature. Now let's adjust the temperature, and it's easier and it gives more accurate result. So we change the mode to temperature. The default is 6500 kelvins, and we should increase this value to 8000, and the image has turned warmer. So let's do the same for the other light. 800 will do just fine. And what makes this lighting setup method better than setting up environment light using V-Ray Dome? Well, the main benefit is that it's rendering really fast. Since there's plenty of light getting inside the interior, the noise is going away pretty fast. So now the only thing left to do is to create a sun. Let's disable all other lights to be able to find the best light shadow pattern. So we go to the General tab and uncheck on box for both of our lights. It's gone dark again. And next we go to the Create tab and click V-Ray Sun. Let's place it at about 90 degrees to the camera. Direct the sun through these windows. V-Ray is asking if we want to add V-Ray Sky Environment Map. No, we don't need that because we're using fake lights. Okay, created the sun, and now we need to direct it inside the interior. Put it at a more or less the same angle as the V-Ray light. And as you can see, the scene is too highlighted, and we need to adjust the brightness. So we go to Modify, and then I decrease intensity multiplier tenfold, 0.1. And that's not enough. The scene is still too brightly lit, so I'm just gonna decrease it further to 0.01. All right. Our sun finally has the right brightness. Now let's get rid of this excessive yellowness. So change color mode to override. That's it. We don't need to change anything else. And the sun has a white color. Let's make the sunlight blurrier now. To do that, we increase size multiplier to 16. And voila, we achieved a soft light shining from the window. By changing the size of the sun, we can adjust the sharpness of shadows. And you know what? Let's also raise the size to 32 to make the sunlight even softer. And now let's create the best light shadows pattern. We need to direct the sun inside the interior in such a way that it illuminates the furniture and creates beautiful shadows. There's a fairly big awning over the window. This means that achieving the desired effect can be a bit tricky. So I'm going to lower the sun so that it shines deeper inside the interior and reaches the opposite wall. And now let's try and find the best angle. This looks pretty good, I would say. The scene is rendering fast, as you can see. It's because the sun is currently the only light in the scene, and we can set it up fast and easy. Also know that we have override option enabled, which means we're not distracted by materials. As a result, V-Ray is rendering the scene very fast. Speed is a critical factor when you're doing projects for your clients. All right, so I like this result. We turn our V-Ray light back on. If you find that the sun lacks brightness, you can slightly increase its multiplier. Let's raise it to 0.04. Also, let's make the color of the sun a little bit warmer. All right, that was it. As you can see, this lighting setup method is fast and almost effortless. It only takes a few minutes. In this video, we're going to talk about Corona lighting in halls and other sort of closed, elongated spaces. But first, let's make an overview of light sources that we have here. Also, we need to know what rooms are next to the hall. So why am I focusing on that? Well, that's because we have closed doors as well as doorways without doors that let the light through. And here, in the living room, for example, there's a dining area, and we have windows here, and there's light coming in through the windows. Also, there's secondary light that goes through these doorways, and then it reaches the hall. And so what this means is that there must be a natural kind of light that reaches the hall. So we'll have to imitate it as well. So the thing about lighting setup is that it's a process that's the same as in regular interiors. We first need to set up natural light and then proceed to artificial lighting. And if you have closed doors in your interior, you can slightly open them. Here, for example, the door to the bedroom is slightly open, and you can use that when setting up lighting. And also keep in mind that the light coming through the doorways won't be the key light in your scene. We'll create mixed lighting, imitating natural light by using fake lights. All right. Now, talking about artificial lights. Here we have a point lamp, and here we also have a lampshade on the ceiling. And I'd say that these light sources are not enough for this hall, basically. So we need more light here. It would make sense to clone this point light, for example, but we'll have to work with what we have. So let's do that. Also, there's a small floor lamp, and mostly it's set there for decor purposes. It is a light source, either way, albeit a dim one. So what we'll do now is we'll open a render setup window and we'll select Corona from there. And next we'll check MTL override option and we'll select Corona physical MTL. We don't need to exclude anything from the override material. Well, actually we can exclude glass, just in case. And we also put a check against preserve glass material. We don't have any source of environment light assigned here because we have two options here. Option number one is to use sky as a source of environment light so that its light goes through the doorways and reaches the hall. And option number two is to use fake lights. We can add rectangular Corona lights right behind the door to imitate daylight. And this will look just the same, but the scene will render much faster than if we had secondary bounces of environment light that were trying to get through the adjacent room. So let's imitate daylight using fake lights. We'll go to the Lights tab, and then we'll click Corona, Corona Light, select Rectangle Shape. Now I don't know what to do with intensity just yet, so let's leave it as it is. We'll place the light here outside the hall and direct it inside. Now we'll copy it as instance and add a second one and then also a third one in the bedroom. Now you may ask why I'm creating instance copies. if we're placing these lights in different rooms, where they'll probably differ in brightness, well, instance copies make easier to adjust the brightness of these light sources. And if we need to make the light from any of these light sources dimmer, then we can just move them further away from the doorway. So this way we'll achieve the same effect. Let's put these higher. And we have 3 cameras here. I'm going to use the front camera. It's more convenient at this point. All right, let's start interactive. All right, it started. And now we'll go to Performance tab and turn off Fast Preview Denoise to get rid of this blurriness. There's too much light in the hole at the moment, and at the same time we already have an illusion that there's light coming in from the adjacent rooms. So we'll lock the current camera view. And now let's change brightness of our light sources. Let's make it 30. Take note that we're not changing the exposure. We're setting up the light that comes through the doorways. It will be our base light. Let's bring intensity down to 20. Okay. And now the light coming from the bedroom and the light coming from the living room are more or less the same in terms of brightness. Let's move this light source further away from the doorway to make it less bright. As I was telling you in the theoretical part of this course, light always has a direction. If the sun is shining from the right, then the sky will be emitting more light from the right as well. On the left side, it will be dimmer. Also, the door here is just slightly open, so we shouldn't make the light from the left too bright. Now, the hardness of light. To adjust the hardness, you can increase the height of a light source. The light will become brighter. Let's set intensity to 15. We can also adjust the direction. We can direct it downwards. You can turn on targeted option for that. Now here, there's no need for me to turn it on, seeing that I don't have to target the light precisely. So I just slightly change the direction of the light source. The floor is getting way more light here than the ceiling. It looks like a realistic imitation of natural light because the key light is spreading from above rather than horizontally. And you can use directionality parameter to set up direction of light. But I don't think that we need that in this case. Let's make it 0.3, for example. Should be enough. Not much has changed. 0.4. Now there's more light coming inside. Let's decrease intensity. This is the light that we've got. And as you might have noticed, the image is not too bright at the moment. That's because we haven't turned on artificial lights on the ceiling yet. Together with our fake corona lights, which imitate natural light, they'll create mixed lighting. The light coming through the doorways will have a slightly cold shade, while artificial lights will be warm. This is the effect we're aiming for. They'll complement each other, creating mixed lighting inside the closed space of a hole. So now we need to set up color through temperature. Let's make it 70-100. We can pick some shade of blue manually, but let's do that through temperature. We'll have an opportunity to fine-tune the color and light mix anyway. Okay, so this is what we've got. And now we can proceed to artificial lighting setup. And let's start with this ceiling lamp. We'll organize it into a group. Then we'll create a spherical corona light. Its radius should be the same as the radius of this lampshade. or maybe slightly smaller. The size of a light source determines how soft its light will be. If it turns out too hard, we can always increase the radius. The smaller the radius, the harder the light. That's a rule. Let's put it here. To avoid noise and other issues, we need to exclude lampshade model from the light. We open Exclude Include window and make sure that Exclude option is currently enabled. Here we have some other objects. Let's delete them. Only leave this bulb. Okay, now let's increase intensity from 10 to 100. And the lamp has lit up. But we need a warm light, so let's set temperature to 400. Looks pretty good. All right, next we'll turn off visible directly, visible and refraction, generate caustics, and occlude other lights. Okay, so we're done with this light. Now let's go for the other one. It's going to have a shape of a disc. We don't need to set up intensity, color, because it's already has the settings of the first light automatically assigned to it. So I'll just put it here. So if you're using a point light, the shape of a tall glass, make sure that you don't put the light source too deep inside the lamp. Otherwise, there'll be a bunch of re-reflections and plenty of noise. So don't place it too close to the geometry. Make sure the light doesn't overlap with the lamp model. The light's too dim. Let's increase intensity to 200. Don't set it too high though, because we can also adjust directionality. And let's raise directionality to 0.45. Not enough. The radius is probably too small. Let's increase intensity to 400. So note that our interior is very light colored. I probably should have used a lighter material as the override material. So now the lighting in the hull is a little brighter than it should be. But anyway, let's turn off override and look at our hull with materials in it. I'll uncheck MTL override. All right, well, it looks like it turned out rather bright. It's because the walls and the floor have a light colored material assigned to them. So the main problem that I see here is this dresser. It's too black. It looks like a black hole in the image, basically. So we can't even figure out its shape. Now, if we printed out this image, it would have a black spot there. So we'll have to illuminate this dresser with fake lights. Also, it won't hurt to make the image a little bit more contrasting. And finally, I'd say we also should make the light in the remote part of the hull brighter. Something like this. And also don't forget that we also have a decorative lamp here. We create a new spherical corona light for it. I don't think this lamp's supposed to shine too bright though. It's probably mostly used for decor. Its brightness is currently too high to my eye. So let's decrease its intensity I'll set it to 50. Also, let's bring temperature down to 2500 kelvins. And now we've got ourselves this warm, hardly visible light. And I think it'll work just fine. Now, to avoid noise, we'll exclude the lamp from the light. Here it is on the exclude list. So we've excluded the lamp, but it should still emit some light. So now we need to set it up. Set up a self-illumination material for it in Material Editor. So we create Corona Light MTL and assign it to the lamp. And now pay attention to this. It's very important. We've assigned the material to the entire lamp, but we need to detach the lampshade. All right? Or we can use the eyedropper tool to sample the material. That's right. It's way easier. So let's find the lampshade material. Here it is. We'll delete it and replace it with Corona Light MTL. Now, pay attention. When using Corona Light MTL, don't forget to turn off Emit Light option to avoid noise. Also, don't make material too bright, because we don't want the lamp to look like some weird kind of circle. So let's add the fall-off effect. We'll create a fall-off map and link it to the color slot. And here's what we've got. And next, we swap these two colors, black and white. The front color is white, and the side color is warm and orangey. So here we've created a kind of imitation of a lit up lamp. Now let's add some orange and yellow shade to the front color to make it look better. As for brightness, we can adjust it in the Corona Light MTL settings. We need to do that very carefully so that we don't create any highlights or unnecessary noise. All right, next we have a dresser. So we'll select it with the region tool. Let's use fake light because it's pretty dark. It's black even. So we'll create a rectangle or Corona light and we'll place it on the side of the camera. That's what we'll do. Looks like it started to lag a little bit. Now, I don't know what size it should be, so let's go for a random size for now. The color is white. Also, let's turn on the targeted option to make it easier to direct the light. Target it on a dresser and make sure you have visible directly disabled. We can leave visible and reflections enabled to create a more interesting specular effect. We already have a reflection on the dresser. So next we need to add the dresser to include. We'll select the dresser, go to the include, exclude settings, switch to include, and click OK. From now on, the light will only illuminate the dresser and nothing else. Let's include this vase with flowers. We add it to the include list, and I think that should be enough. To adjust the hardness of specular effects like this one, we need to change the distance between the light source and the object, as well as its size. See, move the light source further away and the specular effect has become less hard and less bright. So let's make it 100 by 100. That's too bright. We'll decrease intensity to 5. And this way we've achieved a delicate, hardly visible illumination. All right. Okay, so we're mostly done setting up lighting in the hole, and now we just need to adjust its brightness as well as depth to create a beautiful effect. So I'll stop interactive render. This is where we need a light mix. Let's go to render setup. I'll go to setup light mix, and we have instant lights. Select here, click generate, and now we can restart interactive. And here are all of our light sources. Let's check them for noise one by one. We enable rest, add self-illumination material. Let's see how much noise it can create. We can increase intensity to 10. See, there's plenty of noise everywhere, including the ceiling. If you didn't know that a self-illumination material could generate fine noise like this, you would spend forever trying to figure out what's causing all of that noise in your scene. So make sure to remember that when using self-illumination materials, and don't make them too bright. All right, next line 088. It's probably some light source left from earlier. Next is a fake light source. Oh no, it's the light that comes through the doorway. All right. Next we have hall lights. Let's decrease their intensity. Then we have a ceiling lamp. We'll make it brighter and a bit more orange. I really encourage you to follow your aesthetic vision to get the best result. All right, so next we enable the point lamp and illuminates the remote part of the hall and gives it depth. Environment is inactive. We don't have it in our scene. And I guess this is pretty much it. Not that hard, is it? So the last step, we need to export all of our light mix settings to our scene. For that, we'll click Scene and then OK, and it's done. The new settings have been rewritten over the current settings, so we've set up base lighting. These light settings will now apply to other cameras as well. Also at this point, you can go ahead and fine-tune fake lights if necessary. And as you can see, it took me about 20 minutes to set up lighting in this scene with all the explanations. So this means it will take you twice as little time to do that on your own. All right, that was it. Thank you for watching. See you next time. And now let's talk about setting up lights in halls and corridors in V-Ray. I highly recommend you watch my video about Corona lighting because the steps are exactly the same. So let's begin. And first of all, what we gotta do is we have to enable V-Ray. We'll turn on MTL override mode and set V-Ray gray material as override. And I'll be working with the front camera of the hallway, although there are only 3 cameras set up here. So what are the specifics of setting up lights in hallways? Well, there are usually doors that lead to other rooms, so we can set up lights using natural light from the rooms, and then we can add artificial light. And what it actually looks like is this. We just open the doors and let some light inside the hallway, if we can. If your client asks to close all the doors, then the lighting setup is the same as in bathrooms, which means using only artificial lighting. But if the scene has open doorways, it's better to open the doors wide so that there's more light And it would be much nicer because in this case we'll have mixed natural and cold lighting and artificial warm light sources. All right, so it's also worth noting that it wouldn't be right to set up lights like we do in normal interiors, using V-Ray Dome, for example, in order to use HDRI or V-Ray Sky afterwards. So it doesn't make much sense because we won't see anything. It'll be secondary light, bounces that barely make it inside the hallway. It's deep inside the building, so like I said, it doesn't make any sense. We can just simulate that with fakes, and that's much easier. So we can set up V-Ray lights that are behind the doors, and they will simulate this natural light. Alright, so let's get started. So I'm going to create a V-Ray light, and also I'm going to choose rectangle type. I got a little bug here. We'll take a plane and we'll place it outside the door. There's a main room here, the living room there. There's a dining area. This is a bedroom, and there's a slightly, this door is slightly ajar. The door to the bathroom and the door to the kitchen are both closed, although we could open them. But I'd like to get the light coming from one side. I mean, if the light is on the side, the shape of objects look better. In this case, the geometry of objects is better visible, and it just looks more exciting. So we're just going to direct the daylight from the right side, from these two main rooms. Although you can do the opposite. It's up to you. So let's just set up V-Ray lights. And I'm going to put them at an angle at about 45 degrees, maybe even less, in order to simulate daylight. If we put them horizontally, the light will shine equally on both the ceiling and the floor. And that doesn't look very natural. So we'll make it so that more light is on the floor and it will look much more natural. I talked about this in the theoretical part of this tutorial, and you can check it out if you missed it. So I'm going to set it up like this, opposite to the door, and this V-Ray light, I'm just going to copy it as an instance type into the next room and into the bedroom with the door ajar. The next thing is that the brightness of the light will be different in each room, because rooms have different structures and they're just lit differently. So if the sun is on the right side, the side of these rooms, the light is going to be much less bright and less intense in the bedroom. And you should keep that in mind. So I'd reposition the V-Ray light somewhere here so that it doesn't shine too brightly through the door. So let's put it there. And I'm going to leave all the values as default for now. I don't know what brightness value I want yet. So we'll find that out later in the interactive. I'm going to log the viewport and click this lock button here. Let's run frame buffer and interactive, and let's take a look at what we're getting. So there's some light and it looks pretty good. And we can adjust its brightness value of these V-Ray lights because they are instance type. So I can select any of them and set the color or temperature. And let's set the temperature value to 7,000 for now. The idea is that the cold light naturally comes through doorways, and artificial light, I mean these lamps, will create warm light, and this way we will have light complementary, and the picture will look much better than if we make all the lights solely white. So here we basically have an ordinary mixed light scheme. All right, let's see what would happen if these lights were horizontal. You see? The light penetrates inside the corridor more intensely, but we get this light spot on the ceiling and on the wall, and that doesn't look very cool. So I'm just gonna tilt it like this, so there's more light on the floor, and I'm gonna change the brightness. I'm not gonna change the brightness just yet. I'll leave it at 30, and the picture looks fine without any exposure settings or anything. So these are standard cameras. There's no exposure here. So I think it looks pretty good. So now we need to add some artificial light sources. So let's do that. Let's start with this lamp. If I'm correct, it's grouped. Oh no, it's not. So let's just do it by pressing this group button here. So why is it necessary? Well, we needed that when we create a light source, we can exclude the bulb itself from that light source. So now let's go into V-Ray light, and we're going to select spherical type. And we want about the same radius as this bulb. I just need to put it where it should be. In order for the light to be correct, we need to exclude it. So we just go to exclude settings, add the lamp there, and click OK. So now we're going to adjust the brightness and color. And we're going to adjust color using temperature, although you can add your color manually. It's up to you. So I'm going to set it to 4000 kelvins. See, we now have some light on the top, but it's still not bright enough. So let me increase the, let's get radical, set it to 200. Looks okay. So all of these values you can adjust by eye. And now let's take a look at what it looks like. We don't have any particular standard values, by the way. So we got the light here, and now the spotlight source is right there. And there's a tiny decorative floor lamp over here. So we need to turn those on as well. Although actually you don't have to do that. I mean, we just have to adjust this so that we end up with a decent image. You see, it's quite dark here, and so we need to turn on the light source. So the first and foremost thing to do here is to set up the light source the way they would look in real life. So we'll go to Create tab, we'll create V-Ray light, and choose disk type. And you can use IES and put it here if you want, but I try not to use IES because it's really time consuming. You can just use a disk light source for simple lighting. Here it is. And I'm just going to put it so that it doesn't overlap with the geometry. Let's do it like this. And you can see that it's still not enough light, so we're going to tweak that. First, we have directionality parameter. Let's try to set its value to 0.45 so that the light goes downwards, hits the floor, and doesn't scatter around the room. Let's set multiplier 10 times more, 300, and set temperature to 4000 kelvins. Now see, we have a light, but it's still not enough. So we can increase these values until we get a decent light. You can set values pretty high, and there's no problem with that because we're focusing on viewport anyway. Next, you see here we have a light spot. And of course you can keep it, but I would like to check invisible box. So the light spot itself here could be customized with light material, which would imitate the glow of the lamp surface. Like this. And next, you see the door here is a little bit overexposed. So we can edit this all with exposure and frame buffer, and we can make it lighter or darker. We can also decrease highlight burn value a little bit so that the scene doesn't burn out, like so. And now there's one last decorative lamp over here. And again, I'm going to add a spherical V-Ray light to it. So we set up sphere roughly the same radius as this light source. In this case, we can just exclude the lamp entirely through exclude menu. We'll click on invisible checkbox because this way we can then adjust luminosity of the lamp using material. We see that we have a light here, and let's adjust its temperature. Very, very warm. Make it 2500 kelvins so that we can have a nice decorative light coming from this lamp. So the basic light is ready, and now we can customize it in more detail by turning off override. So I'm going to stop interactive now, and we'll go to V-Ray render settings, uncheck override, and run frame buffer again. And let's see what it looks like with the materials. It's likely to be much lighter than it was with the gray material. That's right, because now all materials are very light, literally white. We can tweak that with exposure, and we can decrease it a little bit. Highlight burn value, put it, let it just be the same, and let's add a little bit of contrast, like so. And basically it works out pretty well, and we can adjust all the light sources in more detail through V-Ray light mix. But since I did the fake lighting in Corona, since the material of this cabinet was very dark, to black almost, now we need to do the same in V-Ray. You see the volume is lost here because the light is quite diffused and we can't see the shape of the dresser, so it looks kind of flat. So we can use fake lighting here as well, and I'm going to create V-Ray light, choose rectangle type, and then a plane. I'm going to choose default white color. I'm going to choose a better view that shows the dresser. And let's put this light source like this, so that it's shining on the dresser on our side. See, the light source is blocking the view. So we make sure to check invisible. And as you can see now, there's a lot of overriding here. So first of all, we need to work with include and exclude parameters. In this case, we should include only the dresser and perhaps this bouquet and the light source, and everything else will not be affected by it. So we're going into exclude menu, and let's see the name of the dresser. I'm gonna rename it and the bouquet so that they're easy to find. In the light source settings, we'll add these objects as include, just like this. Click OK. And you see that now they're highlighted. And now we need to set up the right position. And by correct position, I mean a position so that the light and shadows look natural. So I think we're gonna set them up here a little bit on top, add an angle, the main thing is not to overlay the dresser and the bouquet so that they don't burn out, because otherwise they'll look unnatural. And we need to have a glare on their material. So we'll set it up like this. I don't think we're gonna change temperature of the light source. We're just gonna work with the intensity. I'm gonna set it to 10. It's a pretty low value so that we can add a little bit of light here, so that this edge of the dresser is a little bit lighter than its main part. And I think that will be enough. Let's check the rest of the settings. We can now uncheck Affect Diffuse Box if we don't need it. Then only Affect Specular option is left, which is Glare. And in this case, we'll keep both. And it looks like that's it. We won't change any other parameters. So now we need to customize the material of this small lamp so that it glows well. it already illuminates the object around it, but we need it to shine as well. So now let's select the material from this object, and I'm going to open up Material Editor. And I'm going to use an eyedropper to select this material. This is V-Ray glass, so it's going to be replaced by 3ID. And I'll turn off the 3ID, and I'm just going to take V-Ray light material. And I'm going to connect it to the 3ID box. In this video, we're going to focus on bathrooms. Here's our today's render. It's 2000 by 1000 pixels. It's got 3% level of noise, less even, 2.46%. And it took less than 2 minutes. So how is this possible? Let's find out. So first I'm going to show you how to set up correct lighting in closed spaces, such as bathrooms. And we're going to work in Corona. So I reset the scene, and it's a pretty simple scene. It's a closed off bathroom. As you can see, the camera's looking through the door. And know that the camera has clipping turned on. The forefront is cut off. Now, let's switch to the vertical format. And I recommend using this format for bathroom renders. The entire bathroom fits into the frame. And we need to change output size to custom and make image size 2000 by 1000 pixels. All right, so this is our bathroom right here. And let's switch to Corona. Before setting up a base lighting, we'll select Corona Physical MTL as our override material. And that's pretty much it. This is our preparation work is done, and most bathrooms are very small spaces with no natural light. They rarely get any additional light from the windows. And I've seen quite a bunch of tutorials on bathroom rendering. They often feature bathrooms that are very spacey, like a bedroom or a living room. Some of them even have window. So in real life, you're unlikely to come across a big bathroom like that. Most often, bathroom is a small closed-off space like this one. So let's proceed to lighting setup. When illuminating a bathroom, visualizers mostly use point lights on the ceiling and wall lights. They sometimes use mirror lights as well. So the common problem about bathroom lighting is a lack of contrast. Bathroom renders often look bleached and unattractive. Also, the noise is going away too slowly. And we will see how to deal with that in this video. But first, let's set up base lighting to illuminate our scene. So I'll lock this camera view, and we're going to work in a different viewport. Okay, so let's create a disc-shaped Corona lights and put them inside our ceiling lamps. There we go. The disc must be more or less the same size as the lamp model. But you shouldn't focus on this too much. You can always change the disc size later when adjusting the hardness of light. Don't put the light too deep inside the lamp. If sitting too close to geometry, a light source creates too much noise. And we don't need that. So that's why we put the light source a bit lower. You can see it anyway. Now let's clone this light by creating instance copies. And here. And we're gonna go ahead and start interactive render to see what we've got. All right, so it looks like we already have some light in our scene. And we go to the Performance tab and disable Fast Preview Denoise. The scene's pretty dark, and instead of increasing intensity of our light sources, let's just raise the exposure. We'll go to Tone Mapping section and raise exposure to 4 or even 5. All right, base light is in place. Now let's move on. So let's talk about directionality. It's a very important setting. In bathrooms, floors are often highlighted, or on the contrary, it looks muddy and unpleasant to the eye. And we can fix that through directionality. So to do this, we'll go to Corona Light Settings. And pay attention that we're not changing the color. We want to achieve neutral fill light, and you can make it slightly warmer but not too yellow. Here we have wall lamps with small point light sources. They'll emit warm light, and this warm light will complement the neutral light coming from the ceiling. So make sure you have visible and reflection, visible and refraction, and other options turned off. If we want our lights to generate specular effects, we can keep visible and reflections on. But it doesn't matter much at this point. So, directionality is currently at 0.45, but usually it stands at 0. And in that case, the light will look like this. And it doesn't look too good, right? We can change directionality in the range between 0 and 0.5. And I wouldn't recommend going over this upper limit. Let's just make it 0.5 and see what happens. The floor is highlighted. The basin and this area here are not getting enough light, while the floor is too bright. So we need to achieve a different effect. Let me show you. We'll set directionality to 0.4. The light's now going in different directions. We're aiming at 0.44, 0.45. You can experiment with different values in your scene. All right, so now you probably have a question regarding IES. Should you use IES files in bathroom renders? If there's no clear light shadow pattern on the walls from a light source, then you don't need IES. Finding the IES file can be tricky and time-consuming, but we'll try anyway. So we'll give it a try and let's pick some standard IIS file, like intermediate light, for example. Looks pretty good. So if you like using IIS files, then go ahead, find the right pattern and use it. The problem is, though, that when we're using IIS, we can't adjust directionality. So let's try and set directionality to 0. See, nothing changed. You'll have to go through countless IIS files before you find the right light shadow pattern for your bathroom. So let's just turn off IIS file and achieve the desired effect manually. Now, let's talk about shadows. The scene is rendering pretty fast, by the way, because we have clay material, 3 light sources, and fewer reflections. So all this reduces render time quite a bit. Now, shadows. We can adjust sharpness of shadows by changing the radius of a light source. And as I said earlier, the radius of a light source should be the size of a lampshade. But if you're not happy with shadows in your scene, you can edit them. But first you need to make sure that the intensity is measured in lumens, not default values. Because if you have default values and you change the radius, the brightness will change as well. But then if you switch to lumens, the brightness will stay the same. Okay. So let's raise the intensity to 200 lumens. The light is now shining brighter. Now the radius. To achieve softer shadows, let's increase the radius to 20. That's a high value. Shadows have become too smooth, too blurry. Now you may wonder how to create beautiful and realistic specular effects. Well, let's look at the ceiling light and the perspective view. We'll switch to wireframe mode to get the light source out of the way. Today we're going to talk about mixed and evening light, artificial light sources, and what they do in interior visualization. So I've been thinking for quite some time about how best to present this kind of information and how to explain it better. And I felt that the process of creating evening rendering would simply be just a repetition of what I've told you in previous videos, since technically there's not much new there. It really isn't that different. So in this render, the light is set using HDRI and artificial light sources, meaning it consists of lamps, and it's a simple evening, it's blue color, and I think the most important thing here is to understand how the light works here and how it differs from daylight. I made 2 renders. These are 2 light mixes. They're saved in CXR format, and I want to show you the difference between them and why one scene looks like it's a sunny day and the other one looks like it's evening. And so most importantly, the brightness of the light sources, the light from this chandelier and the floor lamp, are the same. I didn't change anything here. The only difference is the exposure and brightness of background outside the window. All of this is set up exactly as it would be in live or in a photo. So let's turn off all the lights in both setups and take them apart into their component elements. All right, so first, let's go ahead and put my words to test. And we'll take the main light from this chandelier here, which is the Corona Light 2, and here. And at first, it seems that this scene is brighter and lighter. But that's because of the difference in exposure values. Here's exposures +1, and here it's -1. So if I set both of them to 0, the brightness of the light sources will be the same. So here's nothing changed basically. So now let's turn on the other light sources, assuming that the exposure is the same in both scenes. Now I'll turn on the fake lighting from the next room, because here in the daylight render, it was turned on. On the evening render, I added the next room's light so that this doorway doesn't look very dark, because it's already kind of dark spot there because of the evening lighting. And so next, let's deal with the light from the hallway behind us. As you can see, the camera is pointing into the room, and there's a doorway behind us that leads into the hallway. And here, I've added an extra light source to light up this area a little bit. So, in real life, I could just turn on the lights there. So I thought it would make sense, and I turn on this light source. So next up we have Corona Sun, and oddly enough, this is such a kind of small fake lighting. I needed to create a moonlight effect for curtains. You see, you can use the sun like this as well, because it's just a light source. Always keep that in mind. You can tweak it a little bit, put a blue override color and set a small intensity value, and then you'll have this kind of effect. And of course you could replace this with regular Corona light, V-Ray light, it doesn't matter. So the next thing we should talk about is the floor lamp. And we had to have a floor lamp on both daytime and evening renders. So you see the light sources shine equally. But what's most important in this case is that the environment parameters. So in daylight, environment is very bright, and therefore the background is also bright, because environment and the background are inextricably connected. The background is in fact a source of light. Not literally, but you get the idea. So when we work with a render, we keep these parameters separate. Environment is just light, and the background, that is the plane with texture, is just an imitation of the picture we're creating. So you can think of it as of a decoration, but at the same time, their brightness should be roughly the same, so that there's no light mismatch. All right, so when we turn on environment setting for daylight, the whole scene is very bright. And in this case, we need to decrease exposure value. So we'll set it to -1. And what do we see? We see that all artificial light sources are no longer bright because of the lowered exposure value. And when we lower it, we can barely see the light from the chandelier above. This fake lighting from the next room, also gone. And also this floor lamp. And that's because of the relative brightness of the light. That's a general rule. The outside light is always very bright. So, what can we conclude from this? Even if you set up a lighting, turn on some kind of artificial light source, even in daytime render, but it shouldn't be too bright. It shouldn't block the main light source, which is the windows. Now, if I just turn off all of these artificial light sources when creating daytime render, nothing would change, basically. I mean, maybe some small details would appear, like a warm shade, but it doesn't affect the picture overall. So always keep that in mind. And if we talk about evening light, things are different. When environment is active, it's the second main source of light for this interior. Now let me turn on artificial light sources and slightly increase exposure to +1. You see, I can't light the room with environment alone because I get a blue and kind of a rather dark picture. So we make a point that when creating evening lighting, the light from the window, its brightness and brightness of artificial light sources like chandeliers should be equal. In this lesson, we're going to look at special cases of lighting setup using artificial light, such as ceiling lamps, wall lamps, and the like. We'll break down how to set them up in Corona and how to avoid common mistakes in the process. We're going to use the same old scene. I've added some commonly used 3D light models. And let's start with a ceiling lamp. So first, I'd like to draw your attention to this. Before setting up artificial lighting, you first need to set up the main fill light from the window. Once the fill light is in place, you can proceed to set up artificial lights, ceiling lamps, wall lamps, point lights, what have you. So make sure to keep that in mind. So setting up daylighting is a fundamental issue. If it's dusk, you first need to set up the so-called blue hour light coming from the window. It will have a cold blue shade, generally. And then you can continue with other types of lights. Okay, so let's start with the ceiling lamp. Here's what you need to know about ceiling lamps. Ceiling lamps often come with multiple bulbs to illuminate the room. The problem is, using a lamp with multiple lights will create plenty of noise and increase render time quite a bit. So that's why we'll have to replace them with fake lights. This means we'll have to split our ceiling light setup into two parts. First, we need to set up lights inside the lamp, and then we need to set up light coming from the lamp to illuminate the interior. This is the lamp that we're going to use, so let's get down to work. We go to the Lights tab, select Corona Light. It's going to be a sphere, and suppose our lamp has 5 lights. Each light has a small radius, like in real life. And now let's arrange them inside the lamp. To be honest, I don't quite know where exactly to put them, so I'm just gonna do that intuitively. We're creating instance copies and arranging the lights inside the lamp. Most 3D lamp models already come with bulb models inside. You need to delete them and replace them with light sources. It doesn't affect the render in any significant way, but that will surely speed up your render. Okay, so we're arranging the lights, and let's disable the isolate selection mode to be able to see the light in the preview. So here, our ceiling lamp is lit up. There's a tool that allows you to edit objects without shifting the camera. It's called 2D pan zoom mode. We click this plus icon and add 2D pan zoom mode. And now you can zoom in on any object that you want to edit. Okay, so we've lit up the ceiling. Now let's set up our lights. So we'll disable all the visibility options to make sure the lights are invisible. And next we need to set up the temperature. Switch to kelvins and set the temperature to 3500 kelvins. It's going to be warm. Okay, so what do we have? The lights that we've set up illuminate the lamp to speed up our render, especially if you're dealing with a night render. We need to do the following. We select our lamp, and let's call it C1, for example. And then we select a light, click this plus icon against the exclude option, and add the lamp. See? The lamp is no longer illuminated. We do a right mouse click in a random place in the viewport window so as not to exclude other objects by accident, and switch to include and click OK. And now the lights illuminate the lamp. Pay attention to this. Since we have a day render, the light from the ceiling lamp should not be too bright. So I'm going to set its intensity to 400. The lamp is too highlighted, it's daytime and it doesn't look realistic, so let's bring it down to 30. Now it's okay. Ideally, you should rely on a reference. And also remember that during the daytime, artificial lights emit dim light. They're accent lights. And if a client asks you to turn on the lights, you should go with a brightness level that looks something like this. Now let's suppose we have a night render. And we need the whole scene to be illuminated, including the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. So we need to create another fake sphere light the size of our lamp. And of course, this fake light probably won't look too realistic and compelling, but still, it will speed up your render big time. So we create a sphere light and we'll place it where the lamp is. The radius of the sphere depends on how bright and soft we want its light to be. Then we need to make sure that all these visibility options are disabled. The temperature stays the same. The light is too bright, so let's turn it down. This looks fine. The ceiling is slightly illuminated. Next, we're going to use include exclude option, but in the reverse order. We add the ceiling lamp to exclude. See, it's on the exclude list now. The lamp has been excluded from this light, while the rest of the objects remain included. Okay, so this is how we've set up light from the ceiling lamp. It can be a glass lamp with plenty of reflective elements, or it can be a lamp with an intricate design. We've used the fake light to imitate the fill light from the lamp in a night render. So this light illuminates the... In this video, we're going to look into special cases of artificial lighting setup in V-Ray. It all works the same way as in Corona. We'll be going through the same steps and the same methods. If you want to find out how to set up artificial lighting in Corona, go ahead and watch the identical video for Corona. Here's one major rule I'd like to focus on before we begin. Before setting up artificial lights, such as wall lamps, point lamps, and so on, you need to set up environment light that comes from the window. It doesn't matter if you have daylighting or blue hour lighting. If it's after sunset, the light will be dimmer. It will have a blue shade. Once you've done that, you can proceed to set up ceiling lamps, wall lamps, what have you. Otherwise, you'll end up making a bunch of mistakes, especially if you're still a newbie. Okay, let's get started. And we'll start with ceiling lighting. Here's one thing you need to know to make your render faster and to reduce noise. You need to know the difference between the two types of light. Now let me explain. Suppose we have a ceiling lamp. On the one hand, it can be lit up on its own. On the other hand, it can illuminate the interior. When setting up ceiling lighting, we'll have to use fake lights. First, we need to create a light source to light up the ceiling lamp to make it look realistic, and then we're going to illuminate the room with the lamp. Alright, so let's go. We need to create several V-Ray lights. But first, let's lock this camera view so that the interactive render doesn't change when we switch between viewports. Next, we go to the top view and create light sources the size of real-life bulbs. We click V-Ray Light and select the sphere type. Next, we go ahead and set the temperature to 4000. Let's leave the multiplier as it is. I don't know yet what it should be. Okay, so now we arrange the lights. I'm not sure where exactly the lights should go in a lamp model like this, so I'm just going to do it intuitively. It makes sense to use the region tool so that we don't have to update the entire render. When arranging the lights, we're using the isolate selection mode. Let's create 5 lights. To clone them, we can use an array tool, or we can shift the pivot to the center of the lamp and copy the lights by rotation. So I'm just going to create copies manually, and I just wanted to pay your attention to this. Many 3D lamp models come with light sources. So my advice is to edit 3D models in a separate scene and check them for light sources. If a model has a light source, don't hesitate to delete it. Otherwise, that light will give you a lot of trouble and create noise. So make sure you always add light sources yourself. This way you will know that everything works the way it should. Okay. So we've arranged our lights. The lamp is now slightly illuminated. And now we can set up the brightness. Let's increase multiplier by 100 times and see the effect. The lamp is now shining more brightly. It illuminates the ceiling. But if we'll leave it like this, your render will take forever to complete. You'll end up with a big amounts of noise, especially if you set up the brightness high to illuminate the entire interior. So I'll check invisible box to make our light sources invisible. The lamp looks pretty good. Now let's do a little trick. We click the exclude button and add the lamp to the list. But first, let's see what it's called. It's called C1, okay? So go ahead and find C1, add it to exclude, and then switch to include. Okay, so now the only object illuminated by the lights is the lamp and nothing else. So this trick will save us render time. But if we also need to illuminate the interior with our lamp, we'll have to add a fake light. So we select V-Ray light. It has the same temperature as our small lights. And next, we make our fake light the size of the lamp. Now, of course, you can edit its parameters if necessary. If you want to achieve a harder or, on the contrary, a softer light, go ahead and change the radius of your fake light. Next, we set the temperature. Then we make our light invisible. And now we need to exclude the lamp from our fake light. We find C1 and add it to the exclude list. In this video, we're going to focus on bathrooms. Here's our today's render. It's 2000 by 1000 pixels. It's got 3% level of noise. Less even, 2.46%. And it took less than 2 minutes. So how is this possible? Let's find out. So first I'm going to show you how to set up correct lighting in closed spaces such as bathrooms. And we're going to work in Corona. So I reset the scene, and it's a pretty simple scene. It's a closed off bathroom. As you can see, the camera's looking through the door. And know that the camera has clipping turned on. The forefront is cut off. Now, let's switch to the vertical format. And I recommend using this format for bathroom renders. The entire bathroom fits into the frame. And we need to change output size to custom and make image size 2000 by 1000 pixels. All right, so this is our bathroom right here. And let's switch to Corona. Before setting up a base lighting, we'll select Corona Physical MTL as our override material. And that's pretty much it. This is our preparation work is done, and most bathrooms are very small spaces with no natural light. They rarely get any additional light from the windows. And I've seen quite a bunch of tutorials on bathroom rendering. They often feature bathrooms that are very spacey, like a bedroom or a living room. Some of them even have window. So in real life, you're unlikely to come across a big bathroom like that. Most often, bathroom is a small closed-off space like this one. So let's proceed to lighting setup. When illuminating a bathroom, visualizers mostly use point lights on the ceiling and wall lights. They sometimes use mirror lights as well. So the common problem about bathroom lighting is a lack of contrast. Bathroom renders often look bleached and unattractive. Also, the noise is going away too slowly. And we will see how to deal with that in this video. But first, let's set up base lighting to illuminate our scene. So I'll lock this camera view, and we're going to work in a different viewport. Okay, so let's create a disc-shaped Corona lights and put them inside our ceiling lamps. There we go. The disc must be more or less the same size as the lamp model. But you shouldn't focus on this too much. You can always change the disc size later when adjusting the hardness of light. Don't put the light too deep inside the lamp. If sitting too close to geometry, a light source creates too much noise. And we don't need that. So that's why we put the light source a bit lower. You can see it anyway. Now let's clone this slide by creating instance copies. And here. And we're gonna go ahead and start interactive render to see what we've got. All right, so it looks like we already have some light in our scene. And we go to the Performance tab and disable Fast Preview Denoise. The scene's pretty dark, and instead of increasing intensity of our light sources, let's just raise the exposure. We'll go to Tone Mapping section and raise exposure to 4 or even 5. All right, base light is in place. Now let's move on. So let's talk about directionality. It's a very important setting. In bathrooms, floors are often highlighted, or on the contrary, it looks muddy and unpleasant to the eye. And we can fix that through directionality. So to do this, we'll go to Corona Light Settings. And pay attention that we're not changing the color. We want to achieve neutral fill light, and you can make it slightly warmer but not too yellow. Here we have wall lamps with small point light sources. They'll emit warm light, and this warm light will complement the neutral light coming from the ceiling. So make sure you have visible and reflection, visible and refraction, and other options turned off. If we want our lights to generate specular effects, we can keep visible and reflections on. But it doesn't matter much at this point. So, directionality is currently at 0.45, but usually it stands at 0. And in that case, the light will look like this. And it doesn't look too good, right? We can change directionality in the range between 0 and 0.5. And I wouldn't recommend going over this upper limit. Let's just make it 0.5 and see what happens. The floor is highlighted. The basin and this area here are not getting enough light, while the floor is too bright. So we need to achieve a different effect. Let me show you. We'll set directionality to 0.4. The light's now going in different directions. We're aiming. Now let's talk about bathroom visualization and V-Ray. Today we'll go over general ideas on how to set up lighting in enclosed spaces, and also how to streamline the process a bit. I have a pretty simple scene, and you can get it from the course materials. The camera is set up as a standard one, so we're not gonna do anything too tricky. The only thing is that we usually use a vertical render format to set the view in bathrooms. Therefore, I have a value of 2000 by 1000 pixels in width. So for the final image, you can set values to 4000 by 2000 pixels. It's kind of a standard. And of course, it all depends on your room design as well. As far as I know, in master classes, they usually use large room scenes with windows. They look more like a living room than a bathroom. But in general working projects, you often get these small enclosed spaces. So we'll work with these. The main problem with scenes like this is that there is no natural light source. There are no windows. So we'll have to use only artificial ones. The most important thing here is that you have to set up lighting as it would be in real life. And if that's still not enough, then we can use some fake lighting. So the light sources here are the spotlights on the ceiling and 2 bra. So let's focus on those. I'm doing everything the same way I did in Corona, and here in V-Ray the general rules are exactly the same. And first of all, I need to set up the base lighting. So first of all, I'll check MTL override box, activate standard gray material, nothing special here. Then I'll create a V-Ray light source. I'll choose disk type. I don't want to change intensity yet. Let me put it where it should be. I'll set the radius to match the radius of the point light source. This will only affect the softness or hardness of the shadows. So if you get harsh shadows, you simply need to increase the radius of that light source. Of course, it's also going to affect glare and reflections, so you have to keep that in mind as well. In this case, first of all, I suggest checking Invisible Box so that nothing accidentally gets into your scene. You can uncheck Affect Specular and Reflection boxes. This way, a light source will be just for illumination. In some cases, you can make a recessed light source with something like a cylinder in the ceiling. In this case, you can add additional V-Ray light source, but with a small intensity value, so that it illuminates this cylinder only from the inside. The low brightness value is necessary so that there are no highlights in the scene. And since V-Ray 6 is similar to Corona, the general working principles here are the same. So I'll copy the light source and choose Instance Type, because I'll be adjusting them together. And for now, I'll just probably do the test rendering. So I'll run the frame buffer. So now we have some light. And here we can customize the exposure, or we can customize brightness of the light sources. Do whatever you want. I'm going to adjust it using multiplier. Let me set it to 100 for now. And now you see we have a soft light, but it's not bright enough. And most of the time, that's how it turns out. Now you may be wondering, why don't I use IES? Well, that's because if you need some specific pattern on the wall, the IES could create a beam of light for that, and then it would be worth it. But since there's no pattern on the walls there, it's easier for me to just use disks and adjust directionality parameter for that particular light source, as opposed to trying to experiment with IES and going through various different options and finding the right one. So here I'll just set directional parameter value somewhere between 0 and 0.45. And that way the light source illuminates the floor more than the walls. And the light is becomes more decorative. I can make it even brighter. Let's set value to 150. And this way we get a fill light that would illuminate the bathroom as the main light. Now let's get into the shadows. And so the shadows can be harsh or they can be blurred. It's up to you. And we can simply change the radius here. Although you should note that changing the radius may change the brightness of the light source. To avoid this, you need to switch from the default mode to lumens and the units parameter. This way, you fix brightness of the light source and its brightness will not change with its radius. You see right now the radius has a value of 4, and so I'm going to change it to 10. And you can see that the shadows have blurred quite a bit, even under the sink. So you can customize them however you want, depending on your task. I now want to put the values back in. Let the radius size be something like 5, like this, because I want the shadows a little bit sharper and harsher. Next, with the bra, we work with these light sources same way we do in real life. We set up V-Ray light source over this lamp, except that now we choose the sphere type instead of disk. We don't need IS or fake lighting here. So we're just putting it right there. We want roughly the same radius. You can also adjust the radius by changing harshness of this light. Let me just copy it right over to the second lamp. So you know there's some light there. Although It's not bright enough. So I'm just going to change color here. I'm going to choose temperature type, and I'll set it to a value between 25 and 4000 kelvins. In this case, we have a standard yellow light with the value be 3000. So, you know, these lamps are glowing with a yellow light, but I want to get a backlighting effect right here. So underneath these bra, and maybe a little bit on the walls as well, I'll change multiplier value. Right now it's set to 30. I'm going to make it 300 lumens. And now we're going to see how this is going to look with the materials, because the materials here are light colored, and we may end up with an image that is heavily overexposed. So I'll uncheck MTL override and restart it. Unfortunately, unlike Corona, V-Ray, in V-Ray you have to do this every time. So you know, we've got this, a lot of backlighting, and now we're going to compensate for that with exposure. I'm going to add a little bit of contrast, and I'm also going to lower the exposure a little bit. If there's still some overlighted areas, you can also change highlight burn value. But in this case, I don't need that. I need a bit more contrast. And now we need to adjust brightness of these bra. Let's say we'll set it to 500 lumens. And I think that's enough, because if it's higher than that, we're going to have light on the ceiling and we'll have extra noise, and that's not good. All right, so another thing is that we see these bulbs in the bra as some kind of spots, and that's not good either. So we can just check invisible there, and that makes them invisible. And let everything else be turned on. If we had some earthenware in the scene, there would be reflections. All right, and so one more thing. Glass may have to be excluded because it can add some extra shadow, and V-Ray may ignore that, since this scene is converted from Corona to V-Ray. The materials have not been modified much. So check the object properties parameters to make sure that the glass is not blocking the light. You should have the cast shadows checkbox unchecked. This will give you more light in the bathroom, and the scene will look like this. Then, in some cases, there may be a problem that there are a lot of tiles and a lot of bright colors, and basically everything is light colored. And so in this case, you lose contrast. You can use override here, just like with light colored interiors, the ones that we worked with earlier. Let me show you. We need to find the tile material, and we're going to create a V-Ray override MTL. I'm going to assign it to the floor tiles. See, it's all black now. I'm going to connect it to base material, and we can save this scene so we can compare it later to what we get. Next, we connect V-Ray MTL to the GI box. And now we can adjust the amount of reflection of this floor light by the diffuse parameter. Nothing else needs to be adjusted here. We don't need to add reflections and all of that. Even now you can see how deeper the shadows and light become because of the lower floor over reflection. Although I do think that you shouldn't get too carried away with it. Let it be gray, like this. I think that should be more than enough. Okay, so we can adjust contrast in the bathroom scene in this very way. V-Ray doesn't have this problem with reflex caustics. When light is reflected from objects and create extra noise, it's easier to deal with that in V-Ray. But there are still some things we can improve. For example, these bra. We can use eyedropper tool on this lampshade material. Here it is. This is a double-sided V-Ray translucent. We can also add an override here. So we inserted into the base box. I'm going to assign override material to the bra again. And so then in the GI box, we can also add V-Ray material, which will be darker, and it won't reflect that much. Moreover, we can make it even more transparent. We can add a black and white map to the opacity box, such as a color map or an output. So let's add output here to the opacity box. And now let the output value be 0.5. And so this will give us the material permeability for secondary reflections, and the bra will have a little bit more light. I'm just going to restart it. And that's pretty much it. We can still add adjustment layers like curves or color balance to make image a bit more decorative. We can make an S curve like this. So I'm shading the histogram shadow areas by curving it here. This is where it goes up. And that means that the shaded areas will be brighter. You can reduce the amount of this curve by 0.5. Well, this is how you work with bathrooms in V-Ray, pretty much. If we're talking about adding LED or curtain lighting, then other principles and light setup rules here are exactly the same as in other settings. Thanks for watching. In this video, we're going to find out how to reduce noise in Corona renders. And on top of that, we're going to take a look into what creates noise in a scene. And please don't get scared. In this interior, I reproduced the most common mistakes that lead to heavy noise in a render. So first we need to learn how to identify what causes all that noise. To find out a source of noise in a fast and precise way, you can use a tool called LightMix. So let's open Render Setup window and let's go to the Scene tab. And first we'll stop interactive. Now we click Setup LightMix, select Instance Lights, or you can select Group Lights or Layers, whichever is convenient for you, and then Generate. Now we can restart interactive, and in LightMix we can see all the light sources that we have in our scene, and we'll disable them all. We'll examine each lights separately to determine which ones are causing noise. So we can see some strange looking yellow dots on the floor. The background is set up correctly. There can be no doubt about that. I have a dedicated video on background setup. Go ahead and rewatch it if you need to. And let's make a quick recap. If, when setting up background, you're using Corona Light MTL, make sure to disable Emit Light option. There it is. And that will eliminate the noise. Here's the rule that you should stick to. In most cases, when using self-illumination material, you need to turn off Emit Light option. If you choose to enable it, you need to have a clear understanding of why you're doing it. So Emit Light is off, but we still have these dots. And this means that somewhere in the scene, there's another self-illumination material that creates this noise. And I've already found the object that is to blame for that. It's this point light. And so sometimes identifying a noise-producing object can be quite tricky. You have to group all objects in your scene and try to determine which group contains that problematic effect that creates noise. In this scene, it's this point light. It's a 3D light model that has a self-illumination material under ID number 4. And I've said that multiple times, and I'll say it again. Make sure to examine your models before adding them to your scene. If a grouped model contains self-illumination material, a light source, and so on, you need to get rid of things like that. So let's definitely remove this material and see what that does. And we'll set self-illumination to 0, just in case. So you see, the noise is gone. The rest light source is now noise-free. The second most common source of noise is sun. As strange as it may seem. So here's our sun, and what should we do with it? Well, first and foremost, don't set its multiplier too high. In our scene, we have one sun that illuminates the entire interior. The light gets inside the interior and starts to bounce off and re-reflect, creating noise. And you need to avoid that. To create these secondary bounces of light on the walls, you should use environment light, the sky or HDRI map. The thing about sun is that it should only serve to create light shadow patterns on the walls or on the floor, and that's it. And so, with that said, we decrease the brightness of the sun until the pattern remains clearly visible and is bright enough for us to see. This pattern is the only thing that we need the sun for. So you need to lower its brightness as long as the light-shadow pattern remains well defined. The rest of the interior will grow dim, but that's okay. This way you'll reduce the amount of noise in your scene. Now let's focus on lights that are located inside various objects. Sometimes when they shine through a semi-transparent object, they create noise. And like here, for example, this looks more or less okay, by the way. When setting up lighting, beginning visualizers tend to overdo it with the brightness of artificial lights. And as a result, light gets through the material, this lampshade in this instance, and it scatters multiple times. And then all of those photons start to bounce off the objects inside the interior, trying to illuminate it. And this creates huge amounts of noise. And so, in a situation like this, you should turn off the light source altogether. In a day render, there's no need to turn on lamps anyway. Or you can lower brightness of a light source. But the best way to avoid noise in a situation like this would be to use fake light. Like I've told you in one of the past lessons, one fake light will illuminate the lampshade, and the other will illuminate the interior. Then we have ceiling light, and it creates plenty of noise. If its brightness was higher, it would take forever to get rid of all of that noise. In this case, we need to reduce brightness. And if you have mixed lighting in your scene, you can also use fake lights. Add several fake lights to illuminate the lamp, and then add another fake light that will only illuminate the interior. In that case, light sources won't be put too close to the geometry and won't be trying to re-reflect from it multiple times, creating plenty of noise. This is the only correct way to do that. So let's just turn off the ceiling lamp and the point lamp as well. And finally, environment. If you're using HDRI map, you should be ready that your render will take longer to complete than if you were using Sun Sky Model or Raw Fake. HDRI maps consume a lot of RAM, which slows down your render. And that's because they have a bunch of gradients, color transitions, pixels bright as the sun, pixels that are less bright, and so on. Corona needs a lot of time to render all of that. So to minimize render time, you should use Sun Sky Model. And keep in mind that your sun should not be too bright. The rest of the light should be coming from raw fake or sky. So here's one more thing I'd like to draw your attention to. Let's talk about tulle curtains. A tulle curtain also scatters light and creates additional noise. So try not to block your window with curtains, if possible. If you have heavy curtains on your windows, open them up. And this way, the room will be getting more light and the scene will be rendering faster. It's not a good idea to try and illuminate interior through small gap between closed curtains. It always works like this. The more light gets inside the interior, the faster it renders. I've dedicated a video on tulle curtains in which I reveal a little trick. If you go to Object Properties and uncheck Cast Shadows box, that will reduce render time because the interior will be getting more light. Okay? And so the last thing I'd like to talk about is reflective materials that are used for the floor, the walls, and especially in bathrooms that often have reflective tiles. So this is how you deal with this in Karana. Suppose you have a reflective object with big surface, like a floor, for example, and it has reflections, also known as caustics. And that's when the light falling on a surface is reflected on surrounding objects. Even if you disable caustic effect in the render settings, Karana will still be trying to render those secondary bounces of light. So the only way to fix that is actually to apply the reflective material a tool called Ray Switch. However, if your scene has plenty of objects and reflective objects in particular, identifying all reflective materials can be a little tricky. But luckily for you, we've created a special script that does that automatically. It's called RC Ray Switch, and you'll find it among the additional materials to this course. So this is how it works. You select the biggest reflective surface in the interior. Here, it's the floor. And you just click Add Ray Switch. And this script automatically creates a Ray Switch material. Let's sample this material with a eyedropper. Here's the base material of the floor. Here's the Ray Switch material that has been created automatically and was assigned to the floor. Here's non-reflective Karana Legacy MTL, which is linked to the GI slot of Ray Switch MTL. And now Karana won't be rendering caustics from global illumination, and the scene will have less noise. Also note this, the script takes an average color from the texture map, which means there won't be any visible differences in light and color. And it's a really great tool, which is especially helpful with bathrooms. Select all objects that you have in your bathroom, you apply Ray Switch, and that's it. It can cut your render time as much as in half. Alright? So these are the basic tips on how to reduce noise in a scene, and I wish you fast and proper renders. So we have one last thing left to do, and that's the final rendering. So let's jump around a bit in the settings to check all the essential things we'll need for high quality final image. So the first thing to check is output size. In RStudio, we usually use 5000 pixels on the larger side for our final images. And if the image is widescreen, we use 5000 pixels wide. If we set it to 5000 pixels right here, and we have the image aspect parameters locked, then the height will automatically adjust to that size as well. So as you can see, my image is square, so its size is 5000 by 5000 pixels. Of course, you should understand that not everyone has computers that are powerful enough to do this, and you don't always need such high quality image. Sometimes a smaller resolution is enough. On average, final quality is considered an image of about 25 by 50-100 pixels. Depends on the client's wishes. If the image is vertical, then the larger side is considered the height. And here we set the size of the image in pixels. So we have an output format that we will render the final image in. Next we go to Scene tab, and here we need to set the noise level limit value. Of course, there are other options to limit the rendering by number of passes or by time, but I think the best option is to limit the noise level, because this way we can get a great quality image. Of course, it will take a bit longer to render, but we won't sacrifice quality for time. Some people will be fine with a pass limit, for example, but I can't really calculate how many passes I'll need to get quality images in advance. So 99% of the time, I recommend using noise level limit. Usually, we set a value of 3%. A value of 2% provides a fairly high quality image, which is not much different from what 3% gives, but the rendering time increases tremendously. So by trial and error, we came up with the perfect value of 3%. In some cases, if you're doing previews, for example, you may want to use a value of about 4% for your image. You can use whatever you're more comfortable with, but I recommend 3%. So the next thing to look at is denoising box. If you're working with the final image, you can use denoising parameter, and I recommend using Corona high quality mode. In this case, denoising will be of the highest quality. As for the amount parameter, we have also found the optimal value of about 0.3 or 0.4. This is enough to smooth out the image, and at the same time, the denoising parameter does not hide any minor details. If your image is very large, like about 5,000 pixels on the large side, then I would not use denoising if I were you, because there's a lot of detail in the image. The resolution is very high and the noise will not be visible in this case. We can leave all other options such as camera, performance, and system as default. They don't really affect anything, but it's very important to customize the render elements that you'll need later for post-production of your image. I'm going to show you some render elements that I recommend to use for high quality image processing. Of course, Corona and V-Ray have a lot of render elements, but most of them are hardly used at all. So let's start from the bottom up. First of all, I recommend using C-masking wire color. So this is a mask that contains object's color. And let me select some objects. For example, a couch. And you see that its wireframe color is black, and this render element looks like this. And this creates a colored mask that will allow you to separate different objects from one another. If you need to do post-production, for example, to lighten something, make it brighter, and so on. Sometimes we just need to customize some particular objects. So I recommend adding C-masking wire color by default. And I also recommend colorizing your wire. So let's take the ceiling, for example. And it seems to be defined as a single object with the walls. And so let's take this book here, because it's also green as this stand here. So we can change the wire color to red, and then this object will be a red. And then in Photoshop, it will be easy to select this object by color and separate into a different layer. And that's very useful. Next, if you already know that you will need to edit some object on your render, for example, you need to change the color of the floor or the color of the cabinet, you can create a separate mask for this object. You can do this by using a C masking mask render element. So let's click here and find the render element, C masking, mask. There are GBuff and ID settings here, but it's best to add it manually. So we check manual selection box here. I've selected the floor object and then click this plus button, and now a separate mask is created. On the render, it will look like this. C masking mask looks like a white mask. And this will be very handy for editing. For selecting this object separately in Photoshop, if you need to make it lighter, brighter, or change its color a little bit. And this way we can make a separate mask for each object that we're going to edit. Now, of course, I recommend that you don't get too carried away with this and add these masks only when necessary. And I also recommend renaming this render element right away. For example, here, I'll call it floor. And that way I will know that this is a separate mask for the floor. Okay, what else? Now, we may also need reflections. And here I'm gonna add Essential Reflect. And we need this in case we wanna edit the image and add extra highlights. It looks like this. It's like some kind of mask. See that now only the reflections are selected. In some cases, this will help us highlight mirrors or some reflections on the floor and glass objects, for example. So that's also very useful. One last thing that you can utilize is a separate alpha channel. If you don't use the background behind the window as a separate object and would rather paste it in Photoshop, then I recommend adding shading alpha just to be safe. So this is an essential set of render elements that you may need when editing your image in Photoshop. Of course, there are a large number of specific render elements that allow you to more fine-tune your post-production in Photoshop. There are individual masks like Refract, which will allow you to create separate masks if you have glass in your scene, for example. Or there's translucency, which you can use for curtains and fabrics and things like that. But by and large, you don't use all of these things that much. So I've shown you a really essential set of masks. There are wire color, a separate render element, C masking, reflect, and alpha channel. And that pretty much covers probably 95% of all the render elements you need for all occasions in your work. All right. So the last thing we can customize is render queue. If you have multiple cameras in your project, I would recommend you use batch render. It works as follows. We go to the rendering box and select batch render. And this is a fairly simple panel where we add cameras that we're working with. So this is how it works. Simply click add to get a view that you can customize. Here you can rename it. Let's call it camera main room. And then in the output path box, specify the path. with your images. And let me also specify the path and the name of the file. Now, of course, this should be the path to your project. Then you simply choose file type, such as Corona EXR or PNG. Now, I like to use EXR for these files so that I can take some render elements from there if needed. So I save it all into one single file. I click save, and then we can change resolution, we can change format, or we can just use the one that's default in 3ds Max. I'm not gonna touch anything here for now. And next, we need to select the camera that we're gonna use for rendering. Otherwise, you might not get anything. Select the camera that you want to use, and as you can see, the light sources are also here, so don't mix them up. Only use the camera that is right for your view. For example, in this scene, it will be main room, and that's it. Now this view is set up, and I can delete extra ones to make things a little bit easier. You can click duplicate and just rename the camera. For example, main room 03. Then click output path, and here we have to overwrite the name of the files. In the bonus materials, you'll find the entire workflow of the project with guides on how to properly name the files so you don't get confused. So next we select another camera, and we now have two views. And next we click render, and we get a queue of rendering all these cameras. So when the first camera is rendered and the noise level reaches 3%, the file will be saved, and then the next camera will start to render. If for some reason you don't want to use batch render, for example, if you have only one image, you can just run the render and manually save it, or select a path to save this render using render output panel. All you need to do is click Files, specify the path of the file you're saving, click Save, and run the render. But if you're using multiple cameras, it's best to do it with batch render. Alright everybody, that's it for now. I wish you good luck with your rendering, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In the last videos we talked about V-Ray settings, and now in this video we're gonna prepare the scene for the final render. And we'll get the final images ready for further post-production. So the first thing we should check is resolution, the render output size. In our design studio, we use 5000 pixels resolution on the larger side for the final image. That is, if we're rendering widescreen images, the output size is 5000 pixels wide. And then if image aspect is locked, the height of the image is adjusted automatically. Now, of course, not everyone needs such a high image resolution. Many people use resolution of around 2500 pixels for the final image. And for the most part, many choose resolution between 2500 and 5000 pixels. All of that depends on the client's wishes, of course. Either way, resolution of 5000 pixels is approximately A3 format with a print density of 300 dpi. We adopted such a standard in our studio a long time ago, therefore the final image will have a resolution of 5000 pixels. The next thing we should consider when preparing for rendering is render elements. Of course, there are a huge number of these in V-Ray, but in practice, we do not need to use them all. Those that will be necessary for further post-production will be enough. And here's a list of useful rendering elements. Let's take a look at it and find out what they do. V-Ray AO. As for me, I rarely use ambient occlusion in post-production. Let's see what this render element looks like. AO is a kind of mask that can help you highlight certain small elements. For example, a molding relief, or if you have some small elements, you just apply this layer in Photoshop and multiply mode. And this way you get highlighted elements. So personally, I'd say I rarely use this, so I'm just showing you this element as a potential tool that you can use. Okay, next, V-Ray wire color. It's a render element that you should definitely check out because it will definitely come in handy in your projects. I recommend always adding it by default. And how does it work? Well, it renders the color of the object you have used in 3ds Max as a mask. So let's take this molding element right here. It has a black wireframe color, and we can change it to blue. And then it will be blue here. See, it's being updated now. Let's restart this. Now the render has updated and we can see that the mask is now a blue color. Why is this so useful? Well, you use this layer as a mask to select objects that you will edit in Photoshop if necessary. For example, we'll need to change the shade of the table material a little bit, or make the door a little bit lighter. So this will be easy to do in Photoshop just by selecting this element using the mask color in Photoshop. So I recommend that you always use this render element by default. You can add it to a preset and use it whenever you want. Even though it may seem useless to you, you will definitely need it at some point. So feel free to use it. Next up, we have V-Ray Alpha. This thing is good for those who like to add a background on the render, for example, in post-production, rather than the way I showed you. As a plane with a texture, of course, it's your choice, so you can add an alpha channel so that you can get a mask of a window, let's say, and then set up the background in Photoshop. Sometimes that helps as well. Next up, we have V-Ray Raw Reflection. This render element is useful if you need to filter out all the reflections and get a mask with highlights like this. Of course, it looks very bright, although sometimes it can come in handy. In case you don't want to get a black and white mask like this, you can choose a regular V-Ray reflection. It looks like this. So you see all the reflective materials are filtered into a separate render element, into a separate layer. So you can use this layer in Photoshop to highlight reflective surfaces like metals, glass, and other stuff like that. Okay. The next render element on our list is Object Select. Now, note that I have only the plants highlighted here. In order to properly set up this render element, you will first need to properly set up the G-buffer. So how do you do that? Well, first you select the object and then right-click on Object Properties and select G-buffer option. You need to set any numeric value other than 0 here. So I've set 4, for example. You can put 5 or 6 or 3. It doesn't really matter. Then you just click OK, and then when we've added the V-Ray Object Select render element, we need to set the correct G-buffer ID, matching your object here. And again, we need to do this to separate our some object for further post-production. Like if you want to recolor the curtains or make some object brighter, your client might want you to make edits and change the shade of some material, for example. So with the G-buffer ID, you add the object you want in a separate V-Ray Object Select render element, and you have a separate object as a mask. Also, you can make multiple layers like this by simply renaming them. Let me show you. I'm just going to rename it to plant, and now I have a separate layer, a separate render element, and now I can select curtains for another gbuffer ID. So I think that's pretty much self-explanatory. Next we have V-Ray Object ID. And so this element allows you to output a colored mask of objects according to their gbuffer ID. So let's go to object properties and see what gbuffer ID those curtains have. So you see the ID number is 1, the plan ID number is 4, and the table legs ID number is 2. So all objects with gbuffer ID other than 0 are added to a separate mask as elements. And this will also allow you to use this as a mask in post-production. Also, don't forget that you can also set the anti-aliasing setting. When anti-aliasing option is not set, you get these sharp edges like this on the scene. To be honest, I'm not really sure why it works this way in V-Ray. It would be better if this could be smoothed out by using color with AA, so that these sharp edges wouldn't be there. Basically, you don't have to do that most of the time because V-Ray wire color creates a separate mask. So you just have to create a separate wireframe color for objects so that you have a good mask. Let's have it be magenta for the plant. If we restart the render, we'll have a colored mask, which will be handy to select in Photoshop. And the last render element that I can recommend is V-Ray lighting. In case you want to add more lighting to some particular areas of your render, this element will filter your light sources separately and create a separate layer without global lighting, only with direct light sources. So you can use this layer in Photoshop in screen mode and then brighten some areas. So you can save this render element for yourself. You may need it. Now, let's move on to saving the file and the render queue. Now, if you're rendering a single image and you want to leave it to render and have it saved afterwards, here's what you need to do. You have to go to the V-Ray tab and then select the separate render channels option. Check the box right here. And here you can save the path for your image, like this. Now you need to choose a file format, PNG for example, and then name your file, click Save, choose RGB 48-bit, and check the alpha channel to save it. All right, and next we need to make sure that all the boxes are checked. So now when you render the image, all of your render elements will be saved to the folder that you specified. But if you're working with multiple cameras, I recommend you use batch render. It's very easy to set up. You need to click on the rendering tab, select batch render, then add a new view. It's set up as view 01 by default, but you have to rename it here, like this. In the output path box, specify the output path of your image. Select JPEG format and save it. And then make sure to specify the camera that you're going to work with here. I have this camera 01, so I have to select it right here. Know that There are also light sources in the list, so don't get them mixed up. And that's pretty much it. You can also change image resolution for each camera. Like, we can change it to 2500 if we want our image to be smaller. But right now, let's keep it at 5000 since we're rendering the final image. Also, if you're working with other cameras, you need to click add a new view, and specify a new path. But we can make this a little bit easier by using the presets from the first camera. In that case, you just need to click duplicate, and it will automatically be set to number 2. In the output path box, you need to specify it as another file so that it doesn't get overwritten. And also we need to specify another camera. And in this case, there is no other camera here, so we'll leave the same one. We can also upload some preset if we need to. And that's it. After that, you simply press render, and now we have a render queue. This is very handy when you're working with a series of images, like 5 or 6 images for one interior. You can just run the queue and relax. Well, that's it for now. Have fun with your renders, and we'll see you in the next video. Let's talk about render setup in V-Ray. I decided to make a dedicated video on how to set up high quality render in V-Ray that doesn't take too long to calculate. But first, I recommend that you revisit a video on noise reduction in Corona first. Why? Well, because V-Ray and Corona are very similar in terms of the general setup, lighting setup, brightness of self-illumination materials, and many other things. So setting up correct lighting is crucial to getting rid of noise. That's been established. Noise is mostly generated by self-illumination materials. Extremely bright sun, extremely bright light sources that sit too close to geometry, things like that. So make sure to revisit that Corona video to learn how to set up a noise-free render in no time. Alright, and now let's go back to V-Ray. So here on the left, I have the History tab with test renders that I've already done. And this time we won't have to spend time running test renders during this video. Here, all settings have been reset to default. If you use default settings for your render, you'll end up with a pretty solid result. This scene, for example, was rendered with default settings. The only thing I did is I assigned clay material as the override material, and I also excluded background from override. And that's it. Back in the day, it was commonly believed that there were some special V-Ray settings that delivered a beautiful result. Well, you know, in reality, the key to a high-quality render is lighting setup. Render settings only affect noise, spots, and render speed, and that's it. They don't affect anything else. So you either get a noisy render fast or a clear render but slow. There's no third option here, all right? However, there is such thing as optimal settings. You can't take that away. But you can say that default settings are close to optimal, more or less. So in order to achieve a correct, good-looking render, you just need to fine-tune default settings. Just a tiny bit. Okay? Right, so let's get started. And first, let's examine each setting one by one. If I skip this or that setting, then it's not that important. If you want to learn more, browse through the FAQ section on the official website. So, I will only focus on settings that affect the final result. And by the way, if you're doing a preview render, you can disable displacement option here in the Common tab. Okay, now let's go to the V-Ray tab. Here we have the frame buffer settings. And so what should we focus on first of all? Well, we can turn on an option called V-Ray Raw Image. And it's a special render format. It's very similar to the CXR format in Corona. And also you can check separate render channels to save all render elements to separate files. If you're saving your render as an external file, all render elements will be saved as individual files, which is very handy. Sometimes. We don't use this option very often. All right, what else? So next we have resumable rendering, and this thing allows us to stop and then resume the render. Just like in Corona. You can save your render to the V-Ray image format. So you turn on resumable rendering, then V-Ray raw image file, and then select autosave interval. This setting can come in handy if you have power outages, for example, or if your render keeps crashing because your computer performance is too low. All right, what's next? As you can see, there's a button called Default. So we click it to open Advanced Global Switch Settings. Here's an option called Displacement. And what displacement does is it enables or disables V-Ray's own displacement mapping. So basically, if you're rendering a preview, you can disable displacement option. You don't need it. Okay? Then we also have lights and shadows. And if you don't need light sources or shadows in your scene, you can turn them off. Just like that. But for now, we'll leave them on, because we usually render images as they are. If for some reason you want to turn off shadows or light, then go ahead and disable these options. But be careful with all these settings, because if you accidentally remove a check or switch to a different mode, you'll spend forever trying to figure out what's wrong with your render. Okay? Next we have hidden lights. It's for group light sources that are hidden. Corona has identical setting. So let's move on. We'll skip these settings. They work perfectly fine in the default mode. Then there's Don't Render Final Image. You may need this option when saving global illumination, irradiance map, for example, to a separate file. And it's mostly used for animation, so we'll skip it. If you have this option checked, V-Ray will only render global illumination. It won't be affected in the final render. Next we have Reflection and Refraction. It's for glass objects. We'll leave it as it is. Then we have Maps. If you keep this option turned on, V-Ray will only render textures. As you can see, practically every element has its own option, and we can decide whether to enable or disable each of them separately. Then we have filter maps and filter for GI. They cause a slight texture blurriness, so it's best to turn them off to keep your texture sharp and clear. But if you stretch the texture too much, you bump into a risk of ending up with various artifacts. So it happens when you stretch a low resolution image. Next setting is Glossy. Glossy has to do with blurry reflections. Practically any material has these. If you want your image to render fast, go ahead and disable this option. This way you'll avoid blurry reflections and refractions. So we'll leave it as it is. Then we have max transparency levels. It shows the number of re-reflections from objects. So suppose you have plenty of glassware in your scene, and it generates countless reflections. Well, you can lower this value to 20, let's say, and that will speed up your render. This way we get an adequate number of reflections, and this won't cause any artifacts. Then we have override depth. It's the number of refractions and reflections, and if we put two mirrors opposite each other, what they'll do is they'll reflect each other, and this parameter shows how many reflections we'll get. It shows the depth of that mirror corridor. So let's make it 5. It's a good value for a regular interior that doesn't have too many glass lamps or other glass objects. It's another way to slightly reduce render time. Alright, these settings we can skip. This is the override parameter. You already know about it. Next we have max ray. We'll skip it too. As for the rest of the settings, there is no need to change them. They work just fine with default values. Moving on, and here we have image sampler section. Let's tweak these settings a little bit. So there are 2 rendering methods. One is progressive. It's when you're rendering a noisy image and the noise is slowly going away. It's just like in Corona. Actually, V-Ray has become very similar to Corona in terms of settings and rendering processes. It also has adopted this progressive mode, but if you prefer the old school method with squares or buckets running all over your render, then go ahead and use the bucket mode. So let's take a closer look at each of these modes, and we'll start with progressive. Alright, so here we have the min subdivs parameter. It shows how many parts each light pixel is split into. The minimum value is 1, and the maximum value is 100. Now, during rendering, V-Ray decides on the number of light subdivisions per single pixel in each area of your image. And you can change the minimum number of subdivisions to 2, and the maximum number to 24. And the higher the value, the noisier image you'll get in the end. The number of subdivisions will stay within the specified range, however. Okay, now next we have noise threshold. And what noise threshold is it is a noise sensitivity. The default value is 0.01. I'll show you how these settings affect the render later in the video. But next we have ray bundle size, and we're not going to change that. Then we have min shading rate. It shows the quality of your shadows. Render mask is a very useful setting for when you need to render a specific object or texture without rendering the rest of the scene. And you can select a texture, select an object, include, exclude list, layer, or object ID, and V-Ray will render it. This setting is mostly used for post-correction. So suppose we need to change a color of a plant, for example. And we select the plant and pick the selected category. And now V-Ray will only render that plant. And it's great for doing mirror corrections. Now let's see about these settings. This image here was rendered with default settings. And we'll zoom in to be able to see the noise. So render time was 15 minutes and 9 seconds. And again, this image was not optimized beyond its default settings. The next render. Look at the amount of noise. Here, the minimum number of subdivisions is 1, and the maximum number is 8. This is the level of noise that we've got here. So let's compare it with the previous render. The render time has reduced significantly. For the second render, it's 2 minutes and 7 seconds. So if you have a noisy preview render, you can lower subdivisions range to 1 to 8, or 1 to 16, or 1 to 24. The maximum values are usually increased by 8. But as you can see, the noise level is pretty high. Next is noise threshold. We decrease this parameter 5-fold. So let's compare it with the default render. not much has changed actually. This image hasn't become any clearer. The render time is practically the same, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The takeaway here is that you should change these parameters, min subdivs, max subdivs, and noise threshold, all at once. Only then you can achieve a better result. In this test render, min subdivs is 1 and max subdivs is 24. So let's compare it with the default render. The amount of noise is almost the same. There's a difference, but it's insignificant. This render took 17 minutes to render. So compare it against the default render's 15 minutes. There's hardly any improvement. I reduced noise threshold as well as subdivs limits. I was trying to find a balance just to show you. But in this case, I had to change global illumination as well. So let's go to Global Illumination tab. And just so you know, the optimal noise threshold level is between 0.01 and 0.002. The subdivs range should be between 1 and 8 for previews. For a render which is more or less clear, it should be between 1 and 24. As for the min shading rate, its shadow quality, I recommend increasing it to about 16. So here in the GI tab, we also have environment, we have color mapping, and we have camera settings. We have them at their default values. When setting up light, you don't need to change GI environment or reflections and refractions, because we're using V-Ray Dome to illuminate the interior. The GI setting can also affect the render speed. We go to the advanced settings, and what do we have here? So first we'll turn off Enable GI, and we'll do that so that global illumination doesn't render. You can do that for illustrations, you can do that for diagrams, and other images where you don't need super realistic lighting. In that case, you can turn off GI, and your image will render pretty fast. Alright, then we have refractive and reflective GI caustics, and I recommend turning them off altogether. This is how you reduce noise if your scene has plenty of glass objects, such as glass dividers or glass tables, for example. So those glass objects will stop letting light through, especially scattered light. But if you exclude them from shadows, they'll look just fine. As a result, you'll speed up your render at a small cost, if you can say so. So then we have saturation, we have contrast, and contrast base. You can leave them as they are. They mostly affect brightness of light bounces. When, for example, we have a blue sky that sends light through windows, and its light bounces off the interior surfaces. Then you can tweak saturation and contrast. But in general, they work great with default values, so we'll just skip them. Then we have ambient occlusion, which creates darkening effect, especially on small elements. So be careful with that option. Then we enable it and set its amount to 0.3. The radius is 10 centimeters. See? It creates a slight darkening effect. So go ahead and use it for small white elements such as moldings. It creates a delicate layer emphasizing the details. Next come the light cache settings. And again, these parameters work well as they are. There's no need to tweak them most of the time. As you can see, the default GI settings work just fine. They don't need any adjusting. But here's another thing. V-Ray uses several light rendering algorithms. One is light cache for secondary bounces of light. The other one is brute force, and that's for primary light. It works almost the same way as in Corona. And on top of that, there's a dated method called irradiance map. It's when light is baked into. It's sort of a texture, a map. You can select it here. See? It says deprecated, meaning it's slightly dated, but that's okay. You can still use it. All right, now what settings can we tweak here? You can use one of the presets, low, medium, or high, and so on. Let's go for high. And then we enable show calculation phase to be able to see how the render is progressing. Let's start our render and see. So while the image is being rendered, you can see that there are squares, or buckets, as we call them, running all over the render. And each bucket stands for one processor in your computer. The image is split in squares, you could say. Global illumination is being baked into a map, which is then applied to the render. It's one of the methods to render global illumination. So we have threshold values here. Minimum rate is -3 and maximum rate is 0. Don't dwell too much on it. Let's switch to the custom preset. The difference between the minimum and the maximum rates indicates the number of rendering passes. First goes one rough pass, and then they become more detailed. If we change the minimum rate to -1, the number of passes will decrease by 1. And again, the difference between these two limits is the number of rendering passes. Right, next is subdivs, and that shows how much light, how much information each spot will be getting. The higher the value, the more light it will get. The light will be of higher quality, but it will render slower, obviously. So if we increase subdivs to 70, that will improve the quality of a irradiance map. Now, interpolation samples shows blurriness between these spots. We'll leave it at default, and we can also take a look at the advanced settings. If you choose irradiance map as your rendering method, I recommend that you enable detail enhancement, because that ensures that V-Ray calculates fine details on moldings, on your doors, and things like that. If you have this option turned off, you risk ending up with artifacts and noise. So let's go to the History tab and take a look at my first irradiance map render. Here it is. The render time is 3 minutes. It's almost noise-free. The image is very smooth and very clear, especially in shadowed areas. So with this method, image render is very fast. The only drawback is these noisy spots. To get rid of this noise, you need to raise irradiance map settings. We need to increase subdivs parameter from 50 to 70. Okay, and so next, we need to use high or very high preset. Min rate is -3 and max rate is 1. And this means V-Ray will make enough passes. Then we have detail enhancement, and here you don't need to change anything. Although you can adjust the radius of small details that will be rendered. But this is a very kind of advanced setting, and I recommend that you leave it as it is. Then there's randomized samples. You need to disable this option in order to reduce spots, because irradiance map creates these light spots chaotically. There's a strange logic behind it. But if, however, you turn off randomized samples, spots will be created along the geometry, and it makes a crucial difference in architectural visualization. when you have all kinds of objects that are perpendicular and parallel to one another, such as doors, moldings, window frames, things like that. So next we have multipass. If it's on, a radiance map will be rendered in multiple passes. If it's off, it will be calculated in one single pass. It doesn't affect render much, so we'll leave it on. Alright, what else we have? So then there's check sample visibility, and I recommend turning it on. If your scene has fine elements, such as moldings or door frames, and things of that nature, if you leave it off, then small details, gaps, and things will have artifacts and highlights. But again, it's advanced radiance map setup. You can set it up all at once and then save the final setting as a preset. Next, we have interpolation type. There's no need to change it. And finally, we have a tab called Settings. And let's see Advanced System Settings. Here we have default geometry. And you can choose between auto, you can choose between static and dynamic. And so, what's the difference here? Well, this setting has to do with RAM. If you have a low performance computer, for example, you should use dynamic mode. So suppose you have little RAM, 16 gigs, for example. Well, you can set dynamic memory limit to megabytes. And let's make it 10,000, just for instance. And this way we'll leave about 3 gigabytes of memory for your system. And the rest we'll use for rendering. During rendering, V-Ray will be using up RAM. It will be uploading geometry, light, things like that. All of that will be channeled to RAM. And once it doesn't need any of these elements, it will unload them and upload new ones. It makes the render more stable, but at the same time, it increases render time because uploading and unloading information takes time. So if you have enough RAM, I recommend that you switch to the static mode and set dynamic memory limit to 0. So in that case, you'll be using up all the RAM that you've got, and that will speed up your render big time. So if you don't have any RAM issues, go ahead and run your render in the static mode. So that seems to be it. These parameters have to do with bucket method. Buckets can move in spirals from top to bottom, and you can select between different sequences here, including triangulation, top, bottom, checker, and spiral. These settings are mostly for geeks, and they don't affect render quality. At least you won't be able to discern it. So let's see what else we have in the History tab. Here's the Radiance map render. It took 6 minutes and 28 seconds to calculate. And we've got fairly good image, although we have some spots. And if I remember correctly, I increased minimum shading rate to improve shadow quality. But a Radiance map that I used was the same. Here it is. Minimum shading rate. It's currently at 16. But even though the noise level has dropped, the spots are still there. And that's because the Radiance map is the same. Here, in the last test render, I increased the quality of Radiance map quite a bit, and you can clearly see the effect on the door frames here. So this is what it looked like when I used the default Radiance map, and this is the high preset. All right. So that was it on render settings in V-Ray. Let's do some summing up. So we'll compare the default render and the Irradiance map render. The render with default settings took 15 minutes and 9 seconds to calculate. The render with a high-quality Irradiance map took 22 minutes to calculate. So that's a noticeable difference, but Irradiance map has managed to significantly reduce the noise. Now look here. Look at these table legs. This is how they look in the default render. And this is what Irradiance map has done. No noise. The difference in render time is about 5 minutes. It's around 30% of the overall time. So there's one final piece of advice I have for you. I recommend that you set up all these parameters one by one. Setting up all parameters in one go and then staring at the render is not a good idea, because you won't know how each parameter affected your image and which setting needs further adjustment. So pay most attention to these progressive image sample settings. You can change max subdivs from 100 to 24, for example. Noise threshold, the default value is 0.01. You can lower it as well. By lowering this setting, you can increase render time while getting rid of noise. As for min shading rate, you should increase that. And finally, as for image filter, well, that smooths out the noise. And I don't usually use this filter, so I'll keep it off, all right? Some visualizers like it, I don't. Okay? Well, that was it on render settings in V-Ray. Only change progressive image sampler settings, and as for the rest, leave them at default. Irradiance is optional. I tweaked it just to show you the effect. So those are advanced settings for those of you who want a deeper dive into the topic. All right, thanks for watching. Good luck and have fun. Let's talk about Photoshop post-production, namely how we do it in our studio. I'm going to show you a typical interior renderings post-production workflow. And of course, the methods may be a little bit different for everyone, so I'm just going to show you the one we use. So here I have one of our actual designs that we did for our customer. And I'm going to show you how to make a really nice picture out of this render. This render is created in Corona, but actually post-production is the same for both V-Ray and Corona. There's absolutely no difference here. So I've got some extra masks and render elements ready, and I talked about them in the previous video. I also made a separate mask for the plants, just in case, and also for this table and chairs and lamps here. I also made a separate render element for reflections, in case I wanted to highlight some glare or reflections. And also have a separate ID mask, alpha channel, and wire. All of this is necessary so that we can highlight some elements in case we need to. Next, we can save all of this as files. And of course, you can save it as CXR format and then using clipboard by pressing Ctrl-C, paste edge mask into Photoshop. So I'm going to show you two ways that I use. First, we start Photoshop. And if you already have all of your render elements and layers saved as files, you can just load them into Photoshop with literally 2 clicks. And to do this, you'll go to File tab, then Script, click Load Files into Stack, and click Browse, and specify the folder with your renders. Select them all, click OK, and one more time. And now all render elements will be loaded into one file as separate layers. In fact, you don't always need to load all the render elements in Photoshop. So you can just take them from the CXR file or from the frame buffer and then do post-production. So I'll show you the second method as well. So we just go back to Corona or to V-Ray, And now we take Beauty Pass, which is the main render, and just copy it to the clipboard by pressing Ctrl C. Then we go to Photoshop, press Ctrl N, create a new file, press Ctrl V. And see, now I have a basic render, but the windows don't have an alpha channel. So in the tutorials, I've shown you how to set up a background using a plane. But in this case, I'd like to show you how to set up the background using Photoshop. Now, it doesn't make much difference exactly how you're going to do it. Just choose that what works best for you. In this case, in this particular design, there's a background. It's reflected in the windows, but it's not visible through these windows. So we're missing some of the possibilities for manipulating it. So I need to load an alpha channel here so that the windows are transparent. And to do that, I'm going to create an adjustment mask for this layer. And now I click this button, and I have a mask now. But for now, it's just a white sheet. So next I need to find the alpha channel. I can go back into 3ds Max, find it, and copy it by pressing Ctrl C. Then I go back into Photoshop and hold down Alt, click on the mask, and then paste it. And this is what we get. We have a separate mask for the layer. And this is how we're gonna set this whole file. It's called non-distractive post-production. It means that we can change the file at any stage if we need to. I mean, not replace the file itself, but some layers that is rendered here. Okay, so as an example, let's say if you change something in the scene, something like a bed, in that case, we can just put a new layer and everything will be fine. So now I need to set up the background. And to do that, I have this image, and I'll press Ctrl A, select it, and then paste it into Photoshop. I'm going to insert it under the interior layer. And now I need to put it correctly on the background so that it's decent in both perspective and lighting. As for perspective, well, as I told you in the background setting up video, the rules are the same, except here we don't see the horizon line, but we can find it quite easily. We take all the perpendicular lines that go to the vanishing point of our image. So that's the top edge of the wall. And I'm going to draw a line like this. Also, we have the carpet here, and I'll draw a line here as well. And the bottom edge of the bed. See, all of these lines converge to one point, and that's where the horizon line is going to be. So I can just create an extra line, and this will be a kind of a reference point for me. And now I can set up background using this, and it will be perfectly set up. However, we have to keep in mind that we have terrain, so the horizon line is going to be a little bit lower. I mean, it would be wrong to set it up like this, because we always have to consider the terrain. So I like the way it is, and now I'm going to remove these lines. I don't need them anymore. Now I just need to lighten this so that we have a balance between the interior and the background. Since the background is darker than the interior, and it should always be lighter on the render, we need to tweak it. So to do this, I'll create a new layer. I'll go to the Layer tab and click New Adjustment Layer. And here I'm going to select Levels. And you can use curves, it doesn't really matter. But I'm going to select Levels. I'm going to hold Alt, and I'm going to select Backgrounds. And now in Levels, I'm going to drag the middle slider here, and I'm going to make this whole image a little bit brighter. I don't really like these dark spots, so maybe I'll rotate the background a little bit so they don't catch my eye too much. Let's go like this. And as you can see, now the background is quite bright and it blends with the lighting inside the interior. So our scene turns out to be more realistic because the background should be a little overexposed. All right, and so now let's move on to a deeper editing. And I'd like to correct the ceiling now because it's concrete. But I'd like to make it look more decorative. A lot of things I'm going to show you are simply examples, like things that you can do if you need to. So I'll go back into 3ds Max, or I can open up just a saved mask layer. And next I select ceiling, I copy and switch back to Photoshop. Then we can do it like this. By the way, that's just the first way to do it. There's also a second way. But let's focus on the first one. So now we're gonna go to the channel section and we can create a new channel. And we press the plus button and paste this mask here and we have it saved. So when I go back to RGB, I'll press Ctrl button and click on this alpha channel. I'll have the ceiling selected. And that's very helpful. This way we can save any selected object in the channels if we need to. And now the second method. So we can just copy our main render layer. So I press Ctrl J and then paste the ceiling mask into the alpha channel mask. And see, this is what we get. And so now, in order to correct the ceiling, I add an adjustment layer. I go to the Layer tab and click New Adjustment Layer. And let it be curves, select curves, click OK. And now hold down Alt and click on the ceiling layer. Now we can rename this layer to avoid confusion. Because if you open this file a month later, you won't even remember what we did with it. And that way, with the right naming, you'll be able to navigate through all of this. So I've got these curves, and now I want to make them more high contrast. To make some object or layer more high contrast, we just have to create an S-shaped curve. And see, now the ceiling is more decorative. But I want to make it lighter while keeping the contrast. So let's set it up like this. See, now there's some nice highlights from the windows. And we can turn off the adjustment layer and you can see that the ceiling looks much better now. We can work with other objects the same way, but I want to show you guys another way to work with masks. We have a wire mask, and I've talked a lot about it in previous videos. So let me show you how to use it. So you copy, go back to Photoshop, paste it, and now in order to select something by color, we have to do the following. We'll go to the Select tab and choose Color Range. But know that the layer must be selected. And then, with eyedropper, select this object. Let's say a mirror. And there, you see, it's selected. Next, we turn off the visibility of this layer. And we can, for example, just copy this mirror from the render layer by pressing Ctrl J. And there we have it. We now have a new layer. So let me tweak it just to show this to you. Let me recolor it. Let's make it cooler or warmer. See, it's only It's the only thing that changes, so we can adjust any object, any paintings, lamps, pillows, anything. We can repaint them, change the contrast, and so that's pretty useful stuff. In some cases, however, wire won't help us, because you see the wireframe color of this plant is black. It just bends. It just bends in with the rest. In that case, we need to either re-render this mask or use a separate mask for these objects. But I've made a provision for that, so because plants are most often edited, so here I have separate mask, I copy, go back to channels, and I save this selection like this, paste it with Ctrl V, and now go back to RGB. Hold down Ctrl and click on this selection. I can turn off the wire layer, I don't need it. And now I can copy this by simply pressing Ctrl J, and now I'm going to move these plants up higher. I'm going to rename them, and let's recolor them. But in order to save these changes, I'm going to use an adjustment layer. And again, let's go to the Layer tab and select New Adjustment Layer. And let's take Color Balance, for example. I'm going to hold down Alt and click on the plants. If I don't do that, Color Balance will affect all the layers below. And now let's make them a little bit cooler, for instance, like this. Let's compare what we had to what we've got now. If we don't want any kind of editing for other plants, we can just erase them using Eraser tool. But it's better to just tweak the adjustment mask layer. That's it. I'm going to choose black, go to the Edit Mask section of this adjustment layer, where I set the color. And just like that, I use a black brush to remove the extra color. See, that's how it works. Boom, and it's done. So this is how I adjust different objects. Let me show you the bed as an example. So do I have a mask for it? Yes, here it is. So I go to Select tab, click Color Range, and select it with Eyedropper. We can edit the amount of selection right here. So that's how it's going to be. I've got Windows selected as well. That's not a big deal for now. I'll go back to the base render layer. Press Ctrl J, move it up to the very top, so that adjustment layers won't affect the layer again. And now I need to make this bed more decorative. Create a new adjustment layer, go to the Layer tab, New Adjustment Layer, and let's select Curves. So for example, I want to have more light in this area, and I don't want more light here. So we can do this. We can just raise the curves, but then we've got the whole image changing. That's because I didn't hold down Alt and click on the layer. So I need to specify which layer this affects first. And see, now only the bed changes. The windows change too, but we'll fix that later. So let's say we're done with that, brighten up the bed, but I don't want this area to be too light. So I'm just going to take the black color again, click Edit Mask, and remove extra lighting here. See, now we have a bed of this sort with colorized lighting. So why did I lose the background? Well, that's because I have copied the window layer with the bed right here. So I just need to erase that like I did before. I'm just going to hold down Alt and click on the eye icon, and let's just increase the brush size and erase extra stuff. Just like that. Now the only thing left is the bed. And like I said, we can enhance some object's reflection, We have a reflection pass for that. I'm going to copy it and paste it by pressing Ctrl V. And let's say I want to have more reflections on the floor. I'll need to use a mask for that as well. I'll take the floor mask from the color wire mask, and I'm going to click Select. Then Color Range, and select the floor. I also have the ceiling here as well. So I'm just going to take the selection tool. I'm going to hold down Alt and deselect extra stuff. Now it's just the floor. Moving to the reflection object and to this layer. Then I just press select, and I can also activate inverse. And then just erase extra stuff with eraser tool. It's a pretty crude kind of way of doing it, but it still works. So I mean, we don't even have to use a mask, or we can just create a new mask. So basically you can do it however you like. So now we're going to move it to the to this layer. First of all, my mask is not working properly here, so I need to invert it. So I'm just going to press Ctrl I, and you see now only the floor selected. To enhance the highlights in just this area, I need to make this layer more decorative. So I can also apply an adjustment layer to it. So go to the Layer tab, the New Adjustment layer, and choose Curves. And now the curves needs to be lined up like this. And don't forget to hold down Alt and click on the layer to make this work properly. So now we have this light area and everything else is dark. And now we need to change the blending mode correctly. So I'm just setting this layer to screen mode like this. You can see the difference. If I'm not happy with some areas, here for example, they're lighter, I can adjust just the mask with a white brush. The main thing is not to get confused, like I did now. Alright, that's it. We now have highlights on the floor, and we can remove extra with the brush. You can also colorize if necessary, or change in some other way. And so now the final post-production and color correction. So what can we do here? I have one piece of advice for you. If you feel that you've already a little bit tired and too used to this image, and you don't even see any problems with it, you can just rotate this image by 180 degrees. And this way it'll give you a fresh look. So to do that, we'll go to Image Rotation, and we'll click Flip Canvas Horizontal. We'll flip the image horizontally, and you can see that it looks a little bit fresher now. Now, for the color correction, it's pretty straightforward. We can do it like this. We press Ctrl-Alt-Shift-E. There's 4 buttons at once, and all of our layers merge into one. But all of our adjustment layers stay at the bottom. And now I'm going to apply the camera raw filter to this layer. So what can we do with this image to make it look stunning? Well, the first thing we can do is go to Basic and increase the clarity value. Clarity creates a nice contrast, and it separates light and shadows well. And so next we can just increase the image contrast value to make it look fresher. We can also adjust exposure a little bit if we need to. But I advise you to be careful with this, otherwise you'll get severe exposure In this case, we don't need that. We can add a bit of detail. So we go to detail, select what we need. We can increase sharpening value a little bit. And I suggest you do this carefully. Next, in the optics parameter, we can add a bit of vignetting. Let's go like this. And if you need to change some colors, you can go to Color Grading tab or Color Mixer. I prefer Color Mixer, by the way. And here you can choose something. For example, if you want to highlight warmer shades, like orange, then you can adjust it this way. See the table and the light above it? It's gotten a little bit brighter. And now the whole scene looks a bit better. So perhaps you can also adjust the cooler shades here as well. For example, raise the blue and aqua value just a tad bit. And again, it's all optional. We can in fact mute some of the colors. You can take the aqua and blue parameter and set it to 0. You can see the mountains in the background are almost black and white. So this is also a good way that allows you to dim some extra, like extremely bright color. Make it less noticeable. Like this. So that's pretty much it about color correction. In some cases you can do some light shading, like warm or cool. But I like this picture. The light is set up correctly. Just like I showed you in the previous videos, if everything is done correctly, you need minimum Photoshop editing. So now we can rotate this image. And now we have a final image. There's one more thing. There is a downside with this method. So if you have changed something with the image, you will have to do it again in Camera Raw filter. But you can save it all. So to do that, all you have to do is click right here on these 3 dots icon and click Save Settings. And that's it. You're saving Camera Raw settings so that you can load them later. The second way is a little bit more complicated. So you select all of your layers, hold down Shift, right click, and click Convert to Smart Object. So your layers become a smart object, and you'll need to apply Camera Raw to that smart object. But look, if I double click on the smart layer, I have this document open, and everything's moved out a little bit because the background is saved at its original size. In that case, we can just use crop. So we select crop and crop this all to the size of our render. And then you simply press Enter, then Ctrl S, and save this smart layer. Now let's go back to the document. And most likely the crop has moved out here, but that's okay. We can just set it back up again. And then we're going to apply Camera Raw filter. Let me go ahead and do this. Raise the clarity value. And also add some overall contrast. Just like so. And now we'll apply the filter to the smart object separately. If we want to edit this image, we need to replace some layer. Let's say we double click on the smart layer, change what we need, turn it off, press Ctrl S, and go back to the layer. And there are now changes here. So after that, we apply Camera Raw again. And that's it. So there you go. So one last thing, a thing that's available in the latest Photoshop versions, It's called Generative Fill. It allows us to remove or add certain things. So let's say we select an object with a frame, for example, this lamp right here. And we have this generative fill panel. So I simply click on it and then on the generate button. And that way neural network will do the fill and remove that extra object. In some cases, it really helps if you need to make some edits or changes quickly and you don't have a chance to render it yourself. So sometimes this thing allows us to improve something. You see, sometimes neural networks work pretty well. They're not perfect, but let's experiment a little bit with this plant. So I'll select it. And we'll get something like this. Now, of course, neural networks is far from ideal. But still, why not have it as an additional tool? Sometimes it's useful. All right, so looks like that's it. Now let's just save this image to send it to the client, and I recommend using Save for Web. So I press Ctrl-Alt-Shift-S, and Save for Web menu opens up. Here we select JPEG, and then select 100% compression. If you plan to post this image on the website or on social media, you can reduce quality value to 80 and then click Save. And that's it. So I hope you found my videos useful. See you next time. Bye.